Yo, microphone check, make it a microphone check. Give it a microphone, I make it a microphone dead. Don't step to me, newbie, I could truly be moody. I could have played the fucking Grinch in the movies. I've been a part-time shadow cat, part-time. That is not a guy that I would ever want to try to battle rap. Snap, crackle, pop, mind fried to a crisp. Make an MC into a wide-eyed lunatic. Yo, give it a stage in a minute, I'ma eat you. El Profesor is in the house, let me teach you. I could defeat you with two hands tied and have you waking in the hospital like, who am I? And who are you? Who are they? What is this? You wouldn't believe how someone react to this shit. The mind slips, slipping, speaking in tongues. Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done. 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 Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done.
That they have not been able to overcome most of the time, so that's probably going to be the difference maker, between in this series between them and GEEK. And sometimes we want a difference maker in our life. I know we've been saying this for more than a month, but Omen, they just keep bringing it in. So maybe presents you with brand new Omen 50, powerful in all the right places, and it is definitely a thin and light gaming experience with an all-metal chassis design. So do remember to check that out because it looks freaking awesome.
I think it's going to make your other laptop jealous, eh?
Definitely, I feel
5
jealous.
MC
And of course,
Predators
you not only
turn
want
to
to feel
ban.
powerful when you are playing the game, you also want to feel powerful when you are outside of the game as well. So, Toomey is here bringing you their backpack, and make sure you know that Toomey right now, they are giving out 2 free backpacks for today, and they have been doing this over the course of this entire event. So make sure you sign yourself up at toomey.com/esports.
If you haven't signed up by now, I think we're
5
both going to be
seconds
quite
remaining.
disappointed in you, as it is free to enter all of our giveaways. And it's not just the Toomey backpack, of course, we're still giving away Logitech G Gaming mice. All you need to do is head on over to the link listed in the banner down below, fill in the survey, and you'll be in the running to win a brand new mouse. Again, guys, all these things that you're entering, they are free. Now, to anyone that's wondering what happened to Neris Prophecies, entries are now closed. So if you haven't entered yesterday, folks, I am so sorry, you will not be eligible for this anymore. But if you didn't know what this was, $100 Steam gift card if you manage to predict who will make it to the grand finals, which I think remaining. The answer was quite obvious.
Yeah, no, it was so obvious. I think you would
5 seconds
as long
remaining.
as you have internet and Wikipedia, you would know the answer.
I'm very sure if you were just taking a look at Liquipedia, you'd be pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, if you don't feel like challenging the gods of RNG for a lucky draw, we have something that you can kind of spend some cash on and bring back home, the experience of One Esports and One Esports merchandise. We have an online store right now at shop.oneesports.gg. They just recently came out with a new line of apparel. It's all those t-shirts for you pub stormers from GG. I will feed if I'm a hard carry. Just check that out. I've been doing that pretty frequently, and I really love their merchandise. I even have the hoodie.
You've got the hoodie. We're still waiting for the face mask on the stream.
Right, exactly.
Dang it.
And
didn't quite happen.
Of course, for those who want to make a purchase, do remember to use the discount code CDOTA10 and you'll definitely get some sweet discount.
Right, gentlemen, the draft is ready. Let's jump into our first game. And we're already pretty deep into the draft as well. But I want to hear your thoughts on the opening draft.
10 seconds
so
remaining.
You see TNC having their classic Jack hero again. And we all know that how much
Predators
love this hero simply because this hero not only offers you really good damage, but also gives you the ability to push out the the late lane. So that's going to be very important when it comes to this top tier competition between two top tier teams. All you want to do is to make sure that you farm more, optimized more than your opponent. So I think Jack hero is one of the very good hero for you to do that. And of course, GEEK fam side, they went back for
10 seconds remaining.
Their favorite Ogre Magi plus Doom. Like Doom has always been a
5
very
seconds
favorite hero for all these top tier teams, not only because he has a really good farming speed, but also because Doom, when it comes to late game, is really good in shutting down any of the 4 protect 1 strategy.
Yeah, and I think GEEK fam and TNC, they both have a couple of heroes they contest, right? The Ogre Magi in the post 5. They have the Doom that they kind of contest as well. KP loves the Doom.
TNC Predators
of course,
turn
GEEK
to
fam, you have Cuckoo playing that hero. Even the Native Prophet, but TNC Predator, they get their favorite IO.
Yeah, GEEK fam, I'm expecting them to have seen this coming, right? TNC, they're very happy to run that IO gyro draft. But the interesting was GEEK fam actually take the gyro away from TNC. So I'm now curious as to know what TNC is going to partner with the IO.
Yeah, we all know that GEEK fam will see this coming, but
there's a TB.
Will TNC see this coming though? Will TNC expect that GEEK fam are actually going to snatch that away?
They must have,
GEEK
right?
fam just literally stole Gyrocopter, right? That's a huge statement, you know. GEEK fam is like, we're not giving you what you want. But I think TNC, they still have a couple of heroes up their sleeves. You know, Gabby plays the AM.
I'm calling it.
TB as well.
It's CK. I'm calling it.
Nah, come on.
I'm calling it.
No way.
Please don't ruin my dream.
If it's CK,
TNC Alliance.
Please.
I'm betting my.
I'm begging for this CK. I haven't seen it yet, and he's received so many buffs. Ice Frog's hinting towards it. He even gave him an extra point of armor in the latest patch.
Unfortunately, just yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So there is the chance. There is the chance.
Yeah, previously you always see Razor being banned out by TNC themselves when they pick up the IO gyro.
Yeah.
The reason is just obvious, right? Razor, when he hits his BKB timing, he'll just charge the gyro, the static link, and there's nothing the gyrocopter can do about that.
And now you put the IO alongside
5
Razor.
seconds remaining.
Good luck trying to kill the Razor off. And I think the best thing right now is that how they changed the static link mechanic. Back then, when you static link someone, you actually cannot right-click the person, right? The static link kind of does the auto attack, but they changed it into the focus fire mechanic. Now, as long as you have your right click on that target, your Razor will continuously attack whatever you are linked to. So I kind of like that. I like that change.
Yeah, however strong the Razor is theoretically,
10
he's up against his worst enemy, the Co-op.
Yeah.
And we all know that Co-op
5
has always been able
remaining.
to destroy the Razor when it comes to mid lane, simply because the attack range of Razor is really not that great. And when you're up on the mid lane, you always get harassed by the Shadow Strike from Co-op. So it's not going to be a fun lane for Razor to play unless TNC wants to make some kind of changes. Maybe trying to put the Razor onto another lane.
What if the Razor is preparing for IO, right? There's been some changes to the Razor. He's got his movement speed passive again. He is crazy fast.
Fast boy.
IO should be able to keep up now too, right? Since IO got the movement speed buff as well.
Yeah.
Flat 40 movement speed. Ice Frog just basically gave IO a free boots.
10 seconds remaining.
Right, 500 go.
I mean, what can you do? He doesn't really have feet. Like, where do you expect to see the
5
boots? Are they
seconds
floating
remaining.
inside the center?
Broodmother must have. Broodmother needs like what, 8 slots for her boot.
Yeah, that's not ever going to be enough.
No.
Yeah. 2 in the backpack.
I don't think you'll fit the boots on. You have to put little socks on the end.
Yeah, it's like Christmas, you know, for no, it's Halloween.
Oh, goodness. All right, so
Dire
we're going to our
team
final
back.
phase as well. Bans and picks. Winter Wyvern gets banned here for TNC. Wyvern would have been fantastic against that Razor. It can't do anything.
Yeah.
And also a great counter to the IO combination because you'll always have 2 heroes next to each other.
Yeah, great against both the Razor and the Nature's Prophet. Right, Nature's Prophet, you want the BKB timing? Nope. Winter Wyvern
10
does not let that
seconds
happen.
remaining.
But TNC Predator, they have the luxury of the last
5
pick, so
seconds
GEEK fam
remaining.
will have to be the first team to run on the draft. Judging by what they have so far, I honestly think that this is pretty darn strong. You have heroes that you can flex. Quap not that good as a support anymore because of the mana changes, but it's still doable. You also have the Doom that we've seen, I think TNC play as a support. The support Doom on Tims. I think GEEK fam might also want to consider putting that on Zephyr. GEEK fam coming in with a really solid draft.
Yeah, GEEK fam might really want to consider the fact that TNC could flex the Razor onto the safe lane. Razor against Doom, that's not going to be very fun for the Doom. So GEEK fam might want to get Cuckoo on some kind of range offlane hero, but sadly they don't have the last pick, so they'll have to blind pick this into TNC.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario right now is you kind of put. If you talk about a range hero right now, then here's the Queen of Pain for GEEK fam to fall back onto. If you want to put it on Cuckoo, they ban out the TB finally because it is still an option, right? The TNC Predator can put this Razor mid and pick
What the just happened? See you later, nerds.
That's gonna just instantly destroy the gyrocopter at all stages of the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Against Gyrocopter, I
5
think the
seconds
that
remaining.
stand out to me is really the Faceless Void.
Void, yeah.
You have your Razor to be running around for the Faceless Void and create space for him to farm. I think this
They even
do
ban out
look
the
like
Venge, right? They even ban out the Venge.
to further protect the Chronosphere, right?
Yeah, there's a possibility that this is a Faceless Void, but it will become a bit greedy because now you have the Void, Razor, and Prophet. So in the event that this Razor is actually a Gabby hero, TNC Predator still has an offlaner that they can pick. Right, you put this Nature's Prophet in mid to deal with the co-op. I think it's pretty fine. So both teams now, it's just about how they see through other strap, and obviously TNC Predator, they have the advantage of that last pick.
All right, GEEK fam, what's it going to be for that last pick? I wonder, do you think Cuckoo's hero was already on the board, or do you feel like they might actually end up flexing?
They have 2 choices. They have the Co-op, they have the Doom.
I think GEEK fam have been pretty happy with running the Doom on support role lately.
Yeah, Zephyr has been pretty amazing on the Doom 4. I think the big question here is really what do you want to take into this Razor?
Yeah,
you probably want the co-op to mirror the Razor in terms of lane, and then pick something probably for Carl as well.
Yeah, you kind of need to, right now GEEK fam needs to identify what they want to do with this draft, right? What is the direction of this draft? Do they want to play late? Do they want to exert the lane dominance and crush all 3 lanes? It's obviously up to them deciding on what this draft is going to do. And this last pick is going to encapsulate all that. We've seen Carl on that Queen of Pain. The past 2 games with this co-op on Carl has not been the best. He has been kind of dumpstered in
Predators
Venomancer. You get the Venomancer. I think that's the Cuckoo hero. Range as well.
Yeah, you can also flex it, right? You can always put either the Venomancer or the co-op against the Razor.
Yeah.
You'll always be able to come out with a pretty favorable matchup for yourself.
And not just that, I think team fights, this Veno's going to come in really handy against the Razor
10
too, right? Because the
remaining.
Poison Sting, a lot of his spells cause a lot of slow effects, and Razor's benefit right now
5
is that
seconds
he's
remaining.
very fast. He's going to chase you down, and they needed some credibility. So Veno, do you feel like that's also another thing that they had to consider, some kind of control for that Razor? Because outside of the Ogre, they don't have any really good hard lockdown.
It's kind of it's a minor thing, but it does help GEEK fam win in the laning phase, right? Excuse me, no, Venomancer has been a super strong laner for I think a few patches ago, and then now with this recent number of tweaks, I think it makes Venomancer even stronger in lane. We've seen him destroy like Mars mid at one point. We've seen like what not in your team.
Now select your
Mikoto
heroes.
also played the Venom mid, but TNC Predator. Spirit Breaker, I like this.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's one of the heroes that really totally ignores the Venomancer. It doesn't matter how slow he can be. When you get the charge up, Bulldoze up, you'll always be faster.
Yeah.
And this is one good way of getting to the Venomancer as well.
Getting to the gyro as well.
The chase on in this draft is absolutely real. They've got so much movement speed. Like, how do you even get away from this?
You have to drag this to the lane game for GEEK fam side.
Yeah. You gotta drag this. You have the gyro. Gyro is the insurance. Raven with the Divine Rapier. We've seen that happen.
Predictions.
But I like TNC's draft. I think this Razor and Spirit Breaker. If TNC's biggest problem is the 25 to 30 minute mark, but the execution thus far has been almost near flawless. I kind of like how they are going in this direction. GEEK fan want to play slow. TNC will just run at them.
All right.
And the duration for this entire playoff, the games have always been going to 45 minutes or 60 or 50 minutes. So I do think when it comes to that point, GEEK fan will have a much more solid late game compared to TNC. So I go with GEEK fan.
All right, the panel has decided it is our first game of our lower bracket grand final. Winner will take on FNATIC in the grand finals. Let's see who takes this first game. Lyrical and Winter, take it away for our first match.
Thank you so much, Dan and Lee. And yep, we're here. It is the lower bracket finals. Winter. It's all come down to this. 3 more teams still remaining. TNC facing off against GEEK fam here in the lower bracket finals. And we got some good old-fashioned caveman Dota. How you feeling about this draft, Winner?
It feels like the Spirit Breaker could do a lot because there's no good disables to stop the charge apart from the Ogre. Like everyone else doesn't really have a useful stun.
It's going to be a little bit terrifying, I think, seeing this Spirit Breaker charge on top of somebody, having the Nature's Prophet TP afterwards. But we'll have to wait and see how all this goes. Let's get ready to hop into this. Game number 1, lower bracket finals, final day to play. Let's go. 1-1 right now.
Does this hurt?
That is what you said, right? You sure my sadness that you're gone.
And we're into it with the inaugural pause that we always get right at the start, and you'll love to see. So Winter, you said not many stuns. Spirit Breaker likes it. I am also seeing a kind of a lack of real hard carries on the TNC lineup. Would you agree with that, or do you think that they still could do some stuff?
Razor's not exactly a hard carry, but with Fire, maybe he can be a hard carry. Nature's Prophet is a good supplementary core to help the Razor in terms of doing damage later. So I think as long as their early game is going to be good, I think they can actually play a very, very fast pace. If you compare their lineup with the Dire lineup, the GEEK fan lineup, it's a lot slower because they have very long cooldowns. Sonic Wave, Doom. The Gyrocopter is not a short cooldown hero anymore. Their heroes need to farm a lot more, whereas like you said, the TNC lineup is Caveman MVP Dota.
That's the old style. You love to see it. I am feeling like it's going to be an interesting battle to sort of see if they can keep up the tempo. Also, I really want to see how Carl reacts. He had a rough day yesterday when he was playing, or maybe it was the day before. I can't really remember. But regardless, it didn't look super pretty when we were watching it. And you know, he's a guy that's been known to be able to make the comeback happen afterwards. So I'd like to see him succeed and do well. But all in all, I think that these 3 teams that we ended up with at the end are some of the
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
A really good squad and a great slate of games to be played today.
GEEK fan, TNC, and FNATIC. On this patch, they are the best teams. And right now, what's going to be crucial for Carl is if he gets the right matchup, he wants to lane against the Razor. He doesn't want to lane against the Nature's Prophet. I think they want to do that. They're trying to scout the lanes. They're going to see Gabby, bottom. So yeah, Queen of Pain is going to be in the right lane.
The battle
Doom is probably going to head
begins.
towards mid right now.
Yep. It is going to be a little bit weird though. Like, do you skill blink first if you're Carl, going even up against the Razor down here bottom?
Depends. I think you should still go Shadow Strike if you feel like your support can stop him from static link draining you. But I like what Coco did. You saw at the Bounty Rune, he intentionally showed himself in the lane, and his items are side lane items. So it makes the enemy think that the Doom is actually going bottom. And you remember how critical was it in the FNATIC game where the Spectre actually showed himself when he shouldn't show himself when they were trying to dodge the lanes, and it cost them the early game. These are all the small little things that I think usually normal players, if you just play pubs and you don't really watch a lot of competitive Dota, you won't really fully understand the extent of that mistake.
Right, and the extent to which your team can capitalize on that mistake as well, because it's one thing to show yourself, it's another to actually say, okay, we're going to make the change and swap up these lanes to give us a better early game.
Yeah.
March? take some damage there by virtue of Zephyr, and in fact, they're just going to be able to turn this back around, and now Gabby going to take him for a walk.
Oh, it's a position 4 Veno, yeah? Didn't really realize that.
Well.
So what is he gonna do in the game? He's gonna farm?
I mean, kind of, right? You just drop down some boards.
Well, what do you do as Veno? You can't gank. You defend towers. And as a support, you're probably gonna have to wait for the core to leave the lane so you can, because you're gonna be greedy, right? As a Veno, I don't think there's anywhere else you can play this hero. You're gonna take farm, you're gonna take space, you're gonna defend towers.
Right. It feels like it's gonna be up to him to just take over whatever lane it is that Cuckoo leaves or that Carl leaves when they go to try and make kills happen on the map. But so far, look at the lanes. All of it being top CS Radiant right now. KP goes for the charge to try and slow down Raven a little bit, but Tim's eventually is going to be brought down. That's first blood.
Oh, that's how it's done, kids!
Yeah, very, very strong lane. The Ogre plus Gyro, they have a lot of kill potential. And with the Orb of Venom on Whitemon, it makes it more lethal if you're out of position, you know, if they catch you with the Ignite, the Orb of Venom, and the homing missile. But at the end of the day, Spirit Breaker is still farming fine. He's CSing well. That's what you want to see when you're playing Spirit Breaker. You don't want to fall behind from the start.
No, definitely not. It's a terrible place to play from if you are down that low, and he already has the boots early on. It seems like he's kind of having a good time against Raven here. And yeah, across all the lanes, they're kind of coming out slightly ahead. No dumpstering going on really, with the exception of maybe the Queen of Pain, who's having a bit of a tough time against this Razor. Everybody else is getting something.
I mean, I think this is because of the support. One has a Venom support, the other has an IO. So the supports are the ones that are making the difference. If you are talking about strict core-to-core matchup, the Queen of Pain generally does better against the Razor because you can blink away from the static link.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So, I'm thinking about what you would go as this.
Radiant's courier has been
killed. I think Aghanim is actually really good.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a little surprising. What do you like about it?
Just cooldown. Whitemon is gone. No.
Oh, the Witcher's Curse. He comes out again. And then the stun afterwards gonna land onto Tim's trying to live. But he is eventually going to be dropped yet again. The 2 quick kills on the Mr. Tim's. But down bottom, they kill Gabby. Wow, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a very big kill. But
you are
the reason I think the Aghanim is good because it reduces the cooldown on the charge. I think even if you're a core Spirit Breaker, what you're mainly going to be doing in the fights that could contribute a lot is multiple hero charge. So the Aghanim is actually what's going to allow you to do that, and the stats will make you tankier. So I think all in all, the item is just good on the hero. Maybe you go for, I don't know, I think you go drums first, and then you go Aghanim security.
What do you think about this as a level 25 talent for Spirit Breaker? It gives you like charge castable anywhere on the map. He doesn't have to be on a hero.
Huh? That's his.
I'll tell you about it more as we're seeing Gabby get brought down low. And it's still the jumping coming through. Oh, Infernal! If he gets knocked
you are
dead!
That's why he's a mid laner, not an off laner. He makes this kind of dives in the side lane. It doesn't pay off for you. And he's playing way too aggressive. Against the IO, you have to calculate the fact that he has that regen bonus, you know. And it's Bounty Run soon. Whitemon stealing one, placing a ward. Nicely done.
I mean, part of that was also Gabby saw the blink and then hit his magic stick as soon as he was really, really fast reaction there from Gabby.
It's easy to bait someone as aggressive as Haru. Generally, it's more difficult to bait players like Raven, you know, for example, like the very stable players, they tend to not take the baits as easily. But when you are playing against
they baited in Raven. Oh no! The slowdown comes down to Whitemon. Everybody's getting baited. Oh, the first step bash! Unbelievable!
That is what you sound like.
Okay, that was all. You can leave all. You can leave all the fault to me. I'm taking all the fault.
That's all good.
So Doom
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's going to look to rotate, and he's even going for a more greedy build. He's going to max his Devour.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
I mean, they already have a very greedy lineup though. Like, I don't know. Let's see whether it pays off. I'm personally not a very big fan of it. Because I think the Scorched Earth is your farming tool as well. Because you can clear the jungle and clear the waves very easily.
So just real quickly to go back to the important things, with Spirit Breaker level 25, it's like Tiny Toss requires no target. It's like Spirit Breaker Charge requires no target. What do you think about that? ... Okay, all right, sounds good. To be tested still.
Why do you come up with all the insane ideas? Can you come up with a logical idea? Bot lane?
That's amazing. Carl, be careful, Carl. He still has Blink. He's trying to bait this one out.
He forgot there's an SB in the game.
Oh no, Carl in trouble. And Winter called it. It's a tough one for poor old Carl.
You should
Deny the aisle? Doesn't need to.
Oh, he did. Didn't they see him? He like charged past the observer ward. And should have seen him. I don't know. Maybe they didn't see him.
Yeah.
Against Spirit Breaker, you genuinely want wards like this, like river wards.
Well, mid lane, they're back charging again, and you talked about the pace of this game that can come from TNC, and it is happening. 7 kills so far out of them in 7 minutes, and they are not stopping. They got a Jakiro in
Dire's middle tower is under
Jakiro,
attack.
Nature's Prophet. Like Spirit Breaker, you don't have tower damage, so it's very, very important that you have teammates that can kill buildings. And going back to their draft, right? Because the way everyone is playing so far, like the last couple of days, is always like going for greed and being more, having more late game security, right? So when everyone is doing that, it might be a good idea to switch up your style and TNC's draft today, right? Because the days before they were doing greedy draft as well. They would go for carry, or maybe a more farm oriented mid laner. Or off laner, but today they totally switch up their style towards. They feel like since everyone's being greedy, right? Why not? Let's try to punish them. I like the way they are adjusting today, because
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When you play a series, many series across like 1 or 2 weeks, you can see like how a team approaches the game, how they can adjust, and you're seeing it right now from TNC. They think everyone's being too greedy. That's why they are playing like this.
It's a very cool thing to see that meta evolve within an individual region as well. And at least personally, I like this style of Dota way more than just everybody sit back and farm. And,
of course, it's more entertaining.
Exactly.
It's more entertaining.
Radiant are scanning.
Totally. Well, we do have level 6 now on Carl,
right,
and that could be a rotation toward mid.
He went past the wall, right? No, they don't.
They didn't. Although the Doom comes out immediately afterwards. Did he get those off? No, he didn't manage to get it off, I don't think. So he's going to leave it for a cool minute and just going to drop. They were finally able to bait him in.
Doom dispels the Bulldogs.
Oh, good call. Winter, you're so smart.
Not as smart as you.
They're gonna find a kill up top there, taking down Raven. Another kill for the man that does not often get brought down.
Yeah, he's playing a bit like the game that is normally no Spirit Breaker. When there's Spirit Breaker, you have to be very conservative when you're shuffling out the lanes, right? As a carry, especially when you don't have any form of escape as a gyro. I mean, that's the thing, right? Sometimes when you don't play against a hero for a long time, example like Disruptor or Spirit Breaker, you tend to forget, because when you're playing against Disruptor, you cannot TP in front of the tower, right? You have to TP behind because of glimpse, otherwise he'll glimpse you back the tower. But if you don't play against him for some time, and then suddenly there's this one game you play against him, you might make all these mistakes.
Definitely. And see that again. Damage over time, and the Spirit Breaker, they got him in his sights.
You are
Sonic
dead.
Keep him back. Will eventually be able to find the kill. You are dead. Another ice. KP is going to be able to ensure the kill onto Cuckoo. Maybe? No. Cuckoo just able to back away from there. He stays alive as well.
So time for the Jakiro to get a build. Yeah, he's rushing X. Look at his items. The Spirit Breaker is actually rushing X. He's not even going for the drums.
What a madman.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So the cooldown will be what, 6 seconds?
Radiant's middle tower is under
so
attack.
Dumb.
That's not dumb, that is fun.
It is fun, but it's also terrifying. We'll see how it goes. I wanted to see Tim's now. He's going back afterwards, maxing the ice path. They're just trying to get in and battle.
Yeah, they don't have much disable. Io has no disable, Nature's Prophet no disable, Razor has no disable.
Cuckoo. It's got, I thought they had to do it back up again, but only 10 seconds until it's back up. 9-5. With 1,000 gold lead for GEEK fam, in spite of the early aggression. They haven't been able to maintain stuff.
That's the Doom devour money, you know, the bonus gold.
You know, I wanted to talk a little bit more about Carl, because I think that we've seen him in the past just be so good at like min-maxing to the max level, but I wonder if like a patch in particular that changes a lot of numbers takes a little longer to get online.
He's a one-dimensional player. He's not that flexible. He plays Dota one way.
Yeah.
And that's why when you... I don't think this has anything to do with the patch, because he's in the offlane in this game and he has to play more conservatively. Because you're sharing XP with a support, right? You're not as strong as you normally are if you're like a mid lane solo XP. That's why I think that not many mid laners can, you know, just adjust around the lanes, you know. There are very few players that can do that. It's very difficult because your entire mindset has to be different when you're playing the side lane.
Yeah, that's fair. Sort of like you were talking about the other day with the Ember as well. I just think that there's something to be said, at least for like, if numbers change a lot and you're used to feeling out your hero in a certain way, that it can, you know,
it does.
That style hurts more for him more than it would for others.
Yeah, it definitely does.
But regardless, we do have a little bit of a slowdown in the game, and this always feels like it's going to be benefiting GEEK fam if the game slows down.
Yeah, if you get to hit creeps as Doom.
Yeah.
And a support banner, yes, you hit creeps, you farm. Going a Vessel on the banner, that's great against the Io. Very, very good. They're gonna need like I think the Corp has to buy a defensive item because the Orchid is coming up soon on the Nature's Prophet.
They find KP yet again. Raven trying to chase him down. Bulldoze, there's the blink, the hook stomp. And KP is gonna be maybe doomed. Cuckoo thought about it. Relocate in instead, and now the turn onto the Doom. Cuckoo in trouble.
Dire's top tower is under
If they
attack.
find any more afterwards, Whitemon gets clipped right at the end of it, and GEEK fam, they're the ones who decide to make the move, and they get punished.
Why are they trying to be aggressive? They should be farming, hitting creeps. But I guess they saw opportunity because they realized the guy was alone, the Spirit Breaker, but Nature's Prophet and Io.
Oh my god, they had two central wards down, and he was just sitting mid. He felt like he was safe, but
You are dead!
Carl died again.
Dead!
You are never truly safe, Gabe, and it's Io,
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Jeez. You know, I think they took Razor just to spam that line. You are
Now my enemies pay.
That was more like Dracula than Razor, but you know, you got what I meant. You keep putting up with me, Winter. It's the last day. You can go back to your fish afterwards. You don't have to listen to me anymore.
My fish is all
Dire's
over my
top
computer.
tower is under
I don't
attack.
have to go back to them, they're with me.
Okay,
Radiant's
with you always.
bottom tower is under attack.
I'll be with you always, Winter. Always and forever. Tim.
Only if you promise not to tell me any more 25 level talents on Spirit Breaker.
Okay, sounds good.
Dire's
You know what's a
structures
good one
are
is
fortified.
greater bash chance. That'd be interesting.
Radiant structures
See, that's where
are
you switch it up.
fortified. Radiant's
Just
bottom
say the real
tower
ones,
is
not
under
the fake
attack.
ones anymore.
Well, to be
Dire's
honest,
top tower
you're
is
probably
under
gonna
attack.
get the HP.
Yeah, I know. So much HP. It's ridiculous. 650. Alright, I think they're ready to relocate in again. Down bottom.
Nature's Prophet, the +3, the instant +3, Nature's Prophet and relocate.
They're going. Charge on through.
Radiant's
Find
bottom
one
tower
man.
is fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quite going to happen.
Your ashes will fall like rain.
This game is all about the Spirit Breaker, man. It's all about the Spirit Breaker. There are no stuns to cancel the charge.
Alright, well there, they punished him a little bit, but Cuckoo trying to walk away. Is he actually gonna get out? He does! On 50 HP! Is he really thinking about walking back in? This guy's insane.
Oh, where's the Nature's Prophet? Oh, he was busy killing the battle. I thought the Nature's Prophet was gonna come in to finish off the Doom. I think they expected him to come, and then he's like, oh, I'm busy killing Kenny, the real carry of GEEK fam.
Right. Take him out. This game though, the Kenny does not feel like that. But he is actually catching up to Carl in terms of net worth.
He's just a passenger in this game. He's not gonna
These
be.
are few, let them be.
The Doom, the Corp, and the Gyro are the difference makers this game. I think especially the Doom. The Doom is gonna be very crucial because he has to be. I think he has to be very fat this game for them to win.
That does feel like a little bit of a problem in a way, though. If your supports are not really doing much in the game, and it's mainly your cores, then I don't know. It feels kind of recipe for a difficult game.
They are meant to be playing for the cause with this kind of lineup. Ogre's not gonna take anything, you know. He's just gonna be, hey, you need some bloodlust? Sure. Hey, you need some stacks? I'm coming. And then the Venom's like, guys, just farm. I'm gonna defend the tower. If I die, I die. It's okay. I cast my R. They have to go back to base and heal. Just keep farming. Remember to carry me later.
And he just sits around there, drops some wards down, hits some jungle creeps every now and then.
Yeah.
That's the way to live his life.
That's the life as a support, you know. You don't want to be like, watch me, you know, like the oracle behind someone's ass, you know. Stay behind me.
Yet again, poor old Kenny, he's going to be dead.
An exquisite
toxic. See, Razor gets the kill, Spirit Breaker gets the ward. That's how this works. He gets to kill the plague.
And how cruel is life? You did all the hard work, but you get paid peanuts.
It's true, but I will say KP also gets to play Spirit Breaker in a pro match, and that's just got to be fun. You know what I mean?
Radiant
fun hero. You just see somebody just go.
Let's go, charge! Oh no, he didn't get the charge off, but it's a brawling time. What do they have here on the Razor? Razor has Yules and a Hood. He's battle mode ready. And then
somebody.
A faded brooch as well. That's nice on Razor. Oh, and when he clicks his Facebook, he's like almost. He's
550. That's insane.
I mean, he's smoked right now, so he's a bit faster.
Monster kill!
Very rapidly.
Struck down!
Do they have an urn on anybody? I don't think so, right?
You mean Radiant?
Yeah, no urn.
No urn, no problem. No bueno. Actually,
Against
no,
the-
not no bueno.
Yeah, it's the other way around.
You don't need Vessel against Doom. You just kill him. They have more than enough damage to kill him. Nobody really wants to buy the urn. The Aya is rushing a pipe against all the magic damage. The Doom, the Venom, the Gyro.
Raven, what are you doing, my buddy?
Dire's current has been killed.
Brave only hits on the ward. That wasn't really good enough. Now Raven tries to be out of there, but the Rule Scepter lift up. They kill off the Jakiro, but I think that if they can chase this down, Raven looks to be getting out of there. AP ends up dying in the end to Cuckoo.
Radiant's courier
Aegstrom picks
has
up
been
by Carl. He
killed.
could hop back into this fight if he wants to
Dire's top
afterwards.
tower is
He'll
under
continue
attack.
to chase up on the high ground, skin Spirit Vessel off as well. But I think that with that, they're going to have to bounce. Try and get out of there. Carl, thinking about going in yet again. He's a little bit insane. Stop jumping from Cuckoo. They got him caught. Now he's trying to make something out of nothing, but Raven ends his life.
So the answer is throw the Doom on the Spirit Breaker. If the Spirit Breaker is not doing anything, no one else has stuns on the Radiant team. That's the answer. Doom the Spirit Breaker.
It was interesting. I really thought that they were going to go on him earlier, but the rest of the team was so far away, it got time for Cuckoo to get in position.
Yeah, he played that fight extremely well. He was the main reason they won the fight.
Well, 20-minute mark. Looks like bounty runes are going to be 2 apiece. And Geek fam, a little bit of signs of life here after a little bit of a scary early start. I mean, to be honest, I would be pretty happy if I was the Geek fam squad right now. Feels like they're getting into their timings.
You will only be happy if you win the series. Sorry.
Okay, that's fair.
You don't get happy easily when you play Dota.
You don't get happily easy when you
What?
play.
What me?
This is the thing. I'll tell you this. This is the thing I've noticed consistently about pro players or analysts or anybody that's good at Dota. They get way more angry than people that suck because they're not used to losing. Like I lose all the time, man. You have no idea how little I care about losing games. But people that like win the majority of their games, they get really bad. You can have some fun playing Dota.
I think you're wrong about me.
Okay.
I don't care about winning. I care more about if they are doing the right things in the game.
Okay. That's a good outlook as well.
And you see if you see something tilting you, like something that's wrong, then you get.
Dire's top tower
for me,
is
you
under
I get
attack.
upset about those stuff. more
Dire's
than losing.
structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
that's true.
You see someone like running from low ground to high ground to take the fight. You know, someone buying the wrong item or reload to clear the creep wave. Like those are the stuff that actually triggers me more than losing.
Queen of Pain does have a TP scroll, so it looks like EFM want to take
They're
this
running to
fight.
the low ground, Gabe.
Scary. Tim's Gabby to relocate back in. They're still waiting to jump. Big break but TNC, he's chasing. KP is going to be isolated away from the rest of them. I think the rest of TNC needs to be careful. Getting out of here. Armel. TP's in the back line. Pops the BKB. That's a Doom. My dude, what are you doing? The heal is trying to come in from March. He's trying to keep him alive. The DOT is not quite going to be enough. He might actually live. No, March did not.
What just happened?
Armel just had a death wish, and then the EFM squad granted it to him.
What was he doing?
I don't know.
Well,
Jeez.
you are dead.
How was he supposed to shoot in front of 5 people? I mean, there's a freaking Doom.
Yeah, maybe he thought Doom had already been cast or something. I'm not sure.
No, that was just, oh my bro, KP's in trouble.
I'm gonna help him.
Yeah, KP.
Maybe they thought that Tim's could get something off in time and like interrupt
He's a
stuff.
hero. He's a freaking.
Yeah, I know.
If
It was a
you're,
tough one.
if you're talking about like a Earth Spirit, you know, like a Winter Wyvern, you know, some important big spell that could be used, yeah, sure, why not? But he's a Jakiro. There are limits to what he can do.
And we saw it. We definitely did. And TNC, they are going to lose several off of this one. I'm not sure if March is going to go down as well. There is a creep wave nearby that he could potentially tether to, but it's going to be hard. I think Gabby is like for sure dead. But maybe there's a chance that March could get out.
Be careful when you say that.
That's true. That's true.
Look at what happened to me.
I've been known to curse people before.
Radiant structures
You
are
should run. You should run. Nothing but
Okay, what
my
do they need
sadness
now?
that you're
They need-
gone.
They have to play the fights well. I don't think they can just like randomly run in with the like. I don't think they realize how important is this Spirit Breaker in the team fights. If he dies, I think the team fight is gone. They cannot fight anymore. This is how important it is. He's the last pick, right? The overall last pick. He was the 24th pick, so he plays a very vital role in the Radiant half. He's the one that binds everything together. Without him, they cannot do anything.
And with him getting the Aghanim Scepter, that does give them a lot more opportunities to create some madness. But they just have to be able to dodge the Doom on him. Maybe like a Lincoln's next item after Aghanim's even? I don't know. What do you think?
What? Lincoln? You think he's like some Nature's Prophet support? Can farm?
I mean, he's got Io
Radiant
giving him
are
overpower.
scanning.
That's a thing, right? Overcharge, sorry.
Overpower. You think he's Ursa?
I do. That's the ability draft build.
What?
Greater
Warriors of the
overpower.
wood.
Greater Bash, Overpower, and then what?
I don't know.
Enrage?
Blade or something.
No, you get Enrage, the old Enrage, you know, and then you have another steroid, like a
Dire
Bloodlust,
are scanning.
right?
Nah, that's terrible. That's garbage.
Oh, the garbage, the curry garbage.
Because you need like nukes and stuns and stuff. It's the way of it.
Okay. Storm Hammer.
Mr. Doom, he went for the Devour Gold.
Why not? He has to be fat. He has to be fat.
You had said that you liked the well, the other. I guess that was a Doom in a very different situation.
Yeah, it's a different game. Every game has a different outlook, so you have to do something different every time. Like it's important that when you play Dota, right, you don't play the game and go into like autopilot mode. This is how I play this hero. So every game you play the same way, but every game is different. So how can you play every game the same way? But a lot of players do that, you know.
Definitely. Dota's complicated. It's hard to figure out what the right thing to do is all the time. Another little smoke up now.
I always say the players just tend to play their hero, but they don't play the game. You know,
Right.
they just play their hero, but they're not playing accordingly to in the game.
Oh, look at Zephyr here. He's baiting this out.
Is he playing accordingly?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, Roche was like his bodyguard. Don't go in there, man.
No,
Yeah.
don't die. Finish your Aghanim's. He has money for Aghanim's. Just buy it. Don't save for buyback. Is he actually saving for buyback? Oh no, no way, man.
Nah, he's getting it. There's
Nice.
no way that was
Now, he power up at Spirit Breaker. Look at how much fun he can have. I think you can probably charge 2 to 3 times in a fight. Easily. Provided you don't run into 5 heroes and die.
Or get doomed. That's the other one.
Yeah. I feel like he just needs to do the Spirit Breaker. He doesn't need to do anyone else but the Spirit Breaker.
It would actually be crazy if that's just all Cuckoo did all game long. And it feels like they could.
He's the only stun. Think about it, he's the only stun. But if he can't cast his spells, then how are they gonna kill people?
Well, maybe an opportunity later on. Maybe Armel can buy a Lincoln's for the Spirit Breaker. And for himself, you know, he gets it occasionally as well.
They just need the IO to save the Spirit Breaker. Take him home, you know. Bring him home, DD.
It's nearby, but pretty close.
Okay, if this fight, if it doesn't work for Radiant, it's gonna be very close to over. They need to win this fight.
The ward down. Zephyr's there. Tim's scouting him. He's got that attack range.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They have the charge through onto Zephyr now. They're going to landing so slow.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Unbelievable! How does it keep on happening? Another charge through onto 2. They lose the Jakiro. Can't keep them fighting anymore. Armel, he doesn't have his BKB anymore. That's a Lincoln. Sprout now, they attempt to turn around, but it will not happen. Barely able to get the relocate out of there. Oh wait, no way!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You are dead.
Wow.
Dead.
Well, again, the only one that
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See you later, nerds.
He got the 2 charge off. I think the fight could have been different, you know. It's so unlucky that he got dashed there by the rush.
That was crazy.
My lord gave us
It's not often that Roche is the one that gets the 17%. It's like you take a little bit of your own medicine there. Oh.
It's so sad, you know. Sometimes if
Radiant's
calm,
middle
you think
tower
you're
is
calm,
under
you know,
attack.
and then the game tilts you. It's not the opponent, but the game actually tilts you.
Right. I mean, think about all of the things that went wrong right there for TNC, right? It was a DD rune spawning top for to start taking Roche, and then Roche bashes KP out of a game-winning charge. Like, what? How did that happen?
Just did. Sure did. Deal with it.
Dire's top tower
See if they
is
can
under
make it
attack.
happen.
Yeah, next game.
With no regard for life.
This game is very close to over already for them. I mean, it's just based on the lineup, you know. If your lineup on Radiant reaches this point of the game, you don't have an advantage, you're probably gonna lose the game.
It's so tough. Really, really difficult for the side of TNC now to make it back up after this. Particularly if we start seeing Raven going off. Like, Raven already has the Satanic Heat up and then the Rapier. Like, he knows where he wants to go. hypothetically, if at the point Raven gets the rapier, he like feeds his life away or something, you know, then there's a chance. But that's tough.
She doesn't even need the rapier to win this game. She just needs normal items. But I guess, you know, confident, why not?
Bottom, Tim's.
You know what's the funny thing? Like, if after they lose this game, and then the next game they just try to outgreed defense.
Yeah, that would be nuts.
That would be funny.
Well, it's like, because it's totally an interesting scenario too, because it's like you said, they're trying to play this very, very fast tempo lineup and answer to the greed, and then they're running into issues.
There's only one answer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, they're gonna come into this game and buy 5 Midases.
No, it'll be so
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, because
Radiant's
it'd be
bottom
one of those
tower
instances
is under
where you so
attack.
clearly know what the teams
Radiant
are thinking.
structures
As it's
are
happening.
fortified.
March relocates in for the bounty run. You love to see it. Gets out afterwards, but up top, KP after the charge is doing the Yules. Can he manage to escape? Bulldoze comes out. And
The seeds of fortune.
oh no.
Monster kill.
They find another kill. Jeez.
Doom KP equals win game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Tier
middle
1
tower
mid
has
is
fallen.
going to fall, and GEEK continuing to stand tall here and just dominate the pace of the game. And this is the point where it feels real rough playing against the Veno too. Starts dropping wards like inside your jungle, stealing farm from you. Ugh.
I'm glad we're on the same page as Venom.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, but the thing is, like,
Radiant
structures
structures
Venom
are
is a fun
fortified.
hero to play.
Totally.
It's fun annoying your opponents. It's not fun to play against.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Totally not. I've been seeing also
Radiant's
this
top
Lincoln
tower
that Quap
has
picked
fallen.
up has been pretty nice. Like, they keep on popping it with the Spirit Breaker, trying to find Carl all around the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gabby. Chasing down March now. This guy has a big old sword. He gets stunned and gets demolished. They didn't stand a chance. He's continuing to chase. Carl's there on top of him. One by one by one.
Radiant's middle
Gabby
tower is
and
under
are gonna
attack.
try and bring him down, but he does manage to get the BKB off, which keeps him alive. He just really doesn't have the damage.
I mean, you can see like
Radiant's
Shakira
middle
doesn't
tower
really do
has
much,
fallen.
you know, when the game is like this. Like,
Radiant
if
structures
they have
are
another
fortified.
setup hero on a possible.
Dire's structures are
It would
fortified.
have made the game a lot more less all in.
See you later, nerds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If you don't make this work in a
Radiant's
game,
middle tower
you're gonna
is
lose.
under attack. Radiant's middle
I
tower
mean, all
has
you can do
fallen.
is just throw a macro pyre to try and kill waves. It's like, it's nothing.
Radiant's middle
Best
tower
of three,
has
you're
fallen.
allowed to lose one game. If you want to try something, it's best to try it in the first game.
Radiant's middle barracks
Absolutely.
has fallen.
Try out something new,
Dire's
see if it's
bottom
true.
tower
Because that's
is under
another thing,
attack.
right? Let's imagine that TNC was able to just completely steamroll this. Suddenly,
Dire's
they're the
bottom
ones that are in
tower
like
has
great
fallen.
position not to win
If
this
they would
game, but
have
next
won, if they would have won with this game, I think it would be 2-0 easily.
Yeah.
Because if you can win like this, then if they play a normal game, you will have too much of a
Dire's
morale
bottom tower
advantage to
is under
play the game.
attack.
right?
I mean, I feel like this game doesn't really affect
Dire
their
are
mindset
scanning.
too much because they're trying something out, you know. And they just tend to revert the previous games.
So much more though. They have they throw the doom instead on the Nation Prophet this time. Boy, KP gets brought down. Jin tries to down. There's so much damage. They buy back on KP actually. Flightmon, he's charged. They're coming back in with KP afterwards. Buying back with the Nation Prophet. Everybody's trying to get in on this fight, and it's looking a little bit better for TNC, but with the buybacks coming, it looks like the secondary chase down is going to be there as well. Armel, Mayday! Triple kill! Zimmer's also in trouble. Cuckoo ball back from this one. Gabby, can he live? He is going to die, and Carl takes a lot of damage there.
See you later,
And
nerds.
then the blink out. And the damage over time. What
just happened?
Unreal.
Doom needs to be banned against them.
Yeah.
They're prioritizing this hero a lot, and they understand how to play the hero. You know, like if they want to give them this hero, they have to come up with a very good answer to him. You know, you need to shut him down in the lane. But I think we've seen also, was it from them
Radiant's
that they did
top tower is under attack.
Or maybe it was TNC that actually did it. Because I feel like if you early pick this Doom, right, and he gets countered too much, and you feel he's gonna have a shitty game, just put him on a support.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a really good answer, even if he does get countered out super hard, because he's just so versatile.
I mean, what really counters him is just the lane, you know? Maybe you can school him in the lane. You pick supports like Wish Soccer that can own him in the lane. But in the game, how do you exactly counter him? Like Illusion Heroes, I think the best bet is Illusion Heroes, because then he has a hard time figuring out what to do. Like Naga, PL.
Wasn't it the other day we saw the Wraith King get picked up as well as a potential answer to it?
Yeah, I think you realize it was FNATIC picking the Wraith King.
Right.
I don't feel like it's like a big counter to him, you know? Like, yeah, sure, you know, he doesn't have to doom you first.
The other thing about that was the one game the TNC won was when they picked the Wraith King in an answer to the Doom. So kind of showing that's just not a hero right now that's actually that great.
Yeah, because Wraith King, I feel like he doesn't feel like that strong in this match. Because he's greedy, right? But he doesn't skill as well as like a lot of the traditional carries, you know? Like the heroes that are popular as carries right now, all the hard carries there. Gyrocopter IO is back too. I'm not sure how strong is Razor, but since the last patch, he feels strong.
Yeah, I think I was talking to Trent about it a while ago, and he was saying that he liked Razor as an answer to like a lot of stacking heroes because you can like invade their stacks and try and steal them away and things like that. So I kind of thought that was going to be their goal with the Razor pick, but then they just kind of went like, all right, let's just run at them.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
He's an idea, you know, when you pick this hero, he's an anti-carry. He counters most carries because of how static link works. Yeah. But at the same time, if you don't get it, he doesn't have a lot of damage if he doesn't have static link.
Right.
That's why you tend to play him in a faster paced game, you know. You don't want the game to drag too long for you. That's why I see this pick as an idea about how they want to play. It's not just about the counter, you know. It's about the idea that how they wanted to approach the game.
I guess the other thing too is
Radiant's
like
courier has
TNC,
been killed.
you know, they open up with a couple heroes, then they pick the IO. It's pretty clear they want to take the gyro, even to sneak that one away. Maybe it's also a signal like, hey, we can play Gyrocopter without the IO, you know? You kind of have to.
But you can't play IO without gyro.
Yeah, we saw what happened here. March keeps on being the only one left alive at the fight, which is like the exact opposite of what the hero wants. It feels real rough for him. Whitemon steps forward, conserving that ice path, not wanting to use it, and have it gone up there. Thinking about a chase down. Quap has freaking Shivas and an AC 46 armor on the Queen of Pain. What? That is insane. It is a tough one here. An Aditi rune again gonna get popped by Raven. They're getting ready to run in. They want to battle. Who are they gonna find? Gabby? Oh, DD on DD. I don't know what happens. Instantly, effortlessly, and very soon, probably the rest of the game as well. Armel trying to get out of there, but the damage. Triple kill for Raven. Holy moly!
What just happened?
As the saying goes.
It's okay. They just need to play game 2. Play their normal play the style that they've been playing the last couple of series.
Well, Geek fam just gonna walk forward and start hitting the tier 4 towers while Carl able to get the solo onto March, and they're feeling like, hey, you know what? If we are gonna be playing all day today, potentially playing in the grand finals, let's try and clean up
Radiant's
game
middle
number 1 as
tower
quickly
is under
as
attack.
possible.
I mean, you could tell they're not calling GG at the top of the stuff.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's
but
middle
they
tower
will
has
just
fallen.
settle for the ancient. It looks like.
Radiant's ancient is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See you later, nerds.
In game number 1.
Can't wait for game 2.
Explosive.
And you as a
Dire team,
Seen like what in your not in your dream.
choose your hero.
Mikoto also played the Venom mid, but TNC Predator. Spirit Breaker, I like this.
Yeah,
I love
this
it.
is one of the heroes that really totally ignores the Venomancer. It doesn't matter how slow he can be. When you get the charge up, bulldoze up, you'll always be faster.
Yeah.
And this is one good way of getting to the Venomancer as well.
Getting to the gyro as well.
He can be when you get the charge up, bulldoze up, you'll always be faster.
Yeah.
And this is one good way of getting to the Venomancer as well.
Getting to the gyro as well.
The chase on this in this draft is absolutely real. They've got so much movement speed. How do you even get away from this?
You have to drag this to the late game for GEEK side.
Yeah, you gotta drag this. You have the gyro. Gyro is the insurance. Raven with Divine Rapier. We've seen that happen.
Predictions.
I like TNC's draft. I think this Razor and Spirit Breaker. If TNC's biggest problem is the 25 to 30 minute mark, but the execution thus far has been almost near flawless. I kind of like how they are going in this direction. GEEK fan want to play slow. TNC will just run at them.
All right.
And the duration for this entire playoff, the games have always been going to 45 minutes or 60 or 50 minutes. So I do. Yeah, you can also flex it, right? You can always put either the Venomancer or the Quap against the Razor.
Yeah.
You'll always be able to come out with a pretty favorable matchup for yourself.
Chase on this in this draft is
Choose your
absolutely
hero.
real. They've got so much movement speed. How do you even get away from this?
You have to drag this to the late game for GEEK side.
Yeah, you gotta drag this. You have the gyro. Gyro is the insurance. Raven with Divine Rapier. We've seen that happen.
Predictions.
I like TNC's draft. I think this Razor and Spirit Breaker. If TNC's biggest problem is the 25 to 30 minute mark, but the execution thus far has been almost near flawless. I kind of like how they are going in this direction. GEEK fan want to play slow. TNC will just run at them.
All right.
And the duration for this entire playoff, the games have always been going to 45 minutes or 60 or 50 minutes. So I do think
And we're into it with the inaugural pause that we always get right at the start, and you love to see. So Winter, you said not many stuns, Spirit Breaker likes it. I am also seeing a kind of a lack of real hard carries on the TNC lineup. Would you agree with that, or do you think that they still could do some stuff?
Razor's not exactly a hard
5 seconds remaining.
Create enough space for the Prophet, the Razor to push the tempo. Didn't really
Dire
happen.
team back.
Didn't happen much enough. I think.
This is the problem with
Predators
the IO
turn to
draft.
ban.
Normally, IO +1 wouldn't give you too much of disable because you want to pair IO with a super carry. So you want to round up your 3 other picks to be
Dire
playing for
team
the
back.
IO +1. But in their draft just now, they are playing for the Bara. Spirit Breaker is the key to set up all the fights, and you have to follow the tempo of the Bara. And if you fail to do that, there's just no coming back. I think this is one of the things that TNC want to look
Predators
into.
turn
If you
to
are going
ban.
to pick IO once again, you want to be playing for the IO.
Yeah, they might fall back to their Mars Phoenix. We've seen that a couple of times. They also like the Winter Wyvern. I feel like Jakiro is okay. The TNC is really comfortable with the Jakiro and Ogre. It's just
10
how they
seconds remaining.
it's just that how much they want to fall back to their original style, and I think that has been the key for them
5
to winning the
seconds
games.
remaining.
And the key for us commoners to win our game is to have
Dire
a good
team
laptop. So may I present to you the brand new Omen 15, powerful in all the right places. Of course, it is your thin and light gaming experience all packed in one with an all new metal chasing design.
And of course, if you want to have a partner as good as the IO to make you feel like a super carry, we have one perfect
10
for you.
seconds
The 2Me
remaining.
backpack. And they are now
TNC
giving away 2
Predators
free
turn-
backpacks today. So make sure you sign yourself up at 2me.com/esport and stand a chance to win this super support.
It does kind of look like IO actually, right?
It does, right? The color.
I'm gonna miss this after today. It's
not
my
gonna be
last
able to-
day holding. Yeah,
Well, I mean, it's confirmed that's not yours, right?
I have no idea.
I'm secretly hoping
seconds
I'll get
remaining.
one
I'm
too.
secretly hoping I'll get one as well.
Wing, wing.
I know you don't want it, so
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know what to say, guys.
I'm keeping this.
I mean, even if I get this, I wouldn't be too sad too.
We've been dropping hints for the past few days.
Wing, wing.
Dire
Hopefully it gets
team
out
pick.
there.
We'll see. We'll find out after this broadcast. And not just the backpacks, folks. Don't forget, we're also doing a giveaway for our Logitech
TNC
G
Predators
Gaming mice.
turn-
Make sure you do enter. It is free. Just make sure you head on over to the link in the banner below, fill in the survey, and you'll be in the running to win a lovely Logitech mouse.
Yep, and of course, other than that, if you want to bring the One Esports experience back home, we have the One Esports merchandise. So do drop by their online
10
store at
seconds remaining.
shop.oneesports.gg. Check out all their apparels. They recently came out with a new line of
5
t-shirts, so you
seconds
definitely
remaining.
want to take a look at that as well. And whenever you make a purchase, do remember to use the code CDOTA10 for some discount.
Right, gentlemen, game 2 is almost ready.
Dire
Do you
team
think we're
back.
going to go to a game 3?
I speak
hope so.
for the trees.
I'm like Winter, I always want a game 3.
I mean, looking at the statistic, I would say we have a probably close to 99.99% we get a 2-1. It all depends on if TNC erase the Doom out of GEEK pool.
TNC
either they take it or
Predators
either they
turn
ban
to
it.
Let's
ban.
find out. The draft
Dire
is ready,
team
folks.
back.
Let's jump into game 2. And already we've got the Ogre Doom on the field for GEEK Fam.
I'm surprised that TNC Predator didn't even consider the Doom at all. So
Are you surprised that they went back for this Nature's Prophet? Because they've been very dead set on taking this during the first
it's
phase.
gonna be an
Yeah,
odd.
it feels weird actually because
10
Nature's
seconds
Prophet
remaining.
core is a very strong hero when it was during the group
5
stage.
seconds
But when it comes to
remaining.
the playoff, this hero doesn't see too much of light, at least at winning games. So I have to be a bit skeptical about this pick, but I do like the Tiny pick. I think this hero really fits this meta. But I really want to see Tiny on the 4, but not the mid, because most of the time Tiny mid just falls off so quickly and doesn't get much net worth to play with when it comes to the mid game.
Yeah, I think right now TNC probably considering. I don't know if they want to consider this Gabby Prophet though, because Armel was the one who played the Prophet in the previous game. I had no issue with that. I think his Prophet was decent. Other than that one fight where he decided to go Rambo, that was pretty questionable. But other than that, if you are Gabby right now, you want a super
TNC
carry, right?
Predators
Despite the fact
turn
that
to
there's no
ban.
IO right now, that GEEK Fam taken out, took that out with a show of respect. I think TNC Predator might want to consider falling back, to the TB, to the Faceless Void. These are all hyper carries that TNC really loves. They also have the Gyro, which has been proven to work even without the
10
IO.
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Gyro did get buffed recently so that he doesn't have to function with the
5
IO nowadays.
seconds
He can
remaining.
function as his own independent hero.
Yeah, but
Do you think we could see some variation with the Gyro? He's always played as carry. He used to be played as a
Dire
support. Do you
team
feel like
back.
it's somewhere along the lines we might even see Gyro come back as a support?
no, I highly doubt so.
No.
I feel like
I would
any-
love to, but I highly doubt so.
Yeah, it depends on your support whether you can play such a flexible hero or not. But I do know that Zephyr is versatile enough to do that. Maybe some sometime along the line we'll see something like that, but maybe not this tournament. Especially they are all facing elimination now.
Yeah, I think if you are playing Gyro right now, even without the IO, you need some kind of enabler, right? In the previous game for GEEK Fam, it was White Moss Ogre, but TNC Predator, they don't have the Ogre, they don't have the IO. If you want the Gyro, I don't think there's much heroes that can pair with him. Maybe the Beastmaster, that's the only one I can think of, or maybe the Venge. But if you pick a Venge, you want someone who is stronger than a Gyro, like a Terrorblade or a Drow Ranger, or even a Luna or Medusa.
We have been talking about super carry, and I really love this opening from GEEK Fam because Doom is a hero that can anti-carry.
TNC Predators turn to
And Gorgon Magi is another hero that can buff up your carry.
Oh, yeah.
So at this point, you have something to be limiting your enemy's carry and something to totally enable your carry. That's the beautiful part of these two openings from GEEK Fam.
So how do you sort of deal with the anti-carry then? You just have multiple
10
cores.
seconds remaining.
You need. I think you need to go for some kind of lineup like tri-core versus
5
GEEK Fam right now.
seconds remaining.
Otherwise, if you are only having one core, you will make the Doom's job so much easier.
Yeah, and I think in the previous game, it wasn't even about Gabby, it was about KP. So every time KP gets Doom, TNC Predator just loses all sorts of control that they want to have onto GEEK Fam. So GEEK Fam with the TP ban, again another smart ban. In the previous game, they actually didn't. They banned the TB last phase, but this time they figured out that TNC is going to take TB regardless. So if you're TNC right now, you're already looking at alternatives. Someone who can hard carry the game, but also alleviate the burden of this single core lineup.
Well, let's see what that's going to be. We're still waiting for that last ban there for TNC. Is there anything in the pool that you feel quite surprised is still through?
Maybe not too much. I think TNC can consider the Ursa if they want.
I think Ursa has not had a really good win rate at the playoffs though.
Not at all.
Not early on.
I'm more surprised that the Gyrocopter is let through, even though there's no IO, but GEEK Fam, they can still run the Ogre Magi plus Gyro lineup.
Oh yeah.
It's also another form of steroids for the
5
Gyro
seconds
too, for me to totally take this game. And look at the pool now, there's not a lot of super carry left. And Team Spectre Troll, they're all out.
Yep.
Would they go for the Venge Medusa?
Yeah, it feels very possible right now. The Treant was bad in game 1, but led through by TNC in this game. So GEEK Fam easily gonna get their hands on the famous Zephyr Treant. He's the only Treant protector that builds into the Veils of Discord, but we've seen how effective that is when your teammate does or deals magic damage to the Ogre Magi and Doom. But right now, TNC Predator, we expected this Venge pick.
5
it's
seconds
all up to them
remaining.
who they want to pair this Venge with. No TB, there's Drow, Luna, Medusa. These are the trees that you can instantly think of from the top of your head. A Venge Nature's Prophet is also decent as well, but I think they kind of need a bit more than that. They still don't have much lockdown. It's only in the tiny.
Yeah, right now seeing the Treant pick, you have to expect a potential tri-lane coming out from GEEK Fam. We have seen this from yesterday. You really want to utilize this tri-lane and protect your carry. And we have seen how much Raven can do given him good resources.
Yeah. So TNC in the last game they had this Razor in the 4th pick, but you cannot have that Razor. I think someone who can play as fast as this Nature's Prophet, or at least use the help of this Nature's Prophet to when he teleports, you kind of set up for a kill. Range hero is definitely preferable because you have the Venge, but if they plan to prioritize this Nature's Prophet as a Gabby hero, then it's fine to go for Venomancer. But it seems like Venomancer will be the choice for TNC.
Yeah, it's a KP hero. Venomancer is always good against heroes that don't have a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
And that is the thing that GEEK Fam lacks a lot right now. Ogre, Treant, they move super slow, and the Doom really relies on his Blink Dagger to move around. So the Plague Wall is going to come in handy this game for TNC's draft. I do like that, it's just that TNC is lacking a lot on the front liner. They don't have anyone to absorb the Doom, and GEEK Fam is going to go for the PL. And look at TNC.
They've got no wave clear.
No, not at all.
This is going to be hard on the Nature's Prophet, right? We saw the only way, or the most common item build for Nature's Prophet to deal with the PL. You go for the Maelstrom straight into a Mjolnir, and you use that lightning shoot to destroy all the illusions. But aside of that, they don't have much reliable way. Maybe the tiny avalanche toss combo.
TNC
So
Predator
TNC is probably looking at someone to frontline, right? Instant ban on the DK. They know that GEEK Fam is the only team that still runs that DK on either Kuku or Carl, so they don't want that. I like their ban, but Geek Fam, they're also solving the problem. They banned out the Lash.
Yeah, Lash is a classic combo in Southeast Asia. A lot of teams love to run that Lash against the PL. Clear his illusions, you push the game early, and PL can't contest in these fights at all.
Yeah, I truly think TNC needs another winning condition right now. They don't want to be putting all their eggs into the Nature's Prophet basket, because we have all seen this before. Nature's Prophet TPing into the team fight and just get doomed. And all his net worth is gone.
I'm wondering what happened in that situation, because we were trying to justify the TP in off stage. We're thinking, okay, why would you complete that kind of TP?
Sometimes it just happens.
Yeah. Maybe you forgot to press the stop button.
That is the only thing I can say. You know, sometimes
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of things happen.
A lot of things happen. It caught everyone off guard.
5
Pretty sure
seconds remaining.
Armel was caught off guard himself. I don't know, Geek Fam was happy with that. You know, they got the win. It's not a decisive fight, but it definitely gave them the lead in that game 1.
TNC with the Venomancer pick, I think this incentivized Geek Fam to even go for a try lane more, because once you shut down the Venomancer on lane, this guy has to be forced back into the jungle to recover, and that will give a lot of free time for Geek Fam Zero to skill. They have PL, they have Doom, the ability to skill is so much better than TNC's right now. If this game goes stagnant, Geek Fam will be super happy.
Yeah. If it was not a PL, I would have probably suggested a clean pick for TNC.
But then you're going back to this kind of single core, because
5 seconds
Prophet
remaining.
by himself, like if the Clinks is doomed, Prophet can't carry this game by himself.
TNC
Predators. But I think it gives a bit more variation. But Geek Fam with the Sand King to close this out. Now you have lanes that can act. Sand King is generally going to do fine in his lane while he's facing against a ranged matchup, but I think he's going to be fine either way.
Right.
Yeah, Geek Fam knowing TNC, only choice they have is to go really fast.
10 seconds remaining.
They are obviously lacking of a tower defender right now, so Sand King not only fulfills the
5
role of
seconds
team
remaining.
fight, it also gives you a lot of tower defense with a Sandstorm. And right now you have 3 heroes, 3 cores that can really skill into the late game.
Yeah.
And look at TNC, they have only the Nature's Prophet,
Okay,
really.
gentlemen.
That's a mid doom. That's a card.
Is this a Medusa time? No,
Alchemist
it's not Alchemist time.
I mean, a lot
Now
of teams have
select
fallen
your
back to the
heroes.
Alchemist.
Yeah,
Alright, you got to go for that gotcha pick. But the thing is, do you think Geek Fam actually expected it? Because they let this hero through.
Yeah,
We've seen it a lot.
They definitely did. I think there are more priority bans that you need to take out, right? Like Lash, Kunkka, these heroes are more important compared to the Alchemist, because we all know Alchemist, you hit your timings fast. You want to get like an insurmountable net worth, and then you just carry the game. But inevitably at one point, Alchemist is gonna fall off.
However, TNC really have a strong draft. They have this amazing 20-minute mark timing, but it all comes down to execution again. And Geek Fam, if they manage to pull this off, if they manage to survive the 20 to 25 minutes, they are going to win the late game.
Yeah.
Okay, so the big question, do you believe in the Alchemist, or
10
do you think
seconds
the PL
remaining.
will carry this through?
Well, statistically showing, Alchemist
5
does have the
seconds
100%
remaining.
win rate so far, especially with the last pick. So give me a lot of reason to go with TNC, especially all the lower bracket games have gone to 2-1. So I'll go with TNC.
I'm gonna jump ship. He abandoned the family. That means that I'm in. I'm joining Geek Fam.
Alright, looks like the panel is tied with their predictions. It's time to find out though if we will get a game 3, if we're gonna tie the series up, or will it be a 2-0? Lyrical and Winter, take it away for game 2.
Yes, thank you so much, Dana Lee, and the wonderful panel that you got with you as well. We are here, game number 2 in the lower bracket finals. TNC backs up against their wall, but they've been here before, and Geek Fam looking to try and 2-0 them. Winter, do you think the Alk pick is enough to overcome the Phantom Lancer, Menace, Monstrosity himself?
Yeah, Elk is pretty good against PL. In the previous patch, you used to have like a better timing against PL. Now I'm not so sure. You still farm faster than a PL, but because the entire game is slower, so I think it actually still benefits the PL.
That's going to be an interesting thing to watch for indeed as we get ready to go into this game number 2. See what happens if TNC can overcome, or if Geek Fam's going to
see you later, nerds.
Prepare for battle.
And we are now into the match indeed, and seeing KP show off his fancy moves, playing on the position 3 Vengeful Spirit. So another one of those interesting little switch-ups.
Just see you later, nerds.
Also mean that we're more than likely going to have March actually getting farm playing a Venomancer. I don't know if I've ever seen March play Veno before. This is bizarre.
I mean, he's played a Pos 5 Enigma. You think the man can't greed? I mean, this game, I think the reason behind this move is because they don't want the Veno against the PL. Because the lane is very, very hard. They are trying to avoid that lane. That's why they want the bench call against the PL.
That is what you sound like.
Well, this kind of makes sense.
30 seconds
it's one
to
of those
battle.
weird things as well where, I mean, we actually have to hold that thought because it looks like there's a lot of heroes down bottom.
Elk game, fight for the runes till you die.
Every single time. And Zephyr over to the side here already has that Nature's Grass queued up. Oh my gosh, Tim's gonna toss March in. Dude, he's thinking about it. Just toss him in there to get that rune. I believe in you. No, they're just gonna walk in instead.
The battle begins.
Contest for it. Cuckoo, they throw out the Nature's Grass, but quick fingers, Cuckoo gets it. Geek fam. Look like they're gonna be able to pick up at least 2 of them there. So looks like Alk will only end up with 2.
They're running an aggressive lane. What's going on? Oh no, PL is gonna TP back top. Sand King has Sandstorm at level 1. Not so good in a tri lane. I mean, you gotta have stun. Okay, never mind.
That's fine. So I just checked real quickly. The last time that March played Veno in a competitive match was 2014, I think. So it's been a little while. 6 years, you know, since the last time we played it. No big problem at all. But hero hasn't changed that much. I'm sure it's fine. Oh wow, and actually 2019 February was the last time they played it in a pub. Jeez.
Oh, detective game.
I'm on the case.
We're
Ready
here
to
to
let you
say
guys know what's happening. So yeah, Cuckoo gonna have that Sandstorm at level 1. They're gonna toss the tree back, and Zephyr's gonna take a bit of a beating as he heads off the other direction, and all those treants nearby him getting hit by his own kind.
Isn't he like the father?
Yeah. It's a very on-theme lane down here, you know? Nature's Prophet, Treant, they're all around.
I think you need a monkey on top of them.
There you go. Monkey King. So, you know, it's interesting because when we ended the last game, we talked about these ideas of greed and stuff. One thing we didn't mention too much was the fact that it was Cuckoo playing mid last time on the Doom. And now they're giving Carl a chance to play on this hero as well. I was wondering if they were going to, like, do the old switcheroo, but I guess that, you know, Cuckoo being the Sand King player and all. It's a bit of a switch up.
I think Carl shouldn't play the side lane. Like if it's an official game. I don't think he's that comfortable yet. It's gonna take some time before you can just rotate around. Really, everyone is aware, like, I mean, Cuckoo used to be a mid player, right? So probably it's he doesn't feel the need that he needs to practice mid again, because he just needs to play some games and he'll be okay. But for someone that has never played off lane before, it's a huge challenge, you know, if you have to just swap lanes like this.
It's true. It's an incredibly difficult thing to do, just all of the time, particularly coming from mid to that other role. But I guess Cuckoo's just sort of been that very versatile player forever. I mean, you know, playing position 5 for a while as well. As Tim's is going to take a bit of a beating back from Zephyr. There's not really any great way for Cuckoo to get involved, and Tim's might be in trouble, but they, well, aren't going to be able to bring
Radiant's
him down
bottom
time.
tower
Instead,
is
it's
under
Armel
attack.
that's beating down Zephyr. One more punch from the trio was almost enough, but they couldn't quite get there as he did pop the Fairy Fire afterwards. Now Cuckoo scuttling away on his Sand King.
Yeah, because he doesn't have stun. I think right now it's very important that you get Caustic for the lane. You have Barrow Strike and Caustic for the lane. And then level 3 to 5, you can get your Sandstorm. It's stronger that way. But maybe he feels like he needs the Sandstorm to deal with, because he took the Sandstorm during the Mountain Scuffle.
Right.
And he feels like he needs it to deal with the Treants. But I feel like 1 point Caustic and 1 point stun is also a pretty good way of dealing with it.
See you later,
Let's see what does he
nerds.
go for, because I don't think you need more points in the Caustic right now. 1 point is suffice.
Now, one thing we did also see is Cuckoo's going to get surrounded a little bit down bottom here. Carl in the mid lane was able to find the Harpy Stormcrafter, and he's got the Chain Lightning that he's kind of been spamming consistently on the Gabby right now. An 18-10 versus the 13-8 from Gabby. It's a really huge amount of nuke damage for not that much
Dire's
mana
structures
cost.
are fortified.
He's not a hero that has a lot of mana initially, but as he needs to. Is he actually dead? Alright, nice. How about it? Alright, that's a rune, but none of his heroes care for the power rune.
First blood.
They're gonna be able to find a quick kill on a KP. So a lot of sort of scuffles going on around the map, but that first blood gonna be claimed now by Mr. Raven.
Very, very nice for the PL to get a head start this game. I would say that he's still the strongest hero, the strongest core in this game. Elk is just trying to outpace him, or as a matter of fact, maybe buy ags for his team at some point. They do have some nice ags. The bench, the Dino.
Look out for
Not sure about the tiny ags if you are support. Maybe if you have a lot of items, sure.
warriors of the wood.
Elk wants some money.
Armel tried to come to contest it, but wasn't able to have it. So it's still just going to end up being a trade-off there. And Whitemon actually able to move back and sneak one of them away as well. So Alk, I think, only ends with one bounty rune.
He's gonna kill himself. Buy boots. Buy boots. Does he really have boots? Oh, you don't lose that much money? Okay.
I think he hasn't gotten any CS yet, so it's all reliable gold.
He did move the last game too. He went in here and he placed a ward. He's doing this every game. He's very conscious about getting the runes and placing wards. And mid lane, here comes the catapult wave and here comes the gank.
Can he get tossed back underneath tower? And can he throw a little bit of trouble? No, the damage comes through. They do manage to kill the Tim though instead. And now the Gale lands on a Carl, but Gabby can't really do that much more. March is going to try and see if he can make something happen. But with Devour working and a Mango in hand and Fairy Fire as well, Carl will not be brought down.
Right there. Catapult wave, both supports are responding towards it. One of them dying, but Doom is again having 3 points in a row. So gonna scale really well, and top lane PL kills the bench once again. It is not good news, man. This is very, very bad news for TNC. This PL is getting so much out of the lane.
Yeah, it's a terrifying proposition. I mean, granted, they do have the Nature's Prophet down bottom, who's going to get aggro here onto Cuckoo, and does have a chance for a right-click finish. Punch comes through, and they get him. But Nature's Prophet is not Phantom Lancer. Hail is very spooky.
So he's gonna need maybe a Mjolnir. He's gonna need he's gonna need a lot of items to deal with the PL, and hopefully the Radiance on Elk too. The other heroes are pretty bad at doing the PL.
Yet again, TP on cooldown, and KP goes down. Whitemon starting to get burned. With Armel rotating in, they might be able to do something more. Raven, it's going to eat through a lot of those trance damage, but it does look like Armel is eventually going to be able to be shuttered away as Zephyr is trying to buy a little bit of space. The sprout, the punch, and the kill. And now Raven trying to kill Armel. Can he get it? One more punch is all he needs, but it won't be there.
Good
now Marth is getting faced around, but Tim's making the move. Avalanche trying to find the toss afterwards, and will get it with the punch. Not quite enough. Needs to be able to pick the right one, and he does find it. Can't dive under tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Away.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, you
is
can see
under
the
attack.
power. Nature's Prophet plus tiny rotations and the Reno. They are very, very strong at the early game.
Radiant
Big
structures
lineup
are
is again,
fortified.
they have more scaling potential. They are playing to defend their towers with the Sand King and the Treant, and the Radiant is playing to attack the towers. But at the same time, they have this L, you know. The last time when they had this route, they don't really have like any late game security. This time they have the L.
Right. And that's something that will definitely be able to set them apart, potentially. I mean, again, it's still a question of like if PL gets huge, it's still going to be hard, but it's something at least. It's not a razor.
It's definitely not a race.
Yeah. Trian just scouting out Gabby's movements. Ooh, could have stolen the shovel, but Alk is going to be able to pick that up. That's like the dream Alk thing, but he runs into Carl. And
See you later,
able to
nerds.
dodge away from the avalanche. I was wondering if he was going to turn around for the
Radiant's
Doom there
top
with the clap
tower is under
afterwards,
attack.
but with the ulti already going on Gabby, it's a little bit of a dangerous proposition. Instead, they're going to find Carl yet again. Zephyr trying to turn this fight now onto Tim's. Secondary toss back the other direction.
Dire's middle
and Carl
tower is under
gonna
attack.
have to retreat yet again.
Radiant's
but
bottom
KP,
tower
he has the
is under
sight.
attack.
Why they have level 6 Armel? They do rotation over and they punish Carl. Not anticipating
Radiant's
the quick
courier has
movement
been
in from
killed.
Armel.
Where's the
Dire's
bench even here? The
structures
Venom's
are
flying top.
fortified.
The bench is rotating.
Dire's middle tower is under
This
attack.
is what I like about KP.
Radiant's
He
top
understands
tower
when he
is
needs
under
to be a
attack.
support, when his actual supports are being core heroes.
Right. It's a big play.
Yeah,
They get
got the
Zephyr
Doom.
yet again. Zephyr!
Wow.
Just goes down. Gabby gets the kill.
Dire's middle tower
sticking
is under
around.
attack.
Thank you for the money.
Radiant's
money,
bottom
money,
tower
money for
is
the
under
elk.
attack.
10 runes. Let's see if Dire can once again claim 3 runes. KP is going to be the rune stealer this time.
Yeah. And he is going to be in position, it looks like. So a trade-off.
Sanking.
Cuckoo. Not gonna get there. So it's again 2 for 2.
2 for 2 is great for elk.
Yeah.
Double damage!
Where's the trusty shovel? Who's got that one right now?
I have it.
You have the trusty shovel.
I need to dig up some points, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
Dire's top
I
tower
still don't
is
know what
under
that's all
attack.
about, if I'm gonna be honest. But it's okay, I don't need to. So Armel,
If you come to Malaysia, you will know.
okay, next time I'm over there. It's gonna be a while. I don't know if you heard, but there's this stuff going on all around the world right now. It's gonna make it hard to travel.
When you heard Malaysia is one of the safest places.
So much the US. Well, Armel is going to get chased on down here, Raven. They do have Fire Blast available, but they won't quite be able to get into range there on the Nature's Prophet.
Radiant's top tower is under
They're gonna pop
attack.
it now. Wrath of Nature, TP coming in from Tim's. Looking for an opening, but there is no chance.
Hey, the Trian has no points in armor. Okay, I thought he's the power fan. No.
Ooh.
Radiant's bottom
Doing
tower
damage
is under
dealing
attack.
Trian. So what? Veil? Still trying to build Veil? Hammer? I've seen this from him. I've seen this from him last time. The top lane here's
Dire's structures are
trying to
fortified.
pressure a tower for some rotation. They almost got the tower, but Radiant is responding. in time
Radiant's
to
bottom
hold it.
tower is under
And
attack.
they're gonna
Radiant's
still
bottom
get the
tower
bottom
is
tier one.
fallen.
Okay. So a trade-off of towers, sort of, at least for bottom there, and they did lose their mid tower on GEEK Fam, which is a pretty big loss. Sort of the power of this March build, 1, 2, 3, just maxing out those wards to take down buildings. And
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is the classic annoying Venomancer.
Sarmel shows up. They find the kill, and Zephyr, he's getting punched. They do have another wave of terror soon, but it looks like he is going to be able to get out of there. Although they have a swap, so has to be careful about his movement. Man,
They
KP's
just-
build is so cool.
They just need to defend their towers. You don't like the Wave Band? Yeah, it's strong.
No,
If
they
you-
look really cool.
A lot of people are doing this in pubs. You get 2 or 3 Wave Bands with the threads, so you farm and you fight very well. Some games you max the aura, some games you don't, depending on what heroes you have. If you have a lot more strength heroes, I think it's good to max the aura.
Right.
On top of that, range heroes are fine too. You can abuse the attack range. But I think some games you would see players max their Wave of Terror or the stun. So there are definitely a lot of ways for you to play the hero, and they're gonna smoke to bot lane, trying to clear out their jungle. They don't see anyone.
Radiant's
Looks like
middle
something's
tower
going on.
is under
They should
attack.
know something's going on right now because they don't see anyone bottom.
Gabby's gonna head back underneath that ward again. That's where they saw him at the beginning, and his ulti was just where he was to get in range. They got him in time. Now Carl
Radiant's
diving
middle
back
tower
into
is
tier
under
3 tower
attack.
10s, tosses Waymon over. March is running away, able to get out of there for the moment. Now the rotation is coming from the rest of TNC, trying to make up for what they lost before Doom comes out. Swap pulls him in a little bit closer, and Armel is just a monster through this. But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trading 3 for 2. Avenge Illusion still trying to scout things out. Tim's be able to catch up.
That is what you
Dire's
sound
See you later,
top tower is
nerds.
under
All that
attack.
matters right now for them. And Diffuser's online for the Phantom Lancer. Time to fight.
Alk is just about to finish right now. His Radiance is
He would have the Radiance if they didn't get him there.
yeah.
That was a big kill.
Oh, bounty rune for KP. Able to get a little lucky with the shovel.
You say bounty room for KP, it's more like bounty room for the elk.
It's true. It's definitely the way it is. And up top, they're trying to again close in on this tower and see if they can take it down.
Swap.
Sandstorm from Tims. He was in this, and Cuckoo somehow gets that burrow strike out. Blinks away afterwards.
He didn't
Dire's
manage to
top
get the
tower
toss
is under
on the Sand
attack.
King. I think he would have been able to kill the tower. After he killed the tower.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, Armel gets it, and they'll just lose KP again. The Venge is life.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So we've seen time and again.
Bounty runes. Bounty runes is life, man. Get your bounty runes.
March trying to get it a little quicker on the takeout, but they do have more wards laid down. Gabby throws the stun. Zephyr making the rotation
Radiant
back on the other way. He's got
structures are
overgrowth available.
fortified.
So they
Radiant's
will
top
be able
tower
to-
is under
The
attack.
dude managed to get the rune bot. Okay. Very nice. So otherwise you would have been 3 rounds.
Radiant's top
Going
tower
for
has fallen.
Halberd.
Do you like the pace of the game so far for TNC? I'm a little worried that Raven's gotten everything that he wanted so far in this game. I've seen this guy solo carry before.
The elk is still gonna be, I think, faster than him. He's gonna, like, I feel like he needs to get a one-on-one fight better. Radiance is good at dealing with PI Radiance. And they get a pick-off on Tims. He was just trying to place, I think he was just trying to place an observer around the bounty rune area to scout their movements, but pace the price.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Nature's
attack.
probably trying to get a trade-off at the bot lane. And Trian is coming to set up. He has overgrowth.
Radiant structures are
Could be a nice
fortified.
pickup there.
Dire's
They can
bottom
manage to find
tower is
Armel.
under attack.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
been
out.
Radiant's middle tower
some
is under
space,
attack.
and the root is there with the Nature's Grasp afterwards. Has the TP, but with the interplay, Cuckoo on top of him. Armel will die back towards mid.
4 heroes.
Yeah.
Is that the hero you want to kill? Not very sure.
Oh, and it's actually the Sand King that goes the Veil instead. He's got it completed.
Trian is getting a dagger. Dagger rush on Trian. Haven't seen that in a long time. It's always either the, nowadays I always see like either Veil or Hammer.
Right. Yeah, and like seeing also the PL go back now for instead the Hooded Defiance. Feeling like it's more important that he can just sort of survive all the magical damage that they've got with Avatos and Magic Missile and Wrath of Nature and Veno and Al. It's just terrifying. So 10-9, but it is that point in the game now where Alchemist is starting to get online. He's got the Sange available. Do you think that they need to try and make moves with this if you're TNC, or are you comfortable just sort of like farming?
No, you can trade. You can trade until I think the next bounty rune and then Elk gets another item. I think once he finishes his Halberd,
See you later,
feels like
nerds.
he's gonna still need like some BKB or Manta or something to remove the Trian ulti to allow him to fight better. Because I feel like this Radiance doesn't really allow him to, and Halberd doesn't really allow him to fight so well yet until he gets one more item. And the PL, I would argue that he fights better than the Elk right now. With the Diffuser Hood, he's stronger.
Okay.
Bob!
It's interesting. It does oftentimes feel like Alk is just this like terrifying monster that's running at you, but I guess that, you know, as his mana's gone, he's just gonna eventually get beaten down to death.
Not entirely about the man. It's just they kill him with the Sand King, and the Trian. So he needs like BKB to be able to run in a fight. Whereas the PL, the way you play PL is like in the team fight, you're just in and out with illusions, right? So you don't need as much items to be effective in the fights because you can always wait till the later portion to come in with your real hero to finish the fight off. That's why it's easier for you to fight. That's why he uses the network better than the Elk.
Got it. That makes sense. I think that this ward was just scouted as well by GEEK fam. So they're going to be able to get the D ward pretty quickly there. March, a little frustrated about it, I'm sure. And he also can use that net worth very effectively. Farming up creeps. That's where he wants to be.
Yeah, Trian has the stone. That's great for him. He's going to need to be rich this game because it's going to be a long game. A long game.
He has the stone? Where is it? Oh, is it coming out as courier right now? Nice. Oh, that's a great one. Stun of a real one. Gale comes through on the 2. KP dead. Illusion still alive. Called. Dropping that dude. But sets the stun the other way. March goes down by right. And now the turn the dude. Ton of trouble tossing away. Trying to keep him alive. He still got his regen going. That's going to be enough to keep him up. Wow, big save there. With all that stuff in the area, Tim's found his man and got him out.
Yeah, he would have died. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? The PL fights better against the L in the clashes right now with this set of items, even though the L is weaker, because he's vulnerable to dying towards the magic damage. But he's good old pal Tiny saving his life.
Really nice.
That's a very, very crucial moment in the game. If the Elk died there, it would have been so huge for the GEEK fam squad.
Didn't Toss used to like pick a random unit?
Yeah, it's still a random unit.
This is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, actually it's not exactly random. It's like, I don't know how to explain it, but you can control which unit you're tossing by positioning your hero.
Right.
A gift from the goddess.
So it's the one towards the left, I think. I'm not exactly sure of the mechanics, but it's something like that. You can try it. You can try it later game. Maybe Tiny Octane would be your thing.
Maybe. I can dream. But, maybe some Tiny Airlines for people. Why not?
You piss me off in your game. Don't you piss me off.
Carl is going to get stunned there. Ignite's starting to go out. March throws the Gale, slows him down. Tim's again going to go for the self-initiation. Stun there on the 2 Gabby. And they are able to kill him 2 instantly. Armel now trying to get the TP out. Do they have anything to break it? No. So they lose the Veno and the Venge, and Roche still very low. I mean, if GEEK fam go and check this, they might be able to take it themselves.
Perfect.
He called it. It's really low. Tim's avalanche up on the high ground. Fire blast. Stun. The toss forward. Armel shows back up. Zapper goes to the overgrowth. Trying to keep him under control. Gabby there. KP dead yet again, as has happened time and again. But they're going to run back into the pit, maybe? With Cuckoo and the rest of them coming in, I think that's off limits. And now GEEK fam have an opportunity to go and finish Roche themselves. Is it a little bit of a bait though? There are a lot of heroes nearby, and well, Carl runs in afterwards. They're trying desperately to come on in and contest this one. They have the trees down. Beautifully played as they are going to control the down. Ages to boot for Raven. Huge play from GEEK fam.
Oh, no, it's a very, very key moment in the game. Like that for GEEK fam. As of right now, they are taking full control of the game. Elk dying, didn't finish his BKB, Bench died back in a fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Magic damage.
Oh no, Carl. From Pog to LOL. No, he's gonna be fine. He's out of there. Carl's been playing really well this game. For how rough it was looking.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just happened.
Raven, godlike. At 21 minutes, he has had a flawless game.
You have Elk on your team and you're behind. That's the worst nightmare for the Elk. I mean, right now the PL is just going to be unstoppable.
Radiant's
Because
bottom tower
they are going
is
to
under
need,
attack.
To weather the storm, they have to wait out this Aegis, continue to get some more items on the L. Like right now, even if he gets his BKB, he needs to get one more item because the timing is already passed.
Dire's top
That's
tower
why I was
is
very
under
worried
attack.
about him buying the halberd. I think he
Radiant's
needed to
bottom
BKB.
tower is under attack.
Because without the BKB, you don't fight against their heroes. You actually can't fight.
Radiant's bottom
Everybody
tower
kind of
has
is
fallen.
liking this new halberd because of the self HP regen and lifesteal amp that you get on it, particularly on Alchemist, which is amazing. But like you said, it doesn't make up for a BKB. And they find him yet again. Marches down Zephyr, able to claim that kill, and now Gabby cannot afford to die again. Caught under control, trying to chase. KP trying to save his life, swamps him out, and throws the stun afterwards. As many bodies as can be claimed. The Burrow strike in, gonna find Armel, play him off. Even though they did end up losing Cuckoo, and then
Radiant's
Armel,
middle tower is under attack.
is going to die, but Gabby at the very least was able to get out. Still though, doesn't have a TP, doesn't have a way to get back.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Let us
Damn, yeah.
skirmish.
With Geek Fan just taking total
Let us
control of the game.
skirmish. That
Then
is
they have
what
one
you
more fight
sound
in them.
like.
TSC has one more fight with the BKB on the L. If that fight doesn't work, I think it's just straight up GG for them. They need to figure out how to smoke, maybe fight under their vision. They have to kill this. I think this Doom and this Trio are just doing a lot in the fights. They have to try and kill him. Even Sankey as well. He's a big deterrent with all the AoE damage that ties the field.
Dude, look at this guy. He just killed him in front of the tier 3 towers.
I mean, this is the downside of how he played the game. He didn't really try to play for himself, but he was rotating earlier, right, to help the L. He was rotating to help the other players. But then after the Roche fight where he had to use his buyback and he died again, I think he completely lost his game. Like he has no more game. But I feel like this game, even though he's a bench, he actually needed to have at least like a pipe or something to help the team. Just one item, because he's completely useless right now.
He's trying to get towards that Vlad's, which, you know, is something at the very least, and gives people some life steal when they're gonna be doomed. Out does have that BKB like you're talking about, queuing up the AC afterwards. Does anybody have a pipe actually? No, nobody has anything. This is just really, really hard to play the game right now.
Doom has a pipe.
Other team, I meant for TNC.
I know.
Pipe for TNC.
I know.
Okay, got it. You're trying to mess with me, Winter. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Can you not use the word try? I'm literally messing with you. I wasn't even trying.
It's fair. It's fair enough. Well, you know, this is one of those things that happens. You know, you look like you're prepping for this game, and Geek Fam just feel to have a really good read on how to play this patch at the beginning, and then just a really solid team in general. And they're looking good.
They are playing some good Dota, man. Just good Dota.
Yeah. Dang.
Radiant are scanning.
9,000 gold lead against the Alchemist, and Raven, I thought he was doppelgangering up to the high ground. I'm not gonna lie to you right there. I thought he was going in their base. But in the meantime, Armel, he knows what he needs to do. Just on the other side of the map, continuing to farm and buy as much space as he possibly can for his team and get into those items that he needs as well. He needs his BKB also.
Yep, pick up some Mounturians for yourself, for the elf.
Dire are
Swap to
scanning.
Mounturians. Seems like Raiden is not going to respond there. Maybe they can kill a lonely Kenny here. They're all alone trying to pick up the
Dire just
Mounturian.
scanned him though. Dire scanned him. And they know. Oh, Zephyr. He's
Radiant's
gonna
top
blink
tower
down
is
bottom
under attack.
afterwards.
What have you
Kenny, man, the ninja.
Oh,
Kenny the
dude, they're getting
ninja.
over here. Gabby's farming. Oh no, it's like a car crash. Watch it happen and unfold before your eyes. They're chasing. KP's there. They find themselves another. Doom got his eyes on March. Everywhere you look, there are people dying. Did they get the bash onto Gabby? Trying to find it. He does manage to get the T completed.
The first BKB of the game to run away.
Oh. Well, at least they got a bounty.
Let us skirmish. Friends,
Yep,
let
you're
us
wrong.
skirmish.
They got one bounty, one measly bounty. And hopefully the bench is gonna dig up another bounty and someone else is gonna dig up their own with the Venom.
Yeah, Venom's still dead though.
So they come on. Bounty runes, nice!
Hey!
Nice!
There you go, March. That's what they needed. And more time is also what they need right now, it feels like, on the side of TNC.
If you're asking for more time, you're also
Radiant's
giving
top
the player more
tower
time.
is under attack.
More time. Are you happy? Not sure.
Radiant
I think you
structures
sound like
are
you're sure,
fortified.
Winter. I'm not gonna lie to you. You sound very sure of yourself. I think you have
Dire
no idea what you
structures
think.
are
I didn't
fortified.
say anything.
Yeah.
You can think what you want. I'm not saying anything.
Well, 14 to 23, and right now, every time they leave the base, Geek Fam are ready and waiting to jump them. March goes out, lays down some plague wards, then the back away afterwards,
Dire's
and
bottom
back to
tower
farming
is
the
under
ancients.
attack.
That's what he needs to do.
They are farming ancients at least.
Yeah.
So they still have a
Radiant's
chance.
top tower is under attack.
If the Nature's Prophet is not doing what he's doing, this game is like gonna be over
Yeah.
soon. Now they have something. There is the line, the silver lining of a hope that you see in the horizon. You see that hope that keeps you going.
Neutral items too. That's
Radiant's
a pretty nice
top
little
tower
pickup
is under
along the
attack.
way. So we got some Titan
Radiant's
slivers
top
that
tower
Gates
has
got
fallen.
as well. Spider legs for the Alk.
Let's be real.
Paladin sword.
Let's be real. They need more than those items.
Yeah. No, it's true. They need a lot more.
They need eggs on Venom, eggs on Bench, eggs on Nature's Prophet, eggs on Tiny with a Daedalus, Rapier.
Well, Tiny is going to be found right now. And Carl is going to be there for the cleanup afterwards. They get the kill.
What the just happened?
He tried, man. He tried to take out the creep wave.
They do ping. KP is over nearby, and I think that they're going to be able to hunt him down pretty soon here. Raven shows on the map, but we'll see if KP... Yeah, you see he's
My
out.
apologies.
He's still creeping right now.
You know the answer, though. If Alk does give Tiny Ags, that's the way to reveal the tree. Know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Just to reveal the tree. Take down all the trees. Kill.
Oh my god. Swapping Gabby. That kept him alive. KP was so close to death, but they didn't want to initiate on Gabby underneath the tower. March finds Zephyr. Carl as well. Throws out the ulti. March throwing down a bunch of plague wards. Is this where they want to fight? Now they're running up high ground into vision, but is it going to work? Stun there.
Dire's
Comes out
turret
with space of their afterwards on.
See you later, nerds.
KP is going, and there's the buyback. They need a hell of a lot of them because they've already lost 3. Judas dropping down low, and they eventually kill off the safety as well. But the turn now on to Gabby, and with the chase. Oh no, the turnaround though, the missile blade. They find the Tiny, he fall back, and he is going to die back. An ultra kill for Raven. Nothing at all is going to be able to stop the team. March is chased, rampage, looking for a second one after as well. And as emphatically as you can possibly say,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What the just
Radiant's
happened?
middle tower is under attack.
perfectly 18-0-5 on this PL.
What the just happened?
That's what you call a carry, boys.
Unreal. Raven.
Radiant's
doing
middle tower
everything.
has fallen.
Ending right here with a double
Radiant's middle
rampage,
barracks
and
are under attack.
with everybody dead for at least another 20 or so seconds, they're going to jump forward onto KP. Raven trying to make it 20-0 because
Radiant's middle
I feel
barracks
like
are
he
under
needs some
attack.
type of new award.
What the just happened?
5 on a PL. This man is insane.
Radiant's middle barracks has
How
fallen.
much did he lift this
We've
game?
got
Tell me.
pretty good chemistry.
How much did he live?
Yeah, lift.
Radiant's middle
How much
barracks
weight
has
is it?
fallen.
20 kilos?
Something like that. I don't know metric, but it was a lot. It was a whole heck of a
The
lot.
seeds of fortune.
Oh, Raven. What a player. Well, Armel in the meantime, gonna try and get the bounty runes, but they find him yet again. Armel trying to TP out. Abyssal Blade shows up. Could it be anybody else? Armel will eventually die. Raven gets
See you later,
another
nerds.
kill. I don't know what to say. Like, he's just, what are you gonna do against this guy? Like, he just got a paladin sword on top of everything else now as well.
I mean, the thing is like their first 4 heroes not good against PL. I mean, that's the issue. And they didn't ban the PL in the second phase.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, not wrong. And I think that you were talking about earlier,
Dire's
the
top
carry
tower
that carries
is
the
under
hardest
attack.
is the one that's going to win the game, and they are doing it. And GEEK fam now tipping March. Come on, man. Why you got to do that?
Dire's top tower is under
See you
attack.
later, nerds.
Yeah, it's true.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Unreal.
Yeah, so it seems like if you have the harder, I mean, if you have the harder carry, it's always like a lot
Dire's
easier to
top
play the
tower
game.
is under attack.
Well, he's doing 4 shots.
Radiant's
Doom is the key
bottom
hero
barracks
also.
has
Like,
fallen.
Doom is very important.
See you later, nerds.
He's very strong. Very
Radiant's
strong.
bottom barracks are
He
under
goes down
attack.
as well. GG and good
Radiant's
luck
bottom
is the
barracks
call.
has
As TNC get walloped here in game number 2. GEEK fam looking so good. This team is well on the way, and I think if you're a Fnatic right now, you gotta be starting to think, what are we gonna do against this team?
Yo, microphone check, make it a microphone check. Give it a microphone, I make it a microphone dead. Don't step to me, newbie, I could truly be moody. I could have played the fucking Grinch in the movies. I've been a part-time shadow cat, part-time. That is not a guy that I would ever want to try to battle rap. Snap, crackle, pop, mind fried to a crisp. Make an MC into a wide-eyed lunatic. Yo, give it a stage in a minute, I'ma eat you. El profesor is in the house, let me teach you. I could defeat you with two hands tied and have you waking in the hospital like, who am I? And who are you? Who are they? What is this? You wouldn't believe how someone react to this shit. The mind slips, slipping, speaking in tongues. Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done. 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 Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done.
kind of have to not emphasize too much on the flexibility of FNATIC if you're a GEEK fan, but just stick to a style. I think GEEK fan are in a really good place.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. You remember how we were theory crafting at the very beginning of the group stage? We were saying if you want to beat FNATIC, you don't want to be looking at them too much. You don't want to be picking your heroes to counter them. You want to be picking your own kind of draft, round out your draft, making sure that you have a solid timing for yourself and you know clearly that what is your winning condition is, because you don't want to be getting confused by FNATIC.
Oh, but I don't know though, because we saw FNATIC pull out the Southern Clinks the other day, and that one it worked out. It caught us by surprise. And I'm very sure it caught their opponents off by surprise as well, because we haven't seen the Clinks up until this point.
Yeah, and that Clinks was not even the main core for
FNATIC.
Right? So
Turn to
imagine if the Clinks actually gets a huge lead. So I feel like FNATIC can always pull that off. They're also the only team that has picked the Wraith King, if I'm not mistaken.
They lost that game, but they were very close to coming back.
They were very close, you know. And if you look back at that game, it's not that FNATIC has a huge lead or anything. It was just decision making and execution, right? The way that they executed those fights, even though they lost that game, I think they felt like it was a win nonetheless. They were managed to almost close out the game against TNC.
Yeah, remember how badly they lost their early game, and they still managed to capitalize on this one mistake that TNC made and turn it into 2 racks for themselves. So this really tells you how much they can capitalize on the enemy's mistake. And for GEEK fam, they're super shaky, especially Carl. You really need to have some kind of insurance policy coming into this series.
Well, we've seen what happens when Carl has a really bad game, right? When Carl has a really bad game, it actually reflects really badly on the team too, because Carl ends up being this sort of pillar. As good as Raven is, he needs that head start from Carl.
5
so if you're
seconds
GEEK fan, wouldn't you want to
See
make
you
sure
later,
that Carl
nerds.
has a very good early game?
Turn to
So for FNATIC, they want to make sure that Carl really has a bad game as well.
Just happened?
So
What the just happened?
To move versus Carl, I think FNATIC might have to save their last pick for Moon so that he can always get a favorable matchup against Carl, and making sure that Carl gets into this position that he can never recover into the game, and this will make Raven's game so much more harder to carry.
Well, folks, it looks like it is now time. We're very sorry to keep you waiting, but the draft is ready for our grand final. So let's jump in and see what's going to be on the table for both teams. Before the draft, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Doom. I was going to ask you if FNATIC will ban it out, but it looks like they think Tree and Ogre are bigger threats than that Doom.
Yeah, I honestly am fine with FNATIC's decision, because Zephyr and Whitemon, when you give them the Tree and Ogre, I think they have what, almost 100% win rate on these 2 heroes when they are paired and the support duo. GEEK fam, they utilize this Ogre near perfection, right? This Ogre is, I wouldn't say it's a super active one, but in team fights, the amount of value he provides exceeds a lot of supports that is considered meta right now. Same with Zephyr's Tree. So FNATIC, they just want to eliminate this support duo. Make sure GEEK fam does have a good game, man.
The second pick, Morphling coming out for FNATIC.
Yes, the Savage Morphling.
Savage's Morphling is so good.
He doesn't care about any counter, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, we have seen how naughty he is, trying to morph to AG in front of Amel's Queen of Pain, and he actually bait out the Sonic Wave too.
Yeah, and it's also a deny pick straight out. Raven loves that Morphling, so FNATIC, they are the team that I think when you want to pick a post 1 in your second pick, I think we talked about this once, is that you need to really have a solid foundation for your team and how to play around your draft, right? You need to have a direction where this draft is going to go to, what are your winning conditions. FNATIC has that nailed, so they're not worried about this getting countered. The Shaker immediately banned out by GEEK fam. You don't want the Shaker morph. It has been it still is the cheese, even though not as strong, but it's still there.
FNATIC has been the only team that first phase picking their winning condition so far throughout every single team here, and I think it really plays a big part, because right now you have 5 bans potentially to ban out the best counter carry towards the Morphling. So right now GEEK fam, they really don't have much choices left after these 3 bans.
10 seconds
They have to start thinking about the heroes that can kill this Morphling right now.
Yeah, you can't last pick that Morphling counter anymore.
No more.
Well, PL's taken out of the pool. He used one of those classic counters to the Morphling. AA as well, going to be reducing, or at least he won't be on the table to reduce that healing output there from the Morph. What are some really good contenders that Raven can play on GEEK fam?
I think Faceless War is another hero that teams often consider when it comes to the Morphling counter, simply because if you manage to catch the Morphling off guard with your Chronosphere, you have good ways to deal with him. And also Anti-Mage is another hero that teams seems to start loving again, because the game are going later and later right now. especially in the
5
playoff. Every
seconds
team wants to
remaining.
play safe, want to go greedy. So Anti-Mage, I think, would be a big contestant too in this
FNATIC's
for
turn
GeekFam.
to pick.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with Arthur. You know, GeekFam, they also play anti-mage. Raven plays that hero to perfection as well. They can consider the anti-mage pick because you know that FNATIC's not going to take any post one at all. So they have time to think about it. The TB is also a decent hero into this Morphling if you are able to kind of keep up the
10
pace. The
seconds
reflection will
remaining.
eventually kill this Morphling on its own. And GeekFam, they have the
5
they have the
seconds
choice
remaining.
to make. You know, they don't. They're not in too much of a disadvantage because of the state of the draft right now. Two strong openers, the Doom, the Qua. We all know Qua can always kill this Morphling if played correctly. You rush it Orchid timing, you blow him out with the Sonic
Dire
Wave.
team pick.
FNATIC, they ban the AA to Morph, and DJ Rubik in the building right now.
We have seen what his Rubik can do.
Yeah.
Rubik game.
FNATIC's turn to
I
pick.
love this.
Even though it's a great Rubik game, but it doesn't deny the fact that FNATIC, they are running at a super greedy lineup.
Oh yeah.
Both Bat Rider and Rubik, they need to clear wave to get to their crucial items, as well as Morphling as well. So who's gonna be the one dying for the team? They don't have any hero like that too.
Just like a-
10
so far.
seconds
Could be
remaining.
unless they want to turn this Bat Rider into a support, right? You get a
We've seen the support
5
back for
seconds
FNATIC.
remaining.
But you know, the support duo of Bat Rubik is not too bad. You don't see it often, but either way, it's going to be a greedy draft with this tree opening. But
That being said, I really love the Disruptor pick coming out from GeekFam.
Yeah.
We all know FNATIC, they are very alike to the EG back then, that when it comes to mid-game, they'll just spread everybody to farm at 3 lanes, and Disruptor is one of the better heroes that allows you to punish this kind of greedy lineup, because Glimpse will always allows you to force fights. And GeekFam is one of the earlier team to bring out the Disruptor to success.
And more importantly, we've seen that GeekFam want to be fighting a lot, right? You have to commit to fights when there's a disruptor. If you're still alive, you're going to lose an extra body on top of all the retreating heroes. And of course, the silence. The disruptor silence, once you're in that silence, there's no way to get rid of it.
it's great against the Morph, it's great against the Bat Rider. If he runs in, tries to lasso you, just Static Storm, and if he somehow flies out of the kinetic field, you glimpse him back. They also have heroes to follow up with that. Cuckoo with the Doom, you always get the Blink Dagger, you have the Quap as well. Perfect heroes to really, really complement this Disruptor pick. So FNATIC right now, they're probably looking for an Ice Ice, for Moon hero, either Moon or Ice Ice hero right now. I wonder what they can go. They have the Pango. I think Pango is still okay.
I mean, if you are looking for a classic Doom counter, you can always go back to the Centaur.
The Centaur, yeah.
Rubik is a pretty good lane, or Ice has been
Dire
playing some
team
Ducks here
pick.
recently.
Yes,
Never done.
This is straight up just a bit of greed, but it's a savage game.
A bit of greed.
A little bit.
This is so much of a greed. 4 heroes that really needs to hit creeps. You can argue Abaddon maybe not that, but we have seen Ice.
10
Ice is a very
seconds
greedy
remaining.
player. He needs net worth to function with. It's not like he doesn't need net
5
worth to play
seconds
amazingly,
remaining.
but you would really rather Ice to have a really good game.
Yeah.
That's actually going to really help against the Doom as well. Photic Shield going to absorb some of the damage. We've also got the heal from Abaddon. So this means GeekFam, if they actually commit to the fights with the Doom, they
Dire
have to
team
jump onto
back.
that Doom target. Otherwise,
Naga
Ice
Siren
keeps them alive. But Naga Siren gonna be the carry.
Naga Disruptor combo. You cannot get out of this anymore.
This
No BKB can save you, no Manta can save you if the Disruptor manages to get an
FNATIC's
Aghanim
turn to
Scepter.
ban.
Yeah, this changes a lot. This changes the game, at least the state of the game for FNATIC right now. They have so many ways to... GeekFam have so many ways to catch FNATIC, and especially that Morphling, right? Morphling is not a hero that particularly goes for like what second item BKB. He goes for Morbid Mass into like a Manta or
10
E-Blade.
seconds remaining.
But if you force him to get an early BKB and he's not able to kind of snowball off
5
of that,
seconds
FNATIC will be
remaining.
in a pretty rough position.
Yeah,
Right.
I like the Disruptor Naga combo a lot by GeekFam. Not only that this gives them a very good way in
Dire
catching the
team
Morphling,
back.
it also gives a lot of counter initiation as well. Whenever Bat Rider jump onto your Quap or your Doom, if Naga is there, you can always just song it off and turn the fight around.
Hold on, we need to have a serious discussion as well. Naga Siren has unfortunately had a really low win rate over the course of the playoffs. I think we've seen
10
3 Naga
seconds
Sirens, only
remaining.
one of them has
FNATIC's turn to ban.
Now that was Adroit. We've seen what DJ can do when he goes up against a Naga Siren.
Oh, yeah.
The number of times he has stolen the song is incredible. GeekFam, they have to be aware of this. Like, how are you going to play around the fact that DJ exists on this Rubik?
You need to scout out where DJ is. You have heroes that can actually
10
jump the
seconds
Rubik,
remaining.
you know, this Doom, this Quap, and GeekFam have so many
5
ways to set things
seconds
up,
remaining.
right? it's almost impossible for them to miss every single thing. You have this
Dire
this
team pick.
Naga Song, this Static Storm. I highly doubt that FNATIC can just dodge everything. Probably they can steal a huge ultimate, right? The Doom, again, the ultimate from GEEK Fam, all of them are great for the Rubik to steal. But you need to know where the Rubik is right now. But
how do they get that vision though? Because if you look at those heroes,
10
they don't have
seconds
anyone
remaining.
that provides them any kind of extra vision.
Yeah, you need to play the game of bait right
5
now. You need to
seconds
use
remaining.
the Quap or the Doom to bait out the lasso coming out FNATIC, and then you song into that and you pinpoint where is the Morphling and the Rubik and try to kill off them. There's one hero that definitely GEEK Fam wants to ignore, is the Abaddon.
Yeah, when you have like all these big ultimates, right? You can't just think of let me song into Disruptor into Static Storm and Doom. You need to kind of really pace out how you use your spells. Maybe you start with the song, but you don't immediately drop the Static Storm. You kind of have to look at the state of the fight, where your enemies are before deciding what spells you want to use, because that is the best way to preserve your resources and still be relevant throughout the rest of the fight. And I think that's a trap that a lot of more inexperienced teams fall into. We have 3 big ultimates, let us just blow it all of it.
Alright, last picks here. What kind of heroes are we looking at here for GEEK Fam? Whose hero do you think we're going to be looking at?
You might still see a support Doom, but maybe there's a Grimstroke that GEEK Fam might want to look at right now.
Do you think that we might see Cuckoo heroes come last? Maybe a Beastmaster to help get that vision for them to try and catch out
It is
DJ?
possible. I think the Beastmaster is great.
It depends whether how much Cuckoo think Doom is great against the Morphling. If he doesn't think so, he can go for something else that is great against Morphling. But in terms of off-lane hero, I couldn't think of much right now that's still in the pool.
I still think that the Grimstroke is a decent one for GEEK Fam. I like the Grimstroke pick. It's not bad. I think you need to worry less about Rubik potentially stealing what spells and just focus on the game right now, because you have a solid lineup. And now it is up to GEEK Fam to decide where this Doom goes or where this Quap goes.
Yeah, GEEK Fam probably already ticked all the boxes right now, but one thing they don't have is tower push. You don't really want the Naga to be involved too early for you to push down the tier 1 towers. So maybe they can consider some kind of heroes that alright, really good call.
There's a Grimstroke. I'm liking this, I'm liking this. But, you always have to be careful, because all 5 of these heroes, their ultimates are super sweet for the Rubik.
Yeah, if the Rubik manages to get the Aghanims, he could actually
10
Heaven forbid
seconds
that
remaining.
he can actually pull out Soulvine into the double Doom himself.
But Savage now
5
has to really
seconds
play
remaining.
at his very best, because GEEK Fam has, 4 ways to catch this Morphling, and is going to really limit his effectiveness in a fight if things go wrong for FNATIC.
FNATIC, they're only having a single core lineup so far against a Naga plus Disruptor and Doom. They definitely want to get another hero that can
Choose
carry
your
the game. So
hero.
Lashrak is gonna be the pick. We haven't seen this hero at all this entire tournament.
Is this for Moon?
Yeah,
Oh, definitely.
most likely. This is great, great against Naga Illusions, and if the Naga uses a song and you have your Pulse Nova on, they generally don't want to go on top of you, because they would just still die.
Leshrac is still a little on the squishy end of the spectrum, so could this still be a quite a difficult game for Moon to pull off?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's also very difficult for Ice as well, because not only he needs to protect the Lash, he also has to protect the Morph too.
Yeah.
So team fight has to be so careful.
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
This Lashrak is the X factor now for this game.
And that's why they receive a slight buff, I think, to a split Earth AoE in terms of the talent. It's kind of a quality of life thing. I
10
like it. It's
seconds
sweet
remaining.
for Leshrac. We have not seen it for the entire league for a long time. So it's great to see him back. It allows them to kind of push faster with this Abaddon Lash. It buys time for Savage as well.
All right, guys, we're gonna ask a big question now. First game of the grand finals. Who are you thinking is gonna take this first game?
Okay, you go first.
I like GEEK Fam, Strav. I'm going with GEEK Fam.
Fam?
I'm actually really digging the GEEK Fam as well, especially they have the momentum for low bracket, 2-0 in TNC going into this round. This series, I do feel like they have a lot of confidence.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Looks like the panel has been drawn towards the Naga Siren. Her song a little bit too tempting for them, but is that Naga going to bring victory to GEEK Fam? We'll find out whether or not FNATIC might be able to sweep this game under the rug. But for now, let's pass it off to our casters. Game 1. OD Pixel and Winter, take it away.
getting the two top teams here at the SEA League, GEEK and FNATIC ready to go. I'll be joined by Husky for this game. Husky obviously what are you most excited to see this game?
I'm excited to see, GEEK fam pull out that wombo combo. We talked about this Naga song, this Disruptor out, but also at the same time, it feels pretty darn good to see the Let's Strike back into the meta again, especially in such a
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
I want to see how this strategy pulls out the game.
It's going to be a lot of fun for sure, and we'll see what sort of lane setups coming. I mean, at the start, do you think either of these sides are trying to dodge a certain lane setup on the side lanes? Like, is there anyone that really doesn't want to be against someone else here?
I feel like for GEEK fam, they don't have to worry too much. Like Doom into Abaddon is great, but perhaps FNATIC want to dodge this Abaddon Doom lane. Yeah, they are rotating this morphing to face up against Cuckoo's Doom right now, and I kind of like the idea of that. It's kind of a range to melee matchup. Morphing will have a better time, and you also let Abaddon face the Naga Siren, which he has more chance to put pressure on.
Yeah, and overall, which carry do you think is going to have the easier time this game? Do you think Savage on his morph's going to be fine, or like, would you rather be the Naga Siren, or would you rather be the morph this game?
I would definitely prefer the Naga Siren. I feel like the Naga Siren has a lot more room with what his team has drafted for him. You have all these heroes that can fight, 4 versus 5 early on. The Doom, the Quap, they can rotate pretty early and create space for this Naga Siren. Compared to what FNATIC have, they really have to rely on both on this Let's Strike and the Bad Rider to protect Savage, and they're just... I'm not sure if they can survive the onslaught of GEEK fam if the lanes don't go well.
Does this hurt?
No, I mean, yeah, that's understandable. And, we'll see how well Raven is able to do on the Naga Siren. I mean, Raven definitely has been impressing in a lot of the series, and how good of a sort of a carry he is when it comes down to the team just relying on him to be that power, that sort of 4 protect 1. So we'll see if GEEK fam can get away with it this game. As these lane setups, Whitemon's going to head up top. He's going to make sure that he's there by Raven's side to help him against Ice and DJ in this pressure lane that FNATIC are trying to pull off. And then you're down bottom, leaving this setup with Savage on his morph. It's going to be farming up against Zephyr's Grim and Cuckoo on the off-lane.
And it's just,
where do you think the biggest kill potential is early on here? Who do we sort of have to keep their eyes on the most? Who's under the most heat?
In the most heat, I think Cuckoo. You have jabs, 7 napalm stacks, now make it 8. He's going to push this Doom out of the lane, and I think FNATIC managed to dodge the worst matchup that they could possibly get, and Savage now getting his space on that Morphling, but compared to what Jabs had to do, I don't think Zephyr can match up to that kind of pressure. Cuckoo is completely cut off from his experience that he wants to gather from the lane, so I feel like Savage is going to have a good time with the help of this Bad Rider.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be like that as well. First blood actually ends up going up on top. DJ and Ice getting under the tower and are able to nuke down Whitemon. Already starting to open up on that top lane. Down bottom, same time Cuckoo tries to TP out, but Savage and Jabs have the damage. 2 kills already for FNATIC on their side lanes.
This is definitely what FNATIC wanted. They managed to dodge the Abaddon Doom lane. They put Ice in the same lane as Raven, which if you put this Doom and Abaddon together, Naga Siren is going to have a really hard time. Orthotic Shield and Fatebolt destroys a mirror image early on. They can just run at this Naga Siren. There's nothing much that this Disruptor can do. So FNATIC, they got 2 strong lanes and they got kills in both of them as well. One of them even Doom. So I really like what FNATIC doing early on against Carl, so that's not too much of a worry for FNATIC. GEEK fam, they might need to look for a lane swap, or they just need to kind of play more conservative and protect their lanes, because FNATIC is really pumping the pressure.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine obviously once Carl hits the 6 in the mid lane, like his rotation is going to be very important, right? He needs to come in with some big impact early to help GEEK fam on these side lanes. But I guess sort of the thing about that is Moon could put the pressure on mid though if he leaves the lane. I mean, at the moment though, Moon, no points in the Diabolic Edict. We'll see what sort of skill build he does go down the line. But we'll be interested to see what the Lesh does. I mean, at least in other regions, I feel we don't really see a lot of the Lesh mid. I mean, do you like this here at the moment? Do you think it's still pretty strong?
Yeah, I think it's okay. He got a sweet buff in the recent patches. But in Southeast Asia, I feel like the Lash has been least popular compared to heroes like the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
And it's not that great at rotating right now, especially when she's going for like what the without the Diabolic Edict, which means that Moon just wants to play for the lane
Radiant's
stage.
bottom
He just
tower
wants to make sure
is
that
under
he
attack.
wins the lane's heads up, but it's not gonna happen with the Queen of Pain. Carl will most likely not die to the Slash, and in terms of mana expenditure, Lash is just more costly spells to use as well. So the Carl is gonna have a pretty decent time.
Let's see how side lanes are continuing to go at the moment. The CS lead is certainly there across the board for FNATIC already at just 3 minutes in, hitting that 1k lead, so starting to get this early advantage against the lineup of GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam have, they're not losing any more heroes as of yet. After those first 2 initial deaths, they've managed to play a little more safe, holding the lanes close to the tower, at least on the bottom. Kuku able to get some farm into here, and he needs it.
Dire
You see the
structures are
CS for
fortified.
Kuku, only 5 last hits right now on the offlane Doom. A very, very slow and painful start from down bottom.
But luckily for Kuku, the Doom Break can always recover, but Carl...
Unworthy.
Yeah, very low in the mid.
Dire's turret has been
Trying to
killed.
turn this onto Moon. He's going to get away with it. He is. Stands his ground and will be able to punish Moon there, getting just a little too aggressive on the tower. You can't blame him. K was so low on the Queen of Pain. But the numbers end up working in favor of GEEK Fam as K gets a really important solo kill there on the Lash.
Yeah, Carl has been...
See you later,
today,
nerds.
4-minute runes spawn, and he was able to snatch that arcane away. Unfortunately, he didn't have a bottle, but it's fine. You take it away from the Lash drag, he cannot spam his spells that much to push the Queen of Pain out of lane. Now Carl gets a slight actually advantage, but Raven getting ran at.
Oh, look at the silence prop. See if they can finish this one off. They've got the lift up. DJ continue to punch in. ISO says he's going to have another shield to use in
Dire's
a second.
middle tower
They
is
want to
under
continue
attack.
to chase this, but White Mon's here, drops down the kinetic field. DJ is going to be trapped momentarily, but he has got a Fade Bolt. Comes out, not quite enough to kill
Dire's
Raven
top
off of
tower
Raven.
is
Will
under
instantly
attack.
start popping the salve. ISO size turns his attention over towards White Mon. Maybe tempted to dive this down, doesn't want to. Only has that one shield and doesn't want to start playing too aggressive under the tower where Raven's able to turn back in as he's healed up. Yeah, this pressure really there onto Raven. Raven still managing to farm okay. Of course, nowhere near to the same extent that Savage is down bottom. 25 and 13 on the last hits and denies. This Morph is off to an excellent start with the ways that FNATIC have secured
Radiant
his
are
lane.
scanning.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I feel like GEEK Fam right now, their supports are not able to do as much as compared to the FNATIC supports right now. They gave Savage a pretty decent lane. Kuku is trying to catch up, but this Doombringer will eventually recover from their network deficit. Savage won't have to worry too much. This Zephyr has been trying to rotate around the map, but with the lineup that GEEK Fam has, I think they definitely will be able to get some kills if they initiate it properly. But you can see that Jabs is already stacking up the camps for Moon to farm out later on this ledge track, just to allow him to recover and able to push the tempo and keep up with this Queen of Pain.
6 minutes in now, power rings up. See both teams trying to go to contest those. Moon's going to be able to win out, but gets himself the DD actually able to chase down Whitemon here. Whitemon falls.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is it enough damage? It is. Just enough to take down Moon before Moon's successful with the TP out. So again, another big kill for K in this mid lane. 2 times now he's been able to take down the Leshrac. Oh, some really nice golden XP for this quad.
Probably the best case scenario for K right now, killing off Moon twice.
Radiant
Silver lining for
structures
Moon,
are
though, he's not too
fortified.
far behind in net worth. GEEK Fam will be able to put a bit of pressure into that mid tier 1. Zephyr
Radiant's
is
middle tower
constantly
is under attack.
hovering over that middle lane to bottom jungle. He even scouted out the stack that Jazz has put in a bit of time to stack for Moon. So GEEK Fam now, they have the information to work with. They bring Whitemon to the middle lane to
Radiant's
recruit that
middle
bottom for
tower
Power.
is
So
under
Power
attack.
is really having an amazing lane right now against Moon.
Dire's top tower
Absolutely.
is under
He's
attack.
having a great start here. Now going to a bit of action behind the tower here. Zephyr.
See you later, nerds.
Jab's not enough damage to take it.
Back to the
Before he goes
impurity.
now to some space fire on the bottom. FNATIC are starting to make these moves.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quickly start catching up, and of course with that Devour, as you say, even though he got very few CS in the lane, his net worth is not too bad at all. In fact, it is the highest right now on Geek Fam's own lineup. To just show you the sort of the strength of how good this hero can rack up the gold.
Actually, he solo killed Carl and then to get white point.
Return to the my sadness that you're gone.
It's time he gets away with it. He gets away with it, Moon.
I wonder what happened to Carl. Must be a misplay. He probably got hit by the lightning storm without a blink. That was so unlucky. Carl got such a huge lead, and now Isaac is coming to soak a bit of the XP, and he's able to kind of force Carl away.
Radiant's middle tower is under
so
attack.
much luck for FNATIC right now. Carl slightly crippled in the laning phase. Now Moon overtakes him because of that 2 kills. Geek Fam just not able to preserve this lead of the Queen of Pain. He's gonna have Sonic Wave up in 3 seconds, but he won't be able to match the rotation of Moon if this Lashrak decides to move across the map.
Let's see where K adds. As you say, his impact very important right now to make sure that Geek Fam don't continue to lose more control of this map. The moment past, Savage continues to stay ahead of Raven's Naga Siren. Got to make space and time for this Naga if they want to have a chance of Raven carrying them through this game.
What a tough spot for Geek Fam to be in. This early game should have went slightly better. They did handle the middle lane in the correct way. Cuckoo was being pressured, Raven was being pressured, but right now because Moon got that kill onto Carl, he has completely recovered, and if Carl leaves the lane, Moon is going to start pushing down that mid-tier 1 to open up the map. And also got out the laning phase, and Zephyr is in a load of trouble.
Yeah, we'll see if Isaac wants to dive this. It's kind of appealing with the pace boost, but he's not going to go for it. Has yet to put the point into the borrowed time.
Radiant
so he's not actually got the point saved either, so going to have the option of falling back on his ult for now. So playing a little careful. But this is one scan on Raven as well, so they know where Raven is. I mean, if you're FNATIC right now, what's sort of the game plan here? Do you want to be hunting down Raven, or you don't really care too much about the Naga Siren at this moment? You just want to be taking towers?
Yeah, I think if you're FNATIC right now, the best thing to do is to start taking structures. The Lashrak is at a really strong state right now, as you can kind of carry
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower. There's nothing much that Geek Fam can do. Naga Siren generally doesn't want to fight early on.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's the whole top quadrant of Geek Fam's jungle being under control by FNATIC in the near couple of minutes. And Geek Fam, they will try to turn their attention to the bottom lane, but you have Jabs right there. He's ready to throw his life for this.
Oh, that's going to try and hide in the trees of the Firefly. He's actually also going to commit the lasso to keep himself safe, holding Cuckoo in place for now. It's kind of working, but Zephyr's going to come hunting him from the other side now. Jabs, he's a little trapped still. These jukes are nice. He heads straight back down with the Firefly. They'll almost certainly finally find him. He tries him, but will still go down. And now Geek Fam, with the whole squad down here, they'll be able to take down this tier 1 mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The side of they've lost their bat, but they're still making the most of this. So Savage is pushing out mid on his own.
Dire's
and
top
FNATIC,
tower
they're
is
knocking
under
on
attack.
the tier 2 on the top lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
FNATIC, they force Geek Fam to rotate 5 members to bottom lane. Bad Rider, they spend so much time trying to kill that hero off. FNATIC gets 2 free lanes. They were able to get damage in on both the tier 2 top and mid.
Radiant's
they
bottom
even took
tower
control of the
has
top
fallen.
jungle, and there's nothing that Cuckoo can do. He might
Dire's
die.
top tower is under
he steps
attack.
a little too far forward here. Moon's able to get him with the stun. Cuckoo's starting to run. White can he save him in time? Puts the field down. Doesn't matter. Moon. But the Pulse Nova and the Edict takes him out from the side. Sonic Wave comes out. He's not actually going to get any kills though. Now they've got to just continue getting out of the Geek Fam. A bit of a failed attempt to
Dire's
turn
top
that
tower
fight
is
around.
under
Blowing
attack.
the Sonic Wave. Doesn't do anything at all. FNATIC don't care. They stand their ground, and they are 11 minutes in.
Radiant's middle tower
is
under attack.
On the top lane, they're doing
Dire's
an excellent
top
job of
tower
just
is under
opening
attack.
the map and
Dire's
really starting
top
to
tower
limit the
has
places
fallen.
that Raven's going to feel safe farming.
Yeah, and this is the chain reaction that from the middle lane. The Moon got that kill onto the Queen of Pain. They took the tier 1 top. Ice has opened up the map. He joins the Lashrak to take down the tier 1 mid, and suddenly you have this death squad from FNATIC rotating around the entire map to take objectives and take control of the jungle. More space for the Morphling, and Geek Fam, they are forced to play. They are forced to place this Naga Siren in the ancient area because there's nowhere else for them to go. FNATIC, if they see Geek Fam on the map, they're just gonna jump on them.
Excellent static storm on Savage. Savage, he's caught out. They get the static storm on the no action to shift into the strength. Still though, DJ also going to be found here at the glimpse back. They get themselves a second. FNATIC sticking around a little too long. And as we saw there, just having to be a little more careful there next time. Savage, when he's pushing in and doesn't have the vision on the high ground, easy static storm for Whitemon to set up and back over towards mid-moon. He's getting like the daggers in on him. K's going to be able to chase this one down as he's got the blink back up in a second. In he goes.
See you later, nerd. Just happened.
There's another kill for GEEK fam as
Dire's turret has been killed.
Good kills here for
Dire's
GEEK fam,
middle tower is under
to
attack.
really kick back at the pressure that FNATIC's trying to roll with.
Yeah, great maneuver from GEEK fam. They went top, they got the morphing, then they rotated mid. Not sure. I felt like Moon should have fallen back. Maybe the communication wasn't there. He stayed there for way too long. GEEK fam immediately identified who they needed to
Radiant
go for. They picked up 2
scanning.
core kills, and Carl was finally able to rotate with his team as well. So this is good for the Queen of Pain, able to utilize that Sonic Wave early on. But they need to do more than that. And 23 Savage, he's going to be the prey one more time. But this time FNATIC, they're ready with the smoke.
Oh, big smash off the dude, but already Savage this time he's a little more safe. Bull start shifting into strength to make sure he doesn't get caught out by that sort of play, and they take out Whitemon. Good breed here from Savage, not making that same mistake. Anytime he's going up into the high ground, he needs to be making sure that he's building up the strength in anticipation of either a Doom or the static storm.
Yeah, GEEK fam actually utilizing the op that they put in their own jungle near that small camp that Savage was farming just now. They actually have 2 wards, one beside the outpost near the ledge. And FNATIC, they don't know about that yet. That's how Savage got caught out the first time. But with that preparation, GEEK fam, they're not going to revisit that area pretty soon, unless you're DJ right now, who is very deep, and he's going to get caught out.
Looks to be. Yeah, K's able to close the gap with the blink. This is space though, as we can see FNATIC, they're going for the Roche. Savage finding the Dream Room, that double damage outside of the pit. It's got Eyesight Sign to tank this. So DJ going down there just continues to sort of be part of the plan.
Roshan has fallen to the
He's able
range.
to pick up this Aegis very early here at 14 minutes.
Probably earliest Aegis we've seen so far throughout the league. And GEEK fam, they still need more time for Raven. This Naga Siren is not ready to fight with his team just yet. So GEEK fam, they need to rely on this Queen of Pain alongside this Disruptor to make
See you later, nerds.
Eyesight managed to steal that rune away. That's possibly 4 bounty runes for FNATIC. So this is perfect for them. They've taken control of their top jungle, and it's fine. GEEK fam got the top jungle back. FNATIC, they still have 2 lanes to work with, which means GEEK fam, they need to make a move right now. It's going to be on the Savage.
Let's see if they can find him. He's got to head back over towards Jabs and Moon, so should be safe for now. I mean, unless he heads a little too close once again. Cuckoo leading the way, has the blink good to go. Can he find the
Dire's
jump?
bottom
That's the
tower
question.
is
So
under
Savage
attack.
over Savage. He does have that Aegis. Cuckoo's going to drop it down anyway, taking down the wands. See if they can do it a second time. They've got a lot of heroes in there. Have got the static storm. Whitemon drops it down. And an excellent move there from and his life as they knock Sentry's out down the game. Raven trying to set up for more here with Song of the Siren. Already Carl's been able to pick off Jabs on the back line. This Song setting up for Carl and Cuckoo to come in. They jump forward onto the Rubik. The Song connects the two of them. Keep up. They'll be able to find DJ. They do lose Cuckoo for this one. They get more Raven turning over towards Moon. Moon having the stun removed by Eyesight with the Aphotic Shield. Eyesight trying to chase down Whitemon. Moon charging over towards Raven. Eyesight finishes off Whitemon there with a final miscoil in the trees. Raven will be able to TP out, but Eyesight and Moon actually turn it around in a situation that looks like it was a GEEK fam coming out on top of the fight. They can kill Savage on twice at the
Dire's
start of
bottom
it,
tower
but
has
Eyesight
fallen.
and Moon, they're the ones
Radiant's
that end up
middle
doing the cleaning
tower
up.
is under
I
attack.
feel like it's a slight win for GEEK fam. They were able to waste the Aegis
Dire's
on
bottom
FNATIC.
tower
Sure, they
is
lost
under
3
attack.
members, but Carl and Raven managed to get out. So not too much of a loss. They already blow the ultimate. Moon.
I mean, yeah, this is definitely a win for GEEK fam now. Moon. What is he doing there? I mean, he knows they're respawning, but he's pushing out on his own. That was always a recipe for disaster. As, yeah, I mean, that tower's full HP. I don't know what sort
Dire are
of convinced
scanning.
Moon to stick around like that, but that was a hefty mistake.
Yeah, and even bigger win for GEEK fam. Carl
Yeah.
getting lucky with the RNG, getting that haste rune and escaping the onslaught of Savage. He tried to blast him with the adaptive strike. So GEEK fam, with their cores alive right now, more space to work with. They were able to again take away the ages of Savage, FNATIC. They cannot push the tier 2 anymore without that item, and it means there's more room for Raven to farm. And this is the position that this Naga Siren wants to be in. He just got the Manta. He's going for the Diffusal, which would eventually haunt this Lestrak and Morphling, who both hate that Diffusal blade. So I think despite GEEK fam not really having such a great early game, and they kind of messed up the middle lane, doesn't matter anymore. They can smoke up and find DJ.
Using the setup, being swell on the Doom with Cuckoo's Blink means that they find very easy kills wherever they go. And even onto some of these cores as well, like Savage, if he's not too careful with the way that he's shifted in the stats. GEEK fam making some nice moves here. As you say, once Raven does have that Diffusal, he'll be very ready to turn up to the fights and start to put the pressure onto FNATIC. And we saw as well, you know, Ice, he did go for the Midas this game. Are you a fan of this? I mean, how do you sort of rate Midas at the moment? Obviously, he had some buffs. Is it a point where you like to see it, or do you think sometimes that the greed can still hurt you?
I actually like the Midas right now. They buffed him twice. They buffed the item twice. More XP and lesser cost is now 2,250 in terms of gold, and it's good for heroes that want to reach a level of talent as fast as possible. And for a hero like Abaddon, I think it's perfectly fine as long as the game doesn't go out of control. So he's working towards that blast, which will definitely help with Savage, and yeah, will definitely help this Morphling as this game progresses. So I'm actually a big fan of this Midas on Abaddon. As long as FNATIC stems the bleeding, they won't have a bit of trouble. But Raven, he might be in a bit of trouble.
So he's hiding in the trees for now, and Moon isn't going to come hunting for him. So Raven will be able to TP away. And I mean, yeah, as you said, Ice does have some of the bits of the Vlad, but he's actually changed. He's queuing up the Radiant. So, I mean, Ice, he's going full greed this game. I mean, which I love to see. I love the greed. I love the, you know, he wants to be the carry right now. And I mean, if he can get a Radiance at a good time, that is going to be another really good answer to the Naga Siren and Illusions, right? It's not going to be fun for Raven to fight into a Radiance Abaddon and this Lesh. You know, the FNATIC are going to have a lot of ways to clear through the army.
Yeah. They see Ice.
Let's see if they can do it. I mean, there's a lot of them, but Ice is a hard target being the Abaddon with the borrowed time.
But they're coming in.
Proc out the ult. Cuckoo on the front of it all. They're running down with the Firefly, burning him away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll even chase down.
See you later.
Get the two of them. You can feel that from GEEK fam there. Still asking themselves, like, hang on, this isn't Abaddon. What are we doing? What are we doing here? We're not going to kill this guy. What is sort of the aim of this? And they just end up losing two heroes themselves. Ice is pushed even closer to the relic. They can't afford to make moves like that, GEEK fam.
Yeah, GEEK fam, they're not really sure what the call was. Like, they wanted to contest the bounty rune, but you see Ice, he placed himself right in front of that rune, knowing that GEEK fam might contest because they didn't see GEEK fam on the map. And the rest of FNATIC, they immediately smoked and rotated towards the top lane. They caught both Carl and Cuckoo, two of the biggest members that GEEK fam has. And this is even better for FNATIC right now. Ice will be able to get away with his greed and do with Raven's Naga Siren illusion with that Radiance. GEEK fam, it felt like the effort that they put in early on, it is slightly slipping away because of that mistake.
GEEK fam, see how the farm is for Raven. I mean, Raven is still there at the top. Manta Diffusal done. Going in for the Abyssal next, so they've got that extra way of catch. Also, additional way of trying to deal with Savage, sliding around the fight. So this Morphling. 3k lead still prevails for FNATIC. And that's, yeah, as we see with Ice's build is only going to get greater and greater. Well, obviously the Radiant's helping him against the Naga Siren Illusions, but it's also going to speed up his farm even more, which is required. You know, he does need to try and keep up with Cuckoo, as Cuckoo's farm still very strong with that Devour. Cuckoo getting the pipe online for his team. Incredibly necessary against this Lesh and this inevitable Radiance.
Double damage.
Queued up the Aghanim Scepter, so we might see a Dark Portrait if he gets to that point, which I am actually loving it. If he gets that Aghanim Scepter, it would be great to use it on Morphling, but Raven is coming in.
They get the Doom down onto the Batrider already. Cuckoo's able to deal with that one. The Static Storm
This will purge the elements now.
Getting in, realizing that FNATIC, they weren't there in full force, just the two of them. And they're able to
Dire's
find the
middle
kills
tower
very quickly,
is under
with
attack.
FNATIC being that deep and just the two Moon Jabs and no backup potential. And that's going to give GEEK fam these two important items. You've now got the BKB finished on K and that pipe complete on Cuckoo. So now GEEK fam's at a pretty good point when it comes to trying to fight into FNATIC with this amount of protection they have.
Yeah, and FNATIC, they
Radiant
can't fight with
structures
a
are
man's advantage.
fortified.
This is the strength of GEEK fam's draft. If they see FNATIC isolated on the map or away from his team or away from
Radiant's
their team,
middle
GEEK fam
tower
can
is under
easily
attack.
ambush them. There's so many ways to do so. There's a Disruptor Glint to force the members of FNATIC to fight. They have
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
FNATIC, they can't be making this kind of mistake, especially when they are the ones who are supposed to push the tempo. But GEEK fam, they have this rotation, and this is buying more and more time for those cores to come online. And I don't know if Savage can carry his entire team if they fall too far behind.
Yeah, I think the fact, as you say, that sure FNATIC's had this lead, but it's just not got any bigger since the laning stage. It's definitely a worry when it comes to looking at Raven. As I say, I just feel like I've seen so many times Raven just be able to win these sort of games. As long as Raven's having a good time in farm, he will be able to carry it. It just depends on the the illusions, they're just trying to the lasso, but he gets blown up by the Sonic Wave. Savage storms in place as well on Savage, but Savage has a BKB, post the BKB, turns over towards Cuckoo, K's able to get in, grab the Arcane Rune, eyesight on Cuckoo, and take down the duel. They go for more, FNATIC chasing on eyesight, relying on the borrowed time to keep himself in, on top of one, Savage, finds the Disruptor, double kill for them all, but the silence is out, Zebba's going to get in with the stun of Raven, he's on top of the water, the mana's gone, they're going to be able to beat down Savage, Savage is running around with the team,
See you later, nerds.
Raven getting the kill onto Savage. A huge pickup against
Radiant's
this
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, slight unfortunate turn of events for FNATIC. Jabs actually wanted to save his teammate, but the flame break, he pushed Raven into himself and he lost his life. Fresh BKB kind of used for nothing, and Raven with a great song. The moment he saw the BKB, he used the song to fight the situation, and FNATIC can't save the Bat Rider. He's not going to get the rune. It's not too big of a deal, but still a win for GEEK fam. Now FNATIC.
But I'm worth so much more.
Consolation prize. Overall, the winner is still Raven. He's so strong right now.
Yeah, he really is. And Raven, I think one of the last games yesterday we saw he just didn't die at all. This game, again, 25 minutes and he's 4-0-5. It's been a flawless performance so far from this Naga Siren. And in a game where pressure was on Raven at the start, he had to keep his cool.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Off the back of that fight, there's now 3k difference between his farm and that of 23 Savages. 23 Savage, he's had a few more slip-ups this game. 3-3 and 4, the 3 deaths on this morph starting to set him back. And Raven, he's 700 gold away from having the full Abyssal. Already picked up the recipe, just needs to get that Vanguard complete. And he's going to be a real nightmare to deal with. They've already got such excellent ways of starting the fight, GEEK fam. This soul-buying combo, now not only going to have the Doom follow-up, but also the potential of
Dire
double Abyssal
are scanning.
slots.
Yeah, absolutely. And they even forced Savage to go for that second item, BKB, right? Even Morbid Mass, Manta style BKB, he really needed that, or GEEK fam would just roll over him, so that would kind of delay his power spike, but GEEK fam, they know that FNATIC are doing Rocha, they smoked up.
Comes out, it's going to be a buyback straight away from DJ. DJ wanting to get back over for this BKB from Savage, he tries to commit onto the Grimstroke, will get the kill, the soul
Regeneration.
Together, they go over towards Cuckoo, Ice, moving Savage, moves in the grip, but he does end up burning down to the radiance of Ice. FNATIC found 2 so far. Can they get anything more? Do they want to finish Roche themselves? They're going to head into the pit.
Radiant are scanning.
No Song of the Siren, they won't be able to contest this time. So again, FNATIC will take this Roche. Aegis and Cheese will be theirs. It's a good hold around the pit.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Just keeping them them safe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Build with this Manta into the BKB. Not going too greedy, trying to go for the standard Manta E-Blade, knowing that that BKB is going to make all the difference, and it really is. He's getting
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not able to kill him unless Raven somehow is on top of him in the fights, and most of the times that's just not been the case. Savage being that elusive enough with the waveforms to get himself in good positions and keep himself alive now.
Yeah, Raven can't really join the fight if Moon is around, and I really like what Moon is going for. He went for use, and then he immediately bought an Octarine core so that extra spell still is going to help him survive in the fight longer, do better into the mirror image alongside Ice Radiance. So Geek Fam right now, as strong as Raven is with that fresh abyssal, you can't just let this Naga Siren run into the ranks of Fnatic. They are just way too strong if they are clumped up together. Geek Fam needs someone to split this Abaddon or this Last Strike away from the Naga's target, or else they wouldn't be able to fight Fnatic.
There we go. Time for the smoke here from Fnatic. DJ, Savage and Jabs on the hunt. K is down here right now. That's got the BKB. Let's see if they can get on top of him. He's already starting to back off. Still continuing in the right direction though, Fnatic. Ward down. He's going to blink away once more, and that will leave him a little too far away. Illusion comes in, but that is all that it is, and Fnatic know that, with the smoke not being dispelled. The smoke soon to come to an end, and
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Themselves the other half of the map on this top side of the mid lane, making sure that this smoke
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they're going to push this bot tier 2 as well. They know that Geek Fam are on the top side of the map. Geek Fam in the middle lane, so there's no way that they want to TP straight into Fnatic. This is Fnatic. They can't continue to push this if they want to. Geek Fam will have to defend this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll see what the plan is here from Geek Fam. Very much prepared for that high ground siege if Fnatic do want to go for it. Now sticking down here, Savage got the Eagle Song, going for that right click build this game, going for the butterfly.
Is under attack.
He actually went Master Madness.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to disassemble it down the line for the 2 items. And actually he's going to do so already. So yeah, it's just, by the looks of it, just going to settle for holding on for that last bit of money to get the talisman, get his butterfly finished. Geek Fam did have a smoke up on some of them, but again, Fnatic, I mean, both squads just sticking together as 5 now, making sure that nobody gets picked off, and that if one of the sides does want to look for a fight, it will be a full team fight.
Invisibility.
Now the game has kind of changed. 30-minute runes. Fnatic is going to get 2 of them. Fnatic is now way stronger than Geek Fam. Ice has got away with his greed. He got that Lotus Orbs, working towards this Octarine as well. The first item, BKB for Jabs, actually worked out. So whenever Raven uses a song, if Jabs can get that lasso onto this Naga, then Geek Fam won't have any damage output. But they have to defend this.
They got the vision on the high ground already. They found themselves the Naga Siren. The Doom into the drag back. They've caught him. Raven's in trouble, and he will go down there. Fnatic, quick there to kill him off straight away. Now the Static Storm does catch Savage, and Geek Fam, they actually turn it around. They don't need that Raven. The Soul Binding's dragged back into the Static Storm, catching both Savage and DJ off guard. And now Ice, he's up on the high ground. The borrowed time will get him back up to full HP, but it now comes to an end. Ice, he's also going to go down here, trapped inside of the base. I mean, it looks like a great lead. You know, they find the Naga Siren, they find Raven, but they blew everything onto him. And Geek Fam were able to just turn around and win the fight. 4 heroes in return for losing their Naga Siren.
Alright, I take what I said back. Fnatic they walked up high ground, and Geek Fam surprised them. Zephyr actually got the Aglim, so he has the Dark Portrait for that fight. It definitely caught Fnatic off guard. They were so focused on killing off this Naga Siren that Geek Fam, they just came in, they dropped their ultimates onto the entirety of Fnatic. They caught DJ, they also caught Savage. That was perfect. Geek Fam holding that high ground. Now Fnatic with that small lead that they've gotten, I would say it's kind of gone right now. That 2k go advantage doesn't matter too much anymore. They need to kind of wait for the next Roshan and probably win a couple of fights before they can confidently take Geek Fam on the high ground.
Yeah, especially I'm seeing Geek Fam coming with defenses like that. It's definitely going to make FNATIC think twice before they try for that sort of play. Yeah, that was a fight as well where they are able to kill Raven and you know, by having the stolen Doom. So, you know, if they don't have that there from DJ next time, then, you know, that when they kill one Raven Naga Siren, they still lose 4. If they don't start the fight with killing the Raven Naga Siren, they're probably going to lose all 5.
Yeah, absolutely. At GEEK FNATIC, they kind of only have this Abaddon and probably the last track to frontline. Savage has been caught out multiple times by the Static Storm because he always kind of waveforms in and tries to shotgun someone, but he doesn't have the E-Blade just yet, at least not when the previous fight happened. So he can't just dash right in and expect to get a kill. That doesn't work against GEEK Fam's draft. They have like 3-4 ultimates to stop him. FNATIC, they need to find another way if they want to go high ground. Probably put this Abaddon in front, and Ice would have to just sacrifice his borrow time early on to make sure that Savage gets his space, or else GEEK Fam will just rinse and repeat the same way to defend high ground, and FNATIC will eventually lose their lead.
So we're able to get it with the smoke. Savage eyeing up Zephyr. Okay, also around, but Raven's close by. It's scary for FNATIC to go in like this.
And White One has
to turn around. Oh, they're going to try. But the Lingus is there. Now with the song, Raven's just going to set up. The rest of FNATIC they're backing away. They're keeping their distance. Jabs, he is going to get left behind as the bat falls, and the rest of FNATIC is probably in their best interest to just run. I don't know if they can take this fight. They do turn Moon. He's in trouble here. Gets slammed down. Has got the Lotus for now. Dragged back to the side into the secondary. Stun Moon. He's trying to turn this. Cuckoo's BKB is coming to an end. GEEK Fam, they are actually running away from this. They are scared of Moon. I mean, Moon has the full Ultramarine, the Bloodstone. It is a lot of damage. It's going to lean forward onto the Disruptor. The Orchid will be removed by the Lotus. Static Storm's down, but Moon, he's already got the kill onto the Disruptor. Still remains stuck in the Storm for now, but Moon is just so tanky right now with these arms. The Dark Portrait, though, is going to kill him. The Dark Portrait of Zephyr just tears apart the Leshrac as Moon goes down. He was not ready for that level of physical damage to come out. And now GEEK Fam, they're ready to re-engage. They jump forward over onto right side. Savage goes in onto K with the waveform. Stun out for Cuckoo, catches the 2 of them. Raven's coming in for the side. The Doom's down onto Savage. Savage will fall slowly, but surely he's gone. And GEEK Fam, they're going to chase further. The stroke catches Ice. Ice, very low. Jabs able to start poking back. In fact, Jabs is going to jump over towards Zephyr, but Raven, he's still by Zephyr's side. Jabs has to be careful. Popping the BKB again. Another Dark Portrait out, this time at the bat, and just bullying Jabs back.
Oh, that fight was all Ice. He was able to keep both Savage and Moon alive the entire fight. It could have gone way worse for FNATIC. White One just got his Disruptor Axe. That was pretty huge for the hero, but he was not able to utilize it to his full potential. And it was all because of Ice. That Lotus or pickup on this Abaddon really allowed Moon to run in and just kill off the supports of GEEK Fam. But still, they need an answer for Raven, and Raven is going to find DJ.
Oh, that'll be a free one. DJ out in his own jungle, not expecting a Naga Siren to be sneaking around. Raven finds the quick kill. And also with his illusions, bringing in that bottom lane can start putting some pressure onto this tier 2. Raven going for the heart after discarding his farm, continuing to stand tall over anyone else's in the game. 23k net worth. Moon's going to TP down to this area of the map. White Mon is with Raven though. Actually, Moon, he's going to cancel his TP there. Doesn't want to TP as this area of the map a little bit dark right now. Doesn't have the vision. So not too sure of what sort of traps could have been laid there by GEEK Fam.
Yeah, GEEK Fam needs to take the mid-tier one right now. They haven't been able to siege the structure, but they're going to see Moon.
Oh, they're going to have their setup. I mean, the song into the Aghanim Static Storm. There is no counter. There's no counter whatsoever for Moon. As Moon will fall, and this is Naga Siren Disruptor, sort of the combo of the ages. And, you know, nowadays with that Aghanim's potential on Disruptor, it's just that stronger. There really is there's nothing you can do. If GEEK Fam walk up with the song into the Static Storm, you're gonna die.
Now FNATIC, they glyph the tower, but with 2 catapults, the tower is definitely going to fall. ISS, he TP'd in, he tried to shield Moon, but it doesn't matter. He walked into the Static Storm. They had the glimpse for him anyways. And it's just a great rotation for Geek Fam once more, just catching up Fnatic when they're isolated. And Geek Fam now just extended. They finally got the goal lead after 37 minutes. They're getting the map control back from Fnatic, and now it's Fnatic who has to be the team that cowers. And be careful of Geek Fam, because Geek Fam, they have been doing all these smoke games to near perfection.
Yeah, really getting the pressure now. Geek Fam
tower is under attack.
They know that they've got some excellent strength in them. Static Storm's back up and the Song's there as well in 5 seconds. Geek Fam can look for that setup once more onto the cause of Fnatic if they do step forward for this defense. And it looks like they're not going to try and fight outside of the base here, Fnatic. They'll let this tier 2 tower go. Let's Geek Fam claim another objective. The money for Raven, as I say, just continues to flow in. He's just 600 gold off having his heart.
Game is going against Fnatic. Tier 4 items drop, Ninja Gear, they're gonna give it a Cuckoo. This Doom will now be able to just walk around the map and find kills for the team. Roshan also spawned as well, so Geek Fam, they have total control over this entire area. I'm not sure if Fnatic wants to challenge this. It seems like they are thinking of that. So Geek Fam just wants to play around that Roshan pit. They have the high ground advantage as well. Fnatic, they have to be really careful.
Yeah, this is hard. You're trying to contest into the Song and the Static Storm. So Fnatic's got to be very careful how they go about this one. All it takes is for Raven to press that R button and suddenly the whole attempt is going to be turned on its head. DJ does have his axe done, so we could see some real clutch steals coming out from DJ now with these ultimates in play. This Roshan, it's going down. ISI's just trying to spook them out a little
Dire's
bit.
Middle
It's
tower
working.
is under attack.
Geek Fam stepping back themselves. Raven just carefully bringing down the Roche. Moon actually leaving this area entirely. Moon is not around, and now Ice is going to be focused straight away, having the ult popped. Will pop it immediately as he steps outside of the pit. Roshan at half HP. This Raven will resume work, go back into the pit. Savage, DJ, and Ice around, as well as Jabs. And now Moon's made it back over to this area. So they do have the full 5 here once again. Raven, he's going to go for the Song, just to secure the finisher, but they're going to go to the jump, and Jabs is going to try, but it doesn't matter. It goes down the road to Dire. Aegis will go the way of K, and Jabs will lose his life there. Tries to fight in with a BKB to come in with a cool clutch steal, but it doesn't end up working out. Geek Fam hold their ground and they'll secure that Roshan for themselves.
Yeah, and it's a good attempt by Jabs, but it's just super hard when you have so much ultimates that prevent Fnatic from jumping in. So that is the best case scenario. It's probably one of the best case scenario that could happen without the Aegis still, which is just losing Jabs. Now in the Fnatic, they have to get their tier 4s, right? They have the Timeless Relay, a super good item for the Leshrac.
Oh yeah.
Fnatic just needs to kind of just play a bit slowly, hold high ground. They have decent high ground defense, same as Geek Fam, but because Geek Fam have the Aegis right now, I don't think Fnatic wants to fight directly into them. They just have to play the patient game. Cuckoo with the Ninja Gear is also looking for someone to catch up. He sees DJ.
I'm gonna glimpse back Ice, but out of all the targets, the least favorable one here for Geek Fam. And Ice knows that, as he's been confidently sort of presenting himself. He's trying to get that Aghanims online for the team, make sure that he's got additional ways of saving. A lot of sort of AoE damage coming out from Geek Fam, so we'll be likely to get a lot of procs of the missed coils with the Aghs to help his teammates out.
I like what ISIS is doing. He is queuing up the Aghs next, so the AoE missed coil will definitely help with his team. Against so much burst damage of Geek Fam, and it also allows them to survive through the Static Storm if they ever get caught. As long as Fnatic can kind of outlast Geek Fam's initial combo with the Doom and Static Storm, and even a Sonic Wave, Fnatic will have a huge chance of taking down Geek Fam. Because Geek Fam right now, everything lies on the shoulders of Raven. They're going to smoke up and hopefully catch Fnatic off guard.
Let's see what they can get.
Raven are scanning.
Leading the way, he's going to find DJ. DJ quick with the blink though. Instantly blinks. Is Raven going to catch anyone else with this Song? He's not. It was only DJ, and DJ...
They stole the Song.
Leaving no chance there. Oh, he did. We did, and he's got the axe as well, so not only the heal, but also that very low cooldown. Let's see what he's able to do with this one. DJ could get in terms of the setup, he's going to try for it. He's going to use it to save Moon. Using the song here to provide Moon with the heals to outdo the Doom damage and make sure that that Doom will be wasted. Look at the glimpse back onto Ice. Savage coming in with the BKB. He's trying to get rid of Whitemon. He's trying to get rid of that Ag Static Storm threat that the Disruptor has, but he's not able to burst him in time. Cannot finish the Disruptor off quick enough. Jump forward from Jabs. Goes in with the lasso onto Zephyr. They want to kill this Grimstroke, and they do. Make sure there's no Dark Portrait threat for this fight. Sonic Wave from K comes out for two of them, but they're too tanky. FNATIC, they just stand their ground and they kill off the Quap. That's the Queen of Pain down the ones. Can they do it a second time? Moon lines up the stun timing perfectly to catch K as he comes back off that Aegis. They'll kill the Queen of Pain off a second time, and now K, he's out of the game for 100 seconds. FNATIC keep everybody alive, and now they can look to run down mid. DJ actually maybe even seeing if he can catch another kill.
Let's go see Whitemon.
He's going to be able to get hit. He's going to be able to find Raven.
Dire's middle tower.
Have they got enough follow-up for this? The catch into the stun. Raven has got the Song of the Siren available. He'll pop it. They've also got the Static Storm. Oh, they're very green top here. Savage and Ice. They'll get trapped in the storm. Savage, he's going to go down for sure. Savage is out. Ice now being focused. They'll look towards DJ in the side. There'll be a buyback from the Grimstroke as well, as they know that they're going to take the lead in this fight. Cuckoo taking down DJ. A buyback comes out from Savage. They do turn, but Raven is just killing off the back lines. Turns his army over towards Moon. The Leshrac falls. And FNATIC, I mean, they got a little too carried away there. DJ trying to charge in. He sees Raven. He wants to go for the setup, but it was as if they just forgot about the Ags Static Storm after the Song combo. It was very easy for GEEK fam to just walk straight out, catch Savage in it, and make sure that, sure, they still lose heroes, but Raven lives, Savage goes down. And FNATIC, they're not able to do anything with that 100 seconds where they knocked the Queen of Pain out of the game.
I'm just surprised that DJ even decided to go for Raven. I thought Whitemon was the target. He placed the ops, he saw the Disruptor. So a bit of overzealousness right there. He actually had the Song of the Siren, which if he used it, I felt like FNATIC would have survived that for a bit longer with the heal. But it was pretty weird that he decided to not use it at all. And he ended up stealing like, what, the kinetic field. So GEEK fam just punishing FNATIC and all the hard work that FNATIC done in the middle lane all down the drain.
Yeah, back down to a 7k lead here for GEEK fam as they boost themselves ahead of FNATIC. Raven now 10k ahead of the farmer Savage with the way these last few fights have gone. Still just only that one death on Raven. You know, in a situation where it's kind of hard to blame him for as well, where he's caught on the high ground unsuspectedly. When it's come to fights in all other aspects of the game, Raven just has not been killed at all whatsoever, whereas Savage is, again, just having a much harder time against these spells, such as the Static Storm from Whitemon. With his BKB low as well now, we are down to the 5-second duration on Savage. You know, this game doesn't get any easier. You saw it around the mid-fight. He knew, you know, he's got to commit on this Disruptor. They've got to take away Whitemon, otherwise Savage just is going to struggle so much when he tries to play in these fights.
Yeah, and GEEK fam, they have been really utilizing their skills to utmost patience throughout the entire game. They don't just use Static Storm and Doom everything at once. They actually waited. In a couple of fights against FNATIC, they waited until the last minute when they see an opening. Then Cuckoo uses Doom, or they open up the fight with the Static Storm and they wait, and then they just drag the fight until Sonic Wave is a viable kill button. So I really like what GEEK fam are doing right now. Obviously both teams made a couple of minor mistakes, like the weird fight that GEEK fam took knowing that DJ stole Song of the Siren, but now that doesn't really matter anymore. They managed to punish FNATIC either way, like 30 seconds after that. But what FNATIC needs to do on their end is to wait for the axe onto Ice and probably smoke out themselves. They need to kind of kill off the supports from GEEK fam before even thinking about killing off this Naga Siren.
Oh, for sure, yeah, because Raven is just such a beefy hero right now. 4600 HP, 40 armor. Yeah, you've got to take down the backup around him. He is just never going to be the front target. As we will be able to resume shortly. Cuckoo gets himself back in the game. And yeah, we'll see what FNATIC's able to do. Can they somehow outmaneuver GEEK fam to set up the fight in a good way? It's just going to be incredibly hard. GEEK fam, they're the ones on the hunt once more. Raven around the mid. See if he wants to try and go in on this one. He's going to start getting the illusions out. He's heading in. He's found Moon. Is he going to go for it? No, he's going to keep it cool in the moment. Send the illusions over onto Ice. Still poking though and keeping this creep wave held around the mid lane. But the FNATIC don't have any momentum to push in with themselves.
My sadness that
I think if GEEK fam wants to jump on FNATIC, they need to know where DJ is. They can't let DJ steal the song again. The song is just one of the best skills that FNATIC can utilize right now to kind of counter-engage onto GEEK fam. And the moment Raven saw DJ steal his mirror image away, he completely backs off. He knows that as long as this Rubik is alive, as long as they cannot get to him, there is always a chance for FNATIC to turn the fight around. And they experienced that in their previous fight in the middle lane. So this is just going to be two teams trying to catch each other's back line. And for GEEK fam, it is DJ.
Yeah, very important about the supports this game for sure from both sides. Whitemon is going to get a deep ward down here quickly. Jumps himself
Radiant's
away.
bottom tower
Does have
is
that
under
flicker
attack.
to help him get out of those sort of situations. So as we're seeing, very hard for FNATIC to lock him down entirely with having that flicker potential.
Yeah, you know, it's just fam. I think for FNATIC, they haven't gotten much control around the map yet. It's mostly, you know, the left quadrant of that map. They have yet to really move past the middle lane ever since that bottom lane blunder. Cuckoo just got his axe, so things just got slightly more complicated for FNATIC. As much as they utilize to survive in the fights longer, GEEK fam has really itemized to take down FNATIC before they can do much. Now the Bloodthorn onto Raven, you have so much silence onto, you know, both the Savage and Moon.
Oh yeah.
Carl also got his Bloodthorn as well. It's this 3-item spike for GEEK fam. They're gonna immediately smoke out and hopefully catch FNATIC off guard.
Yeah, the damage is just going to be insane. You know, as you said, these 2 Bloodthorns propping up that Infernal Blade is already. They find the jump on the right side. They're just going to doom him straight up. He's gone. He is gone. Ice out immediately. Just the amount of overwhelming damage here that GEEK fam have, just tearing him apart.
Now GEEK fam just getting another pick, and it's on Ice as well. So if GEEK fam goes high ground right now, FNATIC might have to buy back, but they saw him.
Oh, they found Savage. Savage was out on the mid. The song into the storm. Jabs is going to try and jump on. They do manage to steal the song. DJ, he's giving some safety here for Savage, and it is enough to get him out. But the glimpse is there. Drags back Jabs. Jabs will fall. But without a doubt, if DJ wasn't in with the stolen song, that would have been a dead Morphling as well. Able to come in with the stolen song, stop Raven's main hero from doing damage to the Morph. Will save him, but FNATIC overall could still be in a bit of a rocky position as the base push is coming in. Moon, he gets silenced. They're going in on him straight away. FNATIC, can they help their Lesh? He's hexed up. A lot of life still coming out, but it isn't enough to keep him alive. Gets burst down by Zephyr. Buyback comes out from Moon. GEEK fam, they're onto the base, but the repair kit's helping out. First charge here being used and will force GEEK fam to back off.
Yeah, FNATIC just a huge loss, losing Moon. They almost lost Savage as well. He managed to waveform away, but GEEK fam, they got the hacks onto the Zephyr, so now he has the Shipshift to work with. I believe they also have the Princess Knife. This is such a hard defense for FNATIC, and especially that Moon fought back. If they lose this Lash, right, this game is pretty much going to be done deal for GEEK fam.
And Moon, he's going to get caught up by the Hex. Dark portrait on him as well. The song from Raven. Here's the setup. Oh, and it's going to be burned for the field. The Static Storm catches Moon and DJ. Moon is dead for 2 minutes. No buyback. DJ falls also without anywhere getting back into the game. It's only down to the last 3 to hold on to this. Jabs trying to drag back Nate in the fountain. Savage just dies immediately to Raven and his illusions as GG is called. GEEK fam will take this game 1. And at the end of the day, it really was just another perfect setup for Raven this game. 12, 1 and 15 on the Naga Siren. Easily able to be that big carry. And overall, just GEEK fam as a team.
PL likes to dash around with the Phantom Rush, Doppelganger,
remaining.
but if you have the Pit of Malice, the PL is not going anywhere.
Does Cuckoo play Underlord? I don't think we've seen him pull out the Underlord yet.
Yeah, not yet, but Cuckoo is a pretty versatile player.
There's another pick as well. He
Dire
plays the
team
Legion Commander,
yeah.
into the PL, so Cuckoo has a lot of options to work with. FNATIC, they go for the puck this time.
Yeah, seems like
FNATIC's
FNATIC really wants to go back to the greedy drop. They have 3 heroes that are great in pushing out lanes right now with the puck and Tiny, but GEEK Fam is not going to give them that much of a space to be greedy. You have the Sand King great against PL on lane. Afterwards, you have the Dagger to punish FNATIC as well. We always know that FNATIC, they love to be playing these 3 lanes
remaining.
when it comes to mid-game, and Sand King Blink Dagger is the best way to counter that.
How does Sand King match up in the lane against PL? Is this a core Sand King, do you think?
It's definitely a core Sand King.
Yeah. What's the matchup like? Would you say it's going to be really tough here for the PL?
I would say so. You have PL has to deal with the Sandstorm and also the Caustic Finale, especially the buff right now. I do feel like Sand King plus Mirana is a very deadly lane for the PL +1.
Yeah, and not to mention GEEK Fam, they have ran this Mirana post 1 before, right? There's only that one time, actually 2 times that Mirana was played as a core, one by Raven and the other one by Alacrity, but with this versatility for Geek Fam's draft, they can actually flex this Mirana if the situation calls for it. Now, if you look at FNATIC's draft, you have the Puck, a hero that, again, if Geek Fam has the Disruptor, it does super well into. Geek Fam might surprise us with a last pick support once more.
There's the Abaddon
pick up for FNATIC for the second time. And I think this time is slightly better compared to game 1.
Yeah, I would really love the Aquatic Shield coming out from the Abaddon, because you have your save right now for anybody that get hit by the Sand King Bro Strike plus Arrow combo.
Yeah.
It's gonna allow your carry to play a little bit towards the edge. But the problem here is the Abaddon has to always be mirroring your carry.
Oh yeah.
That's the bad thing for FNATIC.
And we saw in last game, FNATIC, they tried to dodge the lane, right? They don't want this Abaddon Doom lane. They got this Abaddon into Naga Siren. Laning phase was well. Mid-game started falling apart. Ice went for this greedy build of the Midas into Raiders, into Lotus and Octarine. Honestly, I felt like there's not much items he could win. Probably a Halberd, but it wouldn't have mattered too much.
And of course, the Terrorblade pick for Geek Fam, one of the better heroes against PL, of course.
Yeah.
But it also... It's not always the best, right? It all depends on the execution. If FNATIC can manage to burst the TB down before the team fight, it would be great, of course, but FNATIC heroes, they are not so great in bursting down the TB though. Yeah. You have the Puck plus Tiny, but when it comes to mid-game, when Terrorblade has a Skadi BKB up, it's not going to be easy.
You probably would be expecting this Puck to go for Veil if the Puck is a Moon Puck.
Do you still want to run this Abaddon on Ice, or do you feel that Ice is going to have to play a semi-core himself now?
I think it's okay for him.
It's okay, yeah.
Abaddon into TB feels pretty okay for Abaddon. If the TB wants to retreat back to the jungle, Abaddon can always push down the towers really quickly and open up the map for PL to play. So I think it's all fine for this. Yeah. It's just that FNATIC has to be careful with execution when they want to be invading the jungle of Geek Fam. They need to know that Geek Fam is always ready for that.
Yeah, and we saw how Geek Fam were able to defend their jungle despite losing towers. They have a plan in case things go wrong, and game 1 was a great example of that. They banned the Death Prophet out. I love this ban. It really messes with what Geek Fam's draft is meant to do. So right now FNATIC, they might be looking at Legion Commander or the Underlord if they really want to emphasize on protecting his PL. Ember Spirit is another hero that Carl really loves. He buys a Battle Fury Desolator. It obliterates the PL illusions. So that last plan is going to be dedicated to protecting Savage as well.
Yeah, I think Geek Fam might also want to consider banning out the Void Spirit too, because this is one hero that can really disrupt any kind of initiation or elusive heroes. And Geek Fam, they want to protect their Sand King and Mirana too, and making sure that Geek Fam is the one that is taking the first move.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right, let's see what these last 2 bans are. Now, we do also need to take a look into consideration FNATIC's overall lineup, right? They don't have that much lockdown. The survivability's there. They've got the Abaddon. PL also quite difficult to kill. But outside of that, the draft itself, it has a lot of holes. So what are we kind of expecting here from FNATIC? Do they want to play a passive game? Because you'll be playing passively into a Terrorblade here.
Oh yeah, their early tower damage or pressure is really not that strong aside from the Abaddon. So they definitely would be a bit worried for that, but seems like their laning is pretty okay though. You have the Puck with PL. As long as you don't lose this lane pretty hard, I think the PL should be on the same speed with the Terrorblade. I think it all comes down to how Tiny movement is. If Tiny is able to open the early game up for FNATIC, they should be pretty okay going into the mid game.
I think this is another game that maybe less track would be a choice for FNATIC.
Even for Geek Fam too, actually.
Yeah, even for Geek Fam. I haven't really seen Carl play that. There's another hero that you might want to see on Geek Fam, the Invoker, the Carl Invoker, to just buff up Raven. Other than that, what else? So
Shadowfiend is pretty good too.
I think it's out. No, it's also not too bad for Geek Fam.
Honestly, Geek Fam has a lot of choices for themselves, but they'll go back for the Pangolier. Interesting.
This is the Pango mid?
Yeah, pretty sure. I think if you put it in mid, Swashbuckler, if you get enough resources on yourself, Swashbuckler will always be good, and not to mention the Lucky Shot too. Oh, yeah. When it comes to mid game, PL would always come down to this situation where he needs to man-fight the TB, and one Lucky Shot can actually ruin everything.
Yeah, and it's only PL that does that physical damage. You don't really care about the Abaddon. Abaddon doesn't really do that much in terms of right-click. So basically, he's got his eyes set on that PL, it looks like.
FNATIC right now, they need a hero that can fulfill a lot of purpose here. They need Magic Burst as well.
I feel like they need a mid hero like, I don't know, Pugna or Storm. I think Storm is...
What about the Juice? The Juice against the Terrorblade? You have seen this before?
I mean, I'm not sure because there's
so they take Disruptor instead.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot on Geek Fam that would want to hunt down a Zeus, so it'll be pretty tough. But Disruptor, we've seen the magic of Disruptor in that last game, so it's going to be up to FNATIC to see whether or not they can out-disrupt Geek Fam's Disruptor in this match. But looking at the two drafts, so we see what we see. We see the carries. It looks like it's going to be a classic game from these two. Who do you think has an easier time?
Oh, I definitely think Geek Fam has a much better draft to execute themselves.
Yeah.
They know their winning condition very clearly. Protect your TB, protect Raven, and he will carry you. Also, team fight so strong on the Geek Fam side.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to degree of the level of difficulty of execution, the FNATIC's draft is slightly harder to execute. Geek Fam has an easier time. I like Geek Fam's draft in this game too as well.
All right, so both of you are going to be dead set on that Geek Fam after that first game performance, huh?
Yep.
Oh, just based on this draft, I would choose Geek Fam.
I'm very convinced by this draft too.
All right, we'll see if FNATIC can prove the panel wrong, because up until this point, I think the panel has never gotten a prediction right.
We got our first one right. You cannot take that away from us. It's our pride.
But unfortunately, every prediction before that,
I predicted
all of them were wrong.
Okay, I'm happy.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for joining me on the panel. We're going to jump into game 2 of our grand final match. OD Pixel will be walking all of you through that game, and to join him will be 7K MMR Arthur. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
I admit nothing.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for game 2 now of FNATIC versus Geek Fam. Let's see if FNATIC are able to get that sort of second game in to sort of balance the series out. But I mean, Arthur, as we heard from you on the panel, really liking Geek Fam's lineup once again. I mean, again, just to sort of reiterate, right, what is it that you feel is just so strong about what Geek Fam's got here in game 2?
Oh man, the team fight from Geek Fam is just so strong. It feels weird for me because I predicted Geek Fam, and I'm going to try to be not biased going into this cast.
See you later, nerd. See you later.
I do think Geek Fam has a super good team fight, and their execution has been perfect as well. When I look at the FNATIC side, like what Husky said, the level of degree for execution for FNATIC is just so much higher than Geek Fam.
Yeah, and I mean, but on the other side for FNATIC, I mean, what do you think could be the sort of the piece that sort of gets the ball rolling? Like what is sort of the strongest element of what FNATIC has in your eyes?
I think it all comes down to Moon and Tiny. They have the most of the magic burst in the early game. If they are able to do something crazy for their team themselves, they will be able to set up a pretty good tempo for the PL to eventually carry the team. So I think a lot of eyes should be laid down to Moon and DJ on the Tiny and Puck.
Yeah, and what sort is there certain like timing of the game that you think is going to be the easiest for FNATIC to play in? Like if we see this game go really late, are you just always going to be favoring the Terrorblade as the late game carry?
Oh yeah, definitely. If this goes to late game, I do feel like there's a lot of ways for TB to carry out this game. But of course, you always have to worry about the timing as well, because Terrorblade without the Metamorphosis is another hero. If FNATIC is able to abuse that timing and get something in return for themselves, that would be really great for FNATIC. But if you're talking about timing, the first 10 to 15 minutes definitely going to be very big for FNATIC, because those are the Blink Dagger timing from Puck and Tiny.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll see if FNATIC can get some sort of strong laning setups to make sure they do get that early advantage against Geek Fam in these lanes at the moment. This will be Cuckoo down on the bottom, backed up by Whitemon and Zephyr. Obviously imagining Zephyr's going to be making the moves across the map as this Mirana, and they're going to be looking to put the pressure onto Savage down here, farming on his PL. Moon, of course, in the mid against the mid Pango played by K, and then top lane Ice on his Baron once more, supported by Jabs and DJ on the Disruptor Tiny respectively, against Raven in the safe lane as the TB. So we'll see how the forwards move around and how we are going to get things set up and such. Looks like, yeah, Jabs is going to be able to head down bottom to help out Savage. I mean, is there, out of these 3 lanes, is one of these lanes, does it sort of have the potential for FNATIC to to win that matchup on any of these 3 lanes?
Oh, I think the mid lane is going to be pretty exciting for us to watch. Moon versus K. I think if K tries to be over-aggressive, he might be punished by Puck, especially when the 4-minute marks come through. Tiny will be making a lot of rotation towards the mid lane, so Carl has to be really careful. We have always seen Carl being too aggressive and get punished, so we might see this coming too. And bottom lane, I think bottom lane is the one lane that FNATIC really wants to solidify, because we are up against a Sand King plus Mirana. There's a lot of Q potential. Jabs has to be really careful when it comes to pulling the creeps. The positioning is very important for him.
Yeah, we'll see how well FNATIC can
See you later,
hold the lane position down bottom to make sure that Savage is able to farm without Cuckoo and Zephyr getting to put too much pressure onto him on that bottom lane. As you see on the first few waves mid, pretty even, but K definitely being kept that little bit lower with the harassment that Moon is able to keep consistently onto the Pango. In terms of regen, K has got a salve out ready, so he's going to be able to have that sort of boost to his HP as Moon trying to rush straight for the bottle. He's got 500 gold in on it at the moment. K's going to jump forward. Moon is going to keep himself safe. Quick orb to the side, make sure that K can't get any more hits in. As that will be the first salve popped here by K as he keeps himself strong and solid in the lane. Down bottom as well. Yeah, I've got that 1 sentry down to the side, but Cuckoo able to read that and keep that wave there at least on the outside of the range of it. But Savage still able to farm quite nicely underneath the tower down bottom.
Yeah, mid lane, K is doing a really good job already there. He has already forced out 1 salve from Moon, and right now it's the 2nd salve, so it's gonna drag down the... Perfect. Oh wait, bottom lane though. Got a very beautiful arrow on Jab.
Yeah, Jabs and Zephyr, they're going in one-on-one. They've got the Fairy Fires coming out, and it's going to mean that Zephyr wins the trade, gets the first blood. Savage, of course, able to clean up Zephyr in return. But Zephyr getting that initial first blood, he's going to be happy with that one. And yeah, both of them are very close there. As I say, both just relying on those fires to try and win that trade, as GEEK fam are able to be the ones to get away with first blood first.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also, we have always seen Zephyr as the biggest X factor for
See you later,
so we
nerds.
definitely don't want him to get off to a very good start. Otherwise, Zephyr would be able to do a lot of damage to FNATIC. So far, seems like bottom lane is already pretty solidified from the side of GEEK fam. Cuckoo, all he wants to do is to get to the level 2 Sandstorm, and he'll be able to outlast PL on the lane. And mid lane's going to be really close now. K is going to his bottom for himself.
Yeah, we're seeing on the cores, as you say, yeah, PL definitely getting pressured much more than Raven is up top, as Raven top CS right now, 17 and 5, as Ice is, he's having the sort of the toughest time so far out of the cores, lowest CS right now out of the 6 of them in the game. So yeah, this Raven Terrorblade is off to a very good beginning. Also, we'll have the Metamorphosis good to go again in 10 seconds, so Ice will have to be careful if Whitemon and Raven do decide to get aggressive. As Ice has got to be a little wary at this. They are going to start poking a little bit, but with the shield they'll hold back, and Raven wanting to keep himself focused on the CS. We'll see the 4-minute runes come up, TJ in place up top, as K is hoping for the RNG down bottom, but it's not going to favor him. It will be the haste rune up top, and with the orb, very important for Moon. He's going to be able to get over and get that refill on the bottle. So a win there for FNATIC across the mid. And meanwhile down bottom, a loss for them there. Zephyr able to run down and chase Jabs out of the lane, get himself a 2nd kill. I mean, you said you got to watch out for Zephyr, and he's already looking to be offered a good start as this Mirana.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also top lane, while Tiny is away, GEEK fam on the TB managed to do a lot of damage to Raven. So right now Raven is already popping his 2nd Metamorphosis, trying to solidify the lane himself. He can always still retreat to the jungle and make sure you flash farm and skill faster than the PL. But mid lane is really the lane we want to watch at right now. Zephyr making a move towards mid lane, but K is kind of low though, so nothing can be done towards Moon.
Yeah, Zephyr will be able to just hold the lane for a bit whilst K backs off for the bottle refill at the bounty rune. Now the top lane, able to secure that one there for FNATIC too. Tosses back Whitemon. Sure he's able to back up and grab that.
Yeah, very quiet early game from
Dire's
DK so
middle
far.
tower
He hasn't been able to
attack.
done too much. I mean, Pangolin is one of the hardest hero to gank as well, unless he does a very aggressive swashbuckler forward. But Moon is the first one to be making.
Oh, yeah, they're going to try and go on Raven. I mean, Raven He needs help, and he needs it now. DJ trying to get in position for the toss back to break the coil over to the side, but actually came, I believe, just as the coil ended. They don't get the stun. Almost certainly still get the kill, though. Too much burst for Raven to withstand. An excellent move there from Moon with that haste to shut down the Terrorblade already just the once, just taking him out of the lane. They've got to do this. They cannot let Raven have a free game, as we've seen so many times before what happens when Raven isn't killed early on.
Yeah, definitely. And this was the catapult timing as well. So Abaddon probably can make some tower damage on the top tier one. And Jabs once again taking away the rune coming out from Jabs.
I admit
he didn't quite make it.
Sadness that you're gone.
Not quite enough there between Zephyr and K. Yeah, he's doing his job there, Jabs. Stopping the bottle refill from K. Very important. Yeah, that DD could have set up for K himself to start moving around and getting aggressive with his own 6 with the Rolling Thunder good to go.
Bottom lane
kill on the Terrorblade is, yeah, it's getting better for the PL now. Because PL is, it's 22 Savage. He's taking the lead. He's top net worth, top CS.
Yeah, and he's level 6 too. This is a super fast level 6 timing, and all this illusion is gonna help him block out the potential arrow coming out from Zephyr as well. Right now it's so hard for Cuckoo to try and get any Q attempts onto Savage. This is where Disruptor really wants to leave Savage on the lane by himself and try to maybe get as much stacks as he can for the PL in the jungle. And we have seen Disruptor constantly be walking around the mid lane, trying to protect Moon a little bit. Raven right here is already making a retreat into the jungle.
Here I am!
Well, Zephyr will find Jabs. See if he has enough damage on his own for this one. Okay, he's not going to try and dive it. Won't have enough on his own to kill Jabs, but still forcing Jabs back. Jabs actually going to pop the clarity in the south so he can stay out on the map. Top lane Moon, he's coming in for another rotation, and every time this Dream Coil comes up, he's trying to make a play up top. This time round, Raven just becoming a little more smart to it, sticking to the jungle, playing it safe. Also again, fortunate there as he's able to dig up a bounty rune as top. And this Ogre, Whitemon does step back forward, was trying to get some XP, but Moon, as I say, he'd headed up here. So with the 3 of them, they'll be able to take down the Ogre, keep the pressure on this tier 1 tower. There will actually be a TP in from Cuckoo. He's going to head over and try and stop FNATIC from getting away with this. Savage, Moon and Eyesight are around if they want to try and get aggressive, but no sentry wards or detection on them right now, so Cuckoo can play very safe, holding the tower with the Sandstorm. So able to stop FNATIC from pushing that one down for now.
Yeah, I love this move coming up from Cuckoo because you desperately want to hold your tier 1 tower so that TB can spend as much time as he can in the jungle. They have 2 great ways to push out the lanes. You have Swashbuckler from Pangolier, Sandstorm from Sand King. So you really want, so Geek Fam is now really utilizing all these spells for them to hold the tower down. TB is one of the better heroes when it comes to ancient farming, so as long as he live and breathe in the triangle, he would be able to out the PL. Yes. But TPL already off to a pretty good start.
Alright. Zephyr, yeah, gets the arrow connection. Moon able to get out in time though, as Whitemon couldn't quite get in range for the Fire Blast. Still they're going to chase though. He jumps to the side and K, he's hot on the chase with the Rolling Thunder. Moon trying to run away, he's got another orb. K, he finishes him off with the Swashbuckle. As Geek Fam get the kill, Eyesight tries to step over towards Zephyr, but Zephyr with that final lead charge, he's out into the river, and FNATIC won't be able to punish Geek Fam for killing off their pup.
Man, K, what a man. I swear he's the only mid player that will go for such a high risk kill, but he makes it work. So that's what makes him matters the most. TB is already at bottom lane trying to push out and trying to dish out some kind of tower pressure towards FNATIC side. And FNATIC right now, they are really at the reactive side. There's not much active move that can do, because PL will always need to wait for the diffuser blade timing, and Park knows that he's the only one that can make move on the map, but this is really hurting his ESP a lot. He's only level 7 in 9 minutes now.
Oh, look at this. Important move onto Raven. Can they catch him off guard? They toss him to the coil, into the silence. Excellently done by DJ and Moon. They'll get the kill. Can K and Zephyr find anything in return? They'll look for DJ with the Swashbuckle, jumping in with the Starstorm damage. DJ's still on the run though. He's going to be able to make it away. K, he's got one more Swashbuckle. He has to hit it, but he tries for the trees. Is not going to get the correct read on DJ, as DJ is able to walk himself away back to safety. As FNATIC again, they're they're doing it. This is exactly what they have to be doing. They've got to be finding Raven. They just cannot allow Raven to free farm. And now killed him off a second time, 2 times now where they're able to invade his half of the map and take him down.
Yeah, top lane. Oh, ice.
All right, Cuckoo able to get the kill alone there with the old ult. Let's go straight in onto him. No borrowed time. It's still on cooldown. And Cuckoo getting very far in this game. Veil of Discord and 1,300 gold already on top of that Veil.
Yeah, it's has to be really careful. This top plays here.
Cuckoo steps out to the side. And he's probably going to be all right. He's very, very tanky. They do not have the damage to get him. They will finish off the tower, FNATIC. Yeah, Cuckoo is quite a threat. A very beefy hero right now. But FNATIC, they're going to need a little bit more than that if they want to try and kill off the Sand King.
Yeah, nevertheless, this is such a big win for FNATIC 2. Cuckoo still wants to go in, but wouldn't have anything. The Burrow Strike didn't connect, so PL should be safe for now. And look at the net worth between the PL and the TB is such a big difference now, and PL is gonna hit his diffuser timing very early on, and this will allow FNATIC to really ramp up the tempo. And if you look at GEEK fam, they should be ready for it though, because Sand King has off for a really good start. If they really want to take a fight, the Wheel of Discord is gonna help GEEK fam out a lot. And Carl, he's already halfway towards the Maelstrom, so magic damage from GEEK fam side is gonna be very insane.
We see top Zephyr on the hunt again. Raven is around. I'm just going to try for the arrow, but nobody to be found here. Cuckoo, Epicenter back in 25 seconds, but it's focused on trying to get what probably will be that Blink Dagger done. 1600 on towards it.
This is for you later.
Playing Carl, playing around with the idea of going on twice. Time is available. Moon down bottom. His farm still looking pretty darn nice right now, 1,300. So he's going to be hitting sort of similar timings to Cuckoo this game. Another whiff Static Storm. Unable to get the catch there as GEEK fam remain more than safe in the lane. Yeah, this creep wave is going to pretty much give it to Cuckoo. Cuckoo's going to have this blink, so this Sand King's going to be able to set up a whole lot for GEEK fam.
Yeah, this is 7 seconds. This is 70 seconds without a Static Storm for FNATIC. So if they want to force something, we have to wait for another 1 minute. This is such an big opening for GEEK fam. Sand King will be able to utilize this downtime to finish up his dagger and really be the one that is attacking FNATIC at all time. Savage though, he's still finding a lot of space for himself. He's actually not going for a diffuser blade here. He's gonna finish up the Manta style first, so really try to avoid fights at all costs and try to be just skilling as fast as possible so that he's making sure that he will be fatter than the TB at all time.
And so far, continue to make it work out, holding that slight lead against Raven. Still, though, as you said at the start, FNATIC, they really need to sort of be ahead rather than even or behind, as GEEK fam's lineup's only going to get stronger. Top lane DJ is going to find Cuckoo. Cuckoo's going to start the Epicenter up. He's going to, all right, just sort of happy and hold his ground. That's not going to do any damage to anyone, as they will slowly but surely kill Cuckoo off. Surely, I mean, but they're going to do have another dust, as they will find him, they will kill him. So Epicenter now wasted, and that's a little unfortunate there for Cuckoo, as that was at the same time when he was getting the Blink Dagger sent out to him. So the Blink Dagger reveal, it's either going to have to be held off for 100 seconds, or he's going to be making a play without the Epicenter.
Yeah, I still think they have a lot of ways to kill FNATIC though. Epicenter is not really the main damage sources for them. They always have a lot of, oh wait, topside Zephyr is in a lot of trouble. Fortunately, PL didn't have the diffuser blade, so he's quite fine here.
Whoa, Ice might dive this. He's got borrowed time, and Zephyr, okay, he does have the final leap charge. Also TP coming in from K, so Zephyr able to get away down bottom. They did drop the Dream Coil onto K there. That was to cancel his TP. That was coming in from K towards the top lane. Maybe they could do something now that they've kept K held down here. As Jabs and DJ are coming across. They come in with the Rolling Thunder though. Moon needs help. He's got to have his teammates over in time. High side sides will be able to offer up an Aphotic Shield. The Static Storm will trap Cuckoo as FNATIC, they'll toss forward for DJ and take down the Sand King. As FNATIC, that's 2 times now where they kill Cuckoo off.
Such
Now,
a good TP
GEEK
rotation.
Let's see if they can actually fight back here. They're looking towards the Tiny. Arrows out. DJ goes down.
See you later, just out.
Swashbuckle from K if he wants to go for this. It's a little hard though. Ice. I mean, Ice's ult is still on cooldown for 30 seconds, but doesn't look like GEEK fam want to push this here. FNATIC will just make sure they retain control of the vision in this area. GEEK fam, they have managed to push FNATIC away from this bottom half, so Raven can put the meta and look to take this tier 1 tower.
This is really good for GEEK fam. This aside of the Cuckoo on the field failure attempt, but most importantly, you keep your Raven tempo up. Your TP is farming really good right now, almost 300 away from the Manta style. This will help him survive through the burst of puck a lot. So Raven is definitely looking to be involved in the teamfight more than the PL, especially right now. He knows that PL is not going for the diffuser blade first. This is the time GEEK fam wants to take a hit on FNATIC.
Under attack.
It's the smoke.
Yeah, they're looking for exactly that here. Hit the Cuckoo. Epicenter back online. See what sort of a jump he can find. They're charging across. That is the real Savage. Savage is very, very low here. They're going to go in with the burrow shot, but it doesn't actually catch Savage. Savage, though, he gets unlucky with the double. He's trying to fake it out with the illusion micro, but they're not going to fall for it. GEEK fam, they commit on the hero and will get him there. Savage, very unlucky there with the RNG. If he ends up down on the low ground, he just had a chance of running away.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sometimes the RNG just to mess you up a little bit and makes the game more interesting. TB is definitely the biggest winner here. He does nothing, just farming, and PL dies, so there's a lot of time to catch up to PL right now. And we know that every single time the Metamorphosis is off cooldown, Raven on the TB will absolutely come to hit on your tower.
Perfect. Mid. Try and get the ult out from Ice. Take that out for a minute. And yeah, for sure, yeah, you can see with the build as well from Raven going Manta into the BKB, making sure that he can turn up and really hold their ground against FNATIC's mid lane. They're going to look for the lead in onto Savage. They've got the power, the epi, the arrow, the everything with the thunder. Savage is dead. Pushing forward there, a little blindly as well as the PL on mid. GEEK fam, a very easy catch for them as Savage just sort of pushing in like that. There's just not going to be the chance for Ice to get in time and save it.
Yeah, you just can't push out onto the high ground without any vision from your Reaver. That was a very weird move coming out from PL. Most of the times, Savage won't be doing things like that, but I guess they are sensing some kind of urgency here in this game because TB is definitely doing a very good job.
And the river, they are able to at least burst down Zephyr, but again, using the Static Storm for that. Something that they do need to save things for Raven. And yeah, definitely a worry for FNATIC if Savage continues to make those sort of moves. As just after seeing the way that Raven plays, Raven's he's not going to be doing things like that. You're never really going to expect to just see Raven pushing blindly in the mid lane up to the high ground. He's not going to make those sort of mistakes. So Savage has really got to sort of just tighten it up a bit and cannot afford to be caught out like that by GEEK fam. Otherwise, this game's going to be very easy for Raven to out carry him.
Yeah, bottom lane, Puck just wasted another coil onto the Sand King. All this leader move is just not going into the right way for FNATIC right now. FNATIC side, they have to always mirror the movement of Sand King. Whenever the Sand King is off the map, they should know that this Sand King is probably smoking out with his team or smoking with the Mirana and trying to get some kind of kill. The biggest decision maker is definitely on Cuckoo right now. Then they are going to smoke once again, trying to ramp things up. This time they are going to fight with TB with the Metamorphosis.
Let's see what they can do, Raven. Start showing himself on the side. The Whitemon coming in from an awkward angle, gets surprised immediately by GEEK fam. The Disruptor's gone. Okay. Thinking about charging in for more. Ice. He's going to try and hold. Well, he's stick around this tower. He's going to bail. The Metamorphosis is out. They know that this tier 1 tower cannot be saved. K already setting up for more with the Moonlight Shadow. He's found 23 Savage. He's going to start playing around with the PL. Just bullying this PL all the way away. He's actually going to commit the ult too. He's going to try and chase this down. He's actually finding the connection with the Rolling Thunder onto the real PL. Blue will come bouncing there. Savage trying to go for the standstill micro. Is he going to going to work out. Pops the man to Savage. Will live, but no Cuckoo. There with the power drop. The essence ring for Savage though was out in time. Savage this time, he'll win. The bait pays off as GEEK fam overcommit. Getting that essence ring off just in time. Savage able to remain alive, and FNATIC can turn that one around.
6 seconds to glimpse. They really want a TB right here. Moon is trying to get any vision for the disruptor. Oh, they got
he jumped up to the high ground here. Whitemon's going to be able to turn with the stun though. He's jumped into his own death to poke. The Static Storm does indeed catch Raven, but Raven, he's able to walk out of it. Turns with the Sunder. Raven's fine.
Dire's middle tower.
Or is he? DJ with that toss back. Can they finish Raven? Raven getting low. Raven will fall though. He's not fine. They get him. FNATIC, they lose their perk, but absolutely worth it. Any opportunity to take Raven out of the game is an opportunity they have to take. And with those kills, Savage, he's only a recipe away now from the Diffusal Blade.
Oh yeah, that was such a good bait by PL to start everything with. As GEEK fam, you always have to know that there's an Abaddon coming in with huge amount of sustain. You can't just extend yourself so much deeper into the enemy territory, because TB is not a very fast hero to catch up to you, even though Metamorphosis now no longer reduce movement speed. But you really don't want to forcing your TB to be chasing after you. And this is such a big mistake from GEEK fam, and FNATIC, we have said so many times that they are great in capitalizing on any mistake that their opponent give them, and once again they are going to punish Cuckoo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be the money there. Savage, he's got the blade done, the diffusal's out. So now, really increasing the potential of the PL in these fights. Raven, how's he doing on the BKB? Will almost certainly have his BKB complete for the next skirmish. Just 200 gold off the Ogre Club. So really going to kick off here from both the cores as they continue to stay in a very similar area, about 11.5k net worth on both of them right now. FNATIC, they've also got the buff up of Ice, getting this pipe done. A little bit of a different build from what we saw in his last game.
See you later, nerds.
Understandably so. He's got to make sure that he's able to keep Savage, Moon alive in these fights so that they just can get all their spells out. Savage can lock down onto a target. DJ also got a completed Echo on top of this Blink Dagger, so this Tiny, pretty scary. A lot of burst from DJ on whichever target he gets on top of.
Yeah, they are all itemizing for themselves to have this ability to burst down the TB really quickly. And right now, GEEK fam is trying to make a move. Moonlight Shadow. FNATIC, do they see this coming?
Whoa. Zephyr's going to start things on a Jabs, but actually whips the arrow combo, leaving Jabs an opportunity to turn with the Static Storm. Jabs will still die though as Raven and K get on top of him. They lose Zephyr on the back lines, jump out from Moon as he goes down to the low ground, but K is chasing with the Rolling Thunder. Phase shift will dodge the initial Rolling Thunder stun. K, can he get him with the second one? He can't. And K, he's jumped up to the high ground. He's way too deep. DJ turns with the combo. K gets another shield crash off. There's a bit of damage reduction helping him out, but the illusions are beating down onto him. He's out of mana. Tries to jump over to the side. They commit with the illusion, but K actually gets another swashbuckle off. K's still alive here. They can't quite finish off the Pango. Savage, he'll look over towards Cuckoo. They have the dust out. Cuckoo will die under the sandstorm. So they have the vision. But K actually able to get out. So Cuckoo's life falls, but saving his mid laner.
Yeah, this is such a dangerous move by K. He almost lead his team into a very bad position for a fight as well. K has to be really careful with all this bait that FNATIC is doing on him. Seems like he's one of the players that will always take on the bait. He probably wants to calm down a little bit right now. But this is FNATIC telling GEEK fam that they are ready to fight with the Diffuser Blade coming up from PL. 5 men from FNATIC is going to be super strong. You always have this Abaddon for you to come in with a lot of burst heal. But if you look at GEEK fam's side, they really don't have any sustainability from themselves. There's only one 4-star from Cuckoo that can get your teammate out of trouble. But aside of that, there's really nothing.
Oh, mid. Ice, he's getting slow. They've got the control with the burst track and the Rolling Thunder. Ice held underneath the tower. 5-man of GEEK fam. Kill off the Abaddon, and they'll make a quick move for by the looks of it. Eva Roche looking for a kill up top. Let's see where they want to head. They're going to go strange the pit.
Oh, this is easy.
Now that they've got the damage with the Metamorphosis, they're going to get away with this. It doesn't look like FNATIC's going to be able to pull together any attempt to stop this one.
Yeah, they won't be able to make it 26 seconds more on the Abaddon to be alive. I like how Raven just instantly pops meta for this because having an Aegis for him, it means so much. It could be game changing too. Now it means that they can take fights a little bit more aggressive and they can push things a little bit more to the limit as well. And okay, with these Aegis, they are able to finally, for the first time in this game, walk up to the triangle of FNATIC and try to put down some aggressive wards so that they can plan some advanced move for the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Some quick reads here from GEEK fam. They're also going to try and catch out DJ on the top lane. Zephyr looking for the setup. DJ quick with the blink into the trees, and Zephyr arrow still on cooldown, so can't go fishing for him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just doing a very good job of just continuing to take any sort of space that's presented to him, and it's starting to really bump up the farm on him. As we already saw a very good blink dagger echo saber timing. He's now got 1300 on top of that as well. Level 15 as well. I mean, you compare him to the 4 of GEEK fam, and Zephyr sitting at level 12 and a couple of thousand net worth behind. So DJ really starting to take a very good position as the 4.
Yeah, GEEK fam is really suffering from all this split push coming up from FNATIC. Around, they don't have the disruptor for them to come in with all the punishing abilities. They really all rely on Ku's Sanking to make move, to make all this initiation. But they do have a lot of heroes to chain stun with, though. The arrow coming up from Mirana, the Fire Blast. But execution has to be perfect for GEEK fam's side to punish them.
Well, top lane. Dropping the coil onto Zephyr, but no detection on Moon on the front line, so Moon Light Shadow is going to put that play to a complete stop.
Zephyr is still staying, though.
Yeah, he's going to show himself once more.
There, he wants to
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DJ, the avalanche off, that's going to do it. That's going to do it. He can leap all he wants.
See you later,
Moon chasing him down.
My sadness that you're gone.
So Zephyr did know that they're around, sticking in the area far too long. Back over in the jungle, Raven very close to having his butterfly complete on the Terror Blade, just a talisman short, and they've also got the completed pipe on their side now as well. So amongst the pipe from Cuckoo and the Greaves from K, GEEK fam have now got that sort of burst sustainability that they were lacking before against FNATIC's team fight. Mid, K. Oh, they get the drag back into the Static Storm and pick up the damage to kill him off in time. They do. K's going to fall. Cuckoo comes into the bow trap, but it wasn't soon enough to save the Pango. Now Cuckoo's going to go down as well. Again, sort of just having to try and save K, and it's costing them very heavily, GEEK fam. Also, deep by the tier 2, Whitemon just run down. FNATIC can take this tier 1, and K's just got to be careful. These sort of positions are just spelling disaster for his team.
So yeah, this might very well turn into a tier 2 for FNATIC themselves as well. GEEK fam, they are the one that want to control this pace of the game with the Aegis, but with all these careless mistakes that they are doing,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The network gain for themselves is really slipping away towards FNATIC.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, they're actually losing 2 towers.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, DJ's just getting all the space in the world. This Tiny is so farmed. He's nearly he's going to be taking over. He's going to be taking over Cuckoo at this stage in the game. He's nearly got a full Ags as this 4 Tiny at 28 minutes in. He's been just farming like a madman and killing as well. 2-1 and 9. I mean, no surprises really at all, but just another game where DJ is he's just ahead of the game.
Yeah, I like the approach of DJ as well. They know that this game is a pretty quiet one. It wouldn't be a lot of kills happening, so he just focused himself in the map and trying to get as much network as he can when it comes to the mid game. But mid lane though.
Let's see if they can take down Ice. It's going to pop the ult, try and run. Static Storm's down, only traps Cuckoo. Will be enough to stop GEEK fam from committing too heavily onto Ice. They know that there's backup from FNATIC inbound. So still just sticking around Raven. Still a little bit of time with the Aegis. Quite literally, we've only 30 seconds. So unlikely to find too much more with that. And maybe a time we'll see that FNATIC do try and make a move as that Aegis expires.
FNATIC, there's a lot of timing that they want to wait, especially the Aghanim Scepter on Tiny. Purely is going to come in handy against all the illusions of TB, because all of the illusions was really slow, and TB love to take the standstill fight as well. So Purely is going to be super useful. And Moon, look at how aggressive he is. Split pushing, because there's no one from GEEK Fam that can punish him, especially now that he has gotten himself a Lincoln Sphere. He's allowed to play as aggressive as he wants, and Tiny at another side of the map will be also doing the same thing.
Radiant are scanning.
A prize!
Let's see what DJ can do. And also picking up the time for himself, trying to get himself at level 18. Getting some very continued quick levels with the way he's been split pushing lanes. Is again just the difference between his leveling and Zephyr's about 4 level difference right now between the 4s. It's going to be a lot for GEEK Fam to deal with, and a lot for Raven to try and carry against us. Overall, FNATIC 6k up at the moment in this game too.
Fam is having the sense of urgency now. With the 5-minute possession of Aegis, they actually didn't manage to get any advantage in terms of economic. They are losing gold every single time. They are losing map control as well. So really big props to FNATIC on how to drag out the Aegis from GEEK Fam and playing the map too. All of a sudden, PL, we've seen him dying 50 minutes earlier, but right now he has completed a Skadi and halfway through the butterfly already. So if this advantage is able to continue snowball from FNATIC's side, PL will be so big when it comes to late game, and especially part 2. He's already completed the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Behold!
Yeah, it's just so much for Raven to deal with. As we can see, GEEK Fam's cores, K and Cuckoo starting to slip behind quite a bit, whereas FNATIC, with the way that DJ is stepping up there, it's going to be the point where it's sort of 4 very farmed heroes against this Terrorblade. And Raven, his farm's great, but it's just not any greater really than Savage's PLs. They're at the same point. So all in all, it may just look to be a bit too much for Raven to be able to win the game against.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like a TB versus the world already. Pangolin is not going to do too much damage to the PL Illusion right now, especially with the build that he went for. Guardian Grief, a little bit of sustain, a little bit of damage, but when it comes to team fight, it's all going to come down to the Rolling Thunder. FNATIC has full control of this game right now, but they're still not going to take a fight though. They still want to build up the advantage. They know that there's no way GEEK Fam can punish them when they go for the aggressive split push. But mid lane, it's GEEK Fam's time to make a move.
Let's see what they want to do. Cuckoo.
Dire's top tower.
He's going to be hunted, but as soon as they come in, he's out with the blink. FNATIC, seeing if they can chase a little bit. There's going to be aggressive TP over as well from Moon on the puck. Going to try and shut them off on the escape. He's able to find the coil onto Cuckoo. They'll go for the Sand King phase shift to dodge the arrow. Cuckoo will be left behind by the rest of the team. FNATIC just getting these sort of kills. Moon chasing in. He's able to blink forward. He has found Zephyr. Moon with this gem, having that vision through the moonlight. Zephyr dropping the triple leaps to get back to base. He will live, but it's just the fact that we're seeing that GEEK Fam, anytime they sort of get close to maybe being able to set something up, as soon as FNATIC catch wind of it, GEEK Fam, they have to just get right out of there, because these head-on team fights are just not going to favor them right now.
Exactly. This Malumas from FNATIC is so beautiful to watch right now. Every time GEEK Fam is trying to charge down to the towers, by 5 men, they always have to TP back to the towers and to react to the puck and the Tiny. This is just so hard for GEEK Fam to make any advancement move. They have to somehow catch Moon or Tiny.
Diving. Savage. He's just going past the tier 3s with his kill on the Ogre with the illusions, and he'll get it. Back over towards the tower as well. FNATIC, they'll claim that. The racks are exposed. Cuckoo's going to be back up in a couple of seconds, so they will have to fight at the Sand King to help defend this, but Savage, he's already taken it down to half HP, jukes out the swashbuckle, comes back in, keeping the illusions on K, burning his mana, pushing him back. Cuckoo jumps in with the Burrow Strike, but the Dream Coil is down under Cuckoo. Cuckoo tried to get the epicenter out, but he's been silenced to top of the side, into the statics on K, gets the ult off in time, but they've already lost Cuckoo. Raven trying to hold his ground, the best with the BKB and the Metamorphosis, but does he actually have the damage? They're losing heroes on GEEK Fam. Zephyr buys back. Moon jumps back over towards Case. Savage charges forward. DJ in with the toss combo. Blows up the Pango. Raven's BKB's come to an end and now he's vulnerable. FNATIC just pushing Raven back to base, glimpsing him back. Raven will be able to turn and get the Sunder off, but it's too much for this Terrorblade to deal with as Raven goes down. He has no buyback. K silenced it again. Savage chases him down. They're just going to call it. This game is over as FNATIC are able to run down GeekFam, get it to the point where GeekFam, it was only Raven in a good position. Both Cuckoo and K just fell behind. They were never able to make the plays, and FNATIC just got so much done. I mean, as we said, we saw this game. DJ had so much farm in this position 4 times.
Yo, microphone check, make it a microphone check. Give it a microphone, I make it a microphone dead. Don't step to me, newbie, I could truly be moody. I could have played the fucking Grinch in the movies. I've been a part-time shadow cat, part-time. That is not a guy that I would ever want to try to battle rap. Snap, crackle, pop, mind fried to a crisp. Make an MC into a wide-eyed lunatic.
Team ban.
The pressure is definitely on GEEK side right now.
And it makes you wonder, how are they going to kind of supplement their draft now that the Doom isn't available? Because there isn't necessarily a hero in the roster that actually plays out like the Doom, right? He's unique in that he can shut down a hero and completely turn the fight in your favor during those moments where Doom is active. So GEEK fam, let's see if they can be creative. Maybe they're going to pull something new out of their magician's hat. And of course, FNATIC have done the same thing as well. They have been so FNATIC up until this point, they've been pretty stubborn with their order of heroes that they pick. 23 Savage always gets priority with his carry, always getting second picked. Do you think it might continue for FNATIC, since it didn't work in game 1, but it seems like game 2 they kind of just realized, let's just pick a carry that's really strong.
5 seconds
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of possibility that they are going to do that as well. They have been doing this the entire group stage, and especially after first game they lost, they're still executing the same mindset when it comes to drafting. So I don't know if maybe GEEK fan want to start first phase banning some Savage heroes. Maybe they pick up Raven's hero during the second pick. Could that also be an option? Just say carry for carry, eye for an eye.
Yeah, could be. I think it's not a big deal that FNATIC is picking their core in the second pick. They've done this a lot of times, and sometimes when you lose a game, it's not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to change everything, and I think FNATIC showed us that.
Looks like the draft is ready, folks. Let's jump into our third game of the day. FNATIC versus GEEK fam, and of course, no Quap, no Doom. Two heroes that GEEK fam have really fallen back to as their core heroes when they win their matches. But interestingly enough, Phoenix gets banned out with, of course, Timbersaw. I think we've seen what Ice can do with that Timbersaw, so that's a very respectable ban. But Tree and Tiny for our openings.
Yeah, I'm thinking for this Phoenix ban now, I think GEEK fam wants to play like some kind of strength chorus heroes that are really not good in hitting egg. For example, the Tiny is one of them, so maybe more chances that we see a mid Tiny from GEEK fam right now. But FNATIC, once again, they are stealing the Treant away from GEEK fam. Not to steal, but also they themselves play this hero to perfection too. And it's one of the better heroes to drag the game through the late game.
And this is the thing I love about best of 5. Team just start stealing each other's hero. The draft kind of evolves throughout the entire series. GEEK fam now, getting their hands on this Tiny, I feel like it's pretty huge for them. They bring in the Snapfire as well, and we all know Snapfire is also a hero that FNATIC really loves. And we've seen FNATIC combo this Snapfire alongside this Treant Protector, right? Overgrowth into Monimus Kisses, super deadly combination. But FNATIC this time, they grabbed that Death Prophet, and I absolutely love this pick right here for FNATIC. This secures their lane, and it also allows FNATIC to have a solid front line to protect 23 Savage in the fight.
Yeah, this is a good setup for FNATIC to continue further into a 5-man lineup. There's a lot of sustain coming out from Treant and Death Prophet themselves. Team fight is also strong. Pushing, Death Fall pushing is looking strong too. GEEK fam so far with the 2 picks. It doesn't give you any tower defense. It does give you burst, but once again FNATIC they have a lot of sustain and then ban out the AA.
Yeah, AA ban out protects this Prophet, and it also opens out heroes like the Morphling.
A Morphling's banned out, unfortunately. The Alchemist?
Yeah, the Alchemist is also a possibility. I didn't know this Morphling ban.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, the
there goes
Alchemist
the
is
Alch.
banned.
Bye, Alch.
Good
Yeah,
one.
so no cheese, no Savage hero as well. I wonder if FNATIC would want to go back to the PL, to the anti-mage as well. You have a very good setup for yourself. Trian, great for you to put the tempo back to late game, and their Prophet, of course, always gonna be pretty good when it comes to a 4 versus 5 team fight, so you will be able to buy a lot of time.
It could be a Savage Troll as well for this game.
Fanatics
because of
turn to ban.
there's no Doom, there's no AA. I think a Troll will be pretty decent. I think right now FNATIC, with these 2 openings and the subsequent bans, they can easily pick a Savage hero and not worry too much. The GEEK fan, they ban out the Nyx, so that sets up for an Ember Spirit. Most likely an Ember Spirit for Carl.
Oh, Wild Spirit even.
Yeah,
also the Lina ban, we know we haven't seen this hero too much, and this entire league, in fact, we actually never seen her at all. But Lina is always the best hero when it comes to countering the Death Prophet. You always have the Laguna Blade for you to nuke down the Death Prophet, and they are respecting that.
And with how the meta is as well, it kind of feels like a meta that would suit the Lina if she manages to slip on through. Lots of fighting. She's also great for flash farming too, so Lina quite scary, but we won't be seeing her. Miranda being taken out, so no Moonlight Shadows there for GEEK fam at all, no aggro combinations.
Yeah, it's just FNATIC trying to stall the mid game, right? You don't want to give GEEK fam that much, too much setup. You already have the Tiny and Snapfire. Miranda will be an amazing addition to that. But FNATIC right now, they are probably looking at another support, probably a
Japs hero?
Even a DJ hero.
Yeah, even DJ hero is not open yet.
Yeah,
I mean, we have seen DJ play the Death Prophet 4 before, right?
Oh yeah, that one game.
Yeah.
Did he win? I think he did.
I think he won. He's the first one that pulled out the 4 Death Prophet. I don't know if they want to replicate this in the grand final, but there's always that possibility.
I think more importantly, does GEEK fam know that DJ can play that Death Prophet?
I think if they've been following FNATIC,
they should know.
However, I highly doubt you want to pull out the Prophet 4 because it's not great as the 4.
Yeah.
It's just not great. That game that DJ played a Prophet position 4, he had a horrendous game. Like he was feeding out of his mind, but they were able to pull it back. So good for the Prophet 4 stats. But no, it's just not a good 4 right now. I think even the Puck World trend does it better. But GEEK fam, they finally get their hands on that DK, which was banned out in the previous 2 games by themselves.
Yeah, this is the best hero against Puck, and GEEK fam has already tasted how powerful Puck can be when it comes to split pushing. So finally, one good lockdown that can definitely get the Puck, but also Moon will definitely be going back to the Lincoln Sphere on the Puck unless he's not playing. So we're still yet to see what the roles from FNATIC is so far.
There's the
There's Abaddon.
3 games in a row.
Yeah, we've seen the Jabs Puck before. I think he played like what 2 times so far in the entire league. But FNATIC, now the only definitive answer that we know, it probably is it's the Abaddon, right? Maybe the Triad as a support, but the Prophet and Puck.
5 seconds remaining.
If Puck support, that means I think it's a Puck support at this point.
Yeah.
Prophet will definitely go mid.
And for GEEK fam, not gonna lie, I do think the anti-mage is looking really good right here.
Oh yeah.
Against Puck, against that Prophet, there's no physical damage coming for GEEK fam. And if you pick your winning condition here, you can ban out 2 best hero that counters him.
I like the anti-mage, but they go back for the TB, and this time they make some adjustments. No PL. PL in the last game, it was a huge pain to deal with, especially with so much healing and regeneration from the side of FNATIC, right? Living armor, you have the Apodic Shield, the Mistqual. It wasn't fun for GEEK fam. So this time, without the AA, they pick the TB, they ban the PL.
I think also another change is that GEEK fam, I'm not sure if they were listening to Winter or anything, but I like the scalability of this draft as well. Not only is it the TB, right? The DK can also scale if the game goes a little bit later. DK in this game, I mean, what really threatens the DK? Death Prophet does a lot of physical damage, right? She doesn't really cut through that DK. Abaddon, I don't know what Abaddon really does to a DK, so
not really.
It seems so far the cause for GEEK fam, they're more or less set in stone.
Yeah, but the one thing about FNATIC's draft right now is that it's the same as the first 2 games. you ignore them for a while, they're gonna start taking a tower. Ice in the previous 2 games have been able to take that tier 1 pretty early on and convert that into into other towers as well. He takes the top tier 1, he rotates to mid, he joins up with Moon, and he takes the mid tier 1, and that's how they start controlling like the Dire jungle, the Dire top jungle where the outpost is. Now you have that Prophet with the exorcism to make that happen. You have this Pug and Trent to clear out the lanes. FNATIC can easily replicate that. So GEEK fam, this last man, it has to be a hero that Savage can use to carry them into the ultra late game. They're gonna ban the troll. I actually like it.
Yeah, FNATIC, they don't have a lot of choices going into this last pick here. Faceless Void is still in the pool.
Oh yeah.
You always have the Faceless Void plus Exorcism. I know they are playing with very high cooldown, but once again, we have been always saying these games tend to go really late. So
10 seconds
sometimes
remaining.
you just go unpunished if you are going to be greedy, or you are going to be greedy on the ultimate as well. I think it's still okay for them. And FNATIC, their heroes are actually pretty good at the early stage of the game as well. Like Shrien is always the one hero that can secure your late game. Their Prophet versus the DK as well. Siphon is will always be pretty good against the DK too.
So they ban the Ogre. They are expecting a core Tiny. So this is pretty likely to be a Cuckoo DK. There's a core Tiny Cuckoo DK. For now, they have the last pick, so they can just react to what GEEK have. But I actually am thinking maybe they want to go for the Grimstroke again. Disruptor is still in.
5 seconds
which is
remaining.
not too bad for GEEK fam. I think I still kind of like the Grimstroke Disruptor. If they want to really protect this TB, the Oracle would be a choice as well for White One.
Yeah. I think some of the times you really need to find a solution to address the Death Prophet. One of the heroes that can do that is the Slaughter. Okay, never mind. They'll go for Cuckoo's LC. Not sure how should I think about this though, because the sustain for FNATIC side is so huge. I feel like it's going to be pretty hard for LC to get any duel win, but this is a catch for them.
But what if it's not the duels that they're aiming for the Legion? I know Husky, you're a big fan of Legion because this hero is really tough to just push out a lane.
Yeah, Legion is one of those heroes that can dominate the lane. They can hold the lane 1 versus 2. You have multiple ways to build the Legion in terms of skill, depending on the matchup. And you don't necessarily need the dual damage, right? The dual damage is kind of icing on the cake. The lockdown is the one that matters. It's a great setup for heroes like, the Snapfire. It really controls crucial targets because it goes through magic immunity. So Legion Commander can also carry all your aura items as well.
And I think
what I like about it.
Maybe another thing, you can't really do anything with the Abaddon as well, right? Normally Abaddon's there to prevent the disables from landing, but with an LC you can't do that.
Yeah.
You have to complete the duel.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think for FNATIC, Slug is looking super great right now.
Oh yeah.
You are facing against TB, LC, and the Dragon Knight. If you are able to survive in the very first initiation of GEEK fam, you are going to stack up a lot of agility for yourself. But Slug is not really a savage hero. We have never seen him play on this hero.
Oh, the Lifestealer?
With a Lifestealer against Terrorblade.
Oh my goodness, this is a billion sustain and regeneration for FNATIC.
This is not a macro game.
I'm not. Lifestealer into TB is not the best. TB out damages Lifestealer, it outskills the Lifestealer at one point. But FNATIC with this draft, they are going faster than game 2. I like this. With how fast FNATIC has been playing, I think they can pull this off.
FNATIC and GEEK fam.
I'm really digging GEEK fam. I feel like they have a lot of good disable for them this time. Both DK and the LC will be able to solve their split push problem that FNATIC poses to them just now. So I'm gonna go with GEEK fam.
Yeah, fun fact, LC is actually decent into Lifestealer. Lifestealer actually can be LC in lane, but I like FNATIC's draft. I'll go with FNATIC.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for breaking down the draft. Game 3 is just around the corner, folks. For that FNATIC versus GEEK fam best of 5 finals. We're going to have OD, Pixel, and Fogged. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Danalee. Yeah, always excited to see how the old Lifestealer works out. FNATIC coming in with that as their final pick for 23 Savage. I mean, what do you reckon, Fogged? We're going to get to see it, I believe, for the second time, at least in the games that we've covered here at the SCA League. And it's into a Raven Terrorblade. Do you like the chance of the Lifestealer here? Have you got questions?
It's got two decent core matchups, right? Versus the DK and the Legion, it's pretty good. Versus the TB, I think they were just out of choices, right? Like everything else was pretty much banned. They were making sure to cover Raven and making sure he has this like excellent core matchup as the TB, so they banned all the rest. And yeah, FNATIC is kind of just stuck
Prepare
they're strong for life stealer, but it works with their draft. They have a couple different ways to get him into the fight, and like I said, decent versus a couple cores, so could work out if he keeps up with the farm and if they're pressured a lot, which they do have a pressure draft.
Yeah, well, let's see if the Lifestealer FNATIC can make it work as we get ourselves into Game 3 with the series 1-1 at the moment. Oh, let's see, indeed. I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, this Lifestealer, well, 4 high HP heroes. I mean, even the Terrorblade, the late portion. So, if you're able to stay on a target during that rage, you are going to be quite hard to peel off, at least in the early portions of the game. Late game, when Terrorblade starts to get some right click, I guess it's going to be a bit of a different story. But there is definitely a world where FNATIC sort of hit a timing that the GEEK fam won't quite be ready for, right?
Yeah, they have they have like some overwhelming team fight. GEEK fam, I don't really think they have much team fight at all. Actually, it's all about like this pick off and just it's like running around as 4, picking off heroes while Raven farms. Right, that's kind of the style that they went for. FNATIC, they're going to be looking to take towers very early with a 4-man or 5-man, even if they want to get 23/7 involved, because they have a Death Prophet, Treant. Like, this is going to be just active looking for fights nonstop, and it's a lot of percent-based damage that I'm seeing. Spirit Siphon, the Feast that you were talking about before, 4 strength heroes on GEEK fam.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fact that it's this percent base skills that are boosting up your ability to stay alive. You know, the sustain on these cores of FNATIC, the self-sustain is going to be pretty ridiculous in those mid-game team fights, especially being backed up by the savior of Ice, and of course Jabs' tree, this living armor, this aphotic shield. A lot of ways to make these heroes very strong in the mid-game.
Yep. I don't really like Death Prophet normally when I see her alone, but yeah, double saves, always going to be fantastic for a couple different ways to protect her too. I'm actually watching mid mostly because I want to see if Moon's actually played the new Death Prophet, because the new Crypt Swarm casts so fast. You actually missed all your last hits. He missed the range creep twice.
Because he was just timing it wrong. Yeah, you're just so used. Which I guess ultimately is going to be better for the hero, but you're right, the adjustment phase might take a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, let's see if he gets this one. Yeah, well, but yeah, the cast animation is absurd now. It's 0.2. Mid lane, though, should be pretty even trade farm. Don't think you can actually pressure DK ever. DK, of course, can't pressure Death Prophet. Top, Ice is getting very aggressive on Whitemon.
Yeah, and then he gets the kill, but can't quite get that final proc and has to step back with Raven, stepping forth with the meta. Pushing back both DJ and Ice.
Is under
He's
attack.
able to reclaim control of the creeps, clearing out this camp that they were pulled to.
Yep, that's what we call that asserting your dominance, right? They pulled aside. He wants to assert his dominance so the pull can go through successfully, so he plays a bit over-aggressive. He actually, and then, like you said, Raven forced meta. Pretty good for the top lane for FNATIC. But GEEK fam, yep, they're set up pretty good here. I mean, pretty even lanes across the board. Pretty tough to actually have any pressure happen. I think Zephyr is probably the most likely to die bottom, but Kuko has pressed the attack always to save him. It's either Zephyr or Whitemon more than likely to actually have death potential in this laning phase.
Yeah, and it's not like the FNATIC have ridiculous burst on this bottom lane. It's just, you know, it's going to sort of require Zephyr to overcommit rather than getting caught out by some surprise sort of outburst of damage from FNATIC's duo down here. Yeah, the mid lane having a bit of an edge here for K. Able to start to get quite the lead actually. 17 for 2 against the 11 for 1.
Mike, I'm just watching the Crypt Swarms. It's actually crazy. I'm so amused by this. I don't know why.
I mean, yeah, because that is going to be quite the buff overall throughout all portions of the game, right? Just the fact that, you know, whilst you're chasing and siphoning and getting those right clicks in, which, you know, the plus 30 damage at level 10 does mean that, you know, the more time you can spend punching into the heroes rather than, you know, summoning up the Crypt Swarm, it's going to make a whole lot of difference for your overall just damage output.
Yeah, absolutely. Ice, we see him. He pulling, you know, just pulling some creeps top. Same thing with DJ.
I'm going to look for DJ.
He's getting aggressive, actually.
Yeah, more than fine with the shield and does have the orb available if required.
Very quiet early game.
Savage Yeah, we are going to see just the Maelstrom Mjolnir build. No surprise against the Terrorblade. And looking at K in the mid at the moment. Looks like his choice of initiation item will be the Shadow Blade.
Okay. I'm always curious. I always want to understand why the difference between players, like why they wouldn't go the Shadow Blade and why they want to do Blink sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like, because I mean, Shadow Blade, I guess, is always going to be better because it could scale up to be the bigger item right in the slot. Yeah. Not that the Silver Edge feels that great on a DK nowadays because of the, it's giving you the Echo Saber, which, as a DK, most of the time in the fights you're going to be a dragon. You're not going to be in a melee form, so you don't really get much of a bonus from that.
Yeah, it's expensive, compared to a Blink dagger. Like Blink, you're gonna have so much earlier. Shadow Blade, they're probably gonna see the build up. They might be prepared for it for a couple different situations too. But I mean, we'll see if he decides to adapt and change it up. His top, Ice is Ice.
Oh, he's gonna go, and they melee his Whitemon on return. DJ trying to find him. Whitemon in the trees. DJ's got him. He's in with the Waning Rift. So the 1-for-1 there, but still the fact that it's their core going down on DJ. Gonna take a few hits off the back there from Raven. And falling. From Raven staying alive. Ice getting bullied out. Still very close start between the two. Moon actually also taking a quite a long walk away from the mid lane to secure those 2 bounty runes up top. Whilst he knew that Ice and DJ were under the pressure from GEEK.
Do you still see the illusion rune top? Oh, there we go. It updated. That was weird. It still said that the illusion was top, even though.
Yeah, no, I absolutely did. Yeah, a couple of seconds ago, I just looked there, and it definitely was still showing. So
I guess they picked it up
must
so
have been
fast.
a graphical bug.
Yeah, something happened there. But yeah, walks away. He gets his, gets the 2 bounty runes. Still not far behind K. This is one where like neither mid laner wants to really move. You leave the lane and that tower gets taken out. So we'll see how they want to actually use their level 6s. I think they can set up for kills. I think in particular, like with Moon, you actually can rotate the supports, which is a little tough. Maybe just jabs, and you can actually set up on K when he goes to hit the tower because he's gonna pop ulti and try to poke that tower.
6-minute rune, yeah. Let's see. Zephyr, it's going to go in onto Moon. DJ's able to grab the arcane though. K's in with the Dragon Tail stolen onto Moon. And Moon keeping himself alive with the siphons. He's heading back up to the high ground. And Moon, is he going to be okay? K coming in with that Snapfire cookie, but it's not enough to kill Moon off.
Under attack.
Quick with the siphons there. Moon just able to make sure they didn't have the damage to outdo that drain.
Oh, Cuckoo bottom. He actually does not have pressed the attack. He goes for the TP right away and will survive. Nice play.
Yeah, both teams doing a good job of avoiding falling to one another. Mid lane though, Moon though. This time he's only got 1 siphon charge to rely on. There's 3 heroes on him, and there's very little backup on its way. TP from DJ just does not finish in time. There's Moon found. GEEK fam being resilient there around that mid. Looking for that opportunity, knowing that his siphon charges were unavailable. And now K can get a little bit of damage onto this tier 1 tower with Moon out of the game.
Yep, love those type of rotations. Those level 6 rotations, you can usually set up a kill. Silence. And they do so. Great chain stun. And that's something we've got to always watch for GEEK fam's lineup is they have a lot of lockdown that comes between, especially those 3. Not bring Cuckoo into the midst just yet.
DJ
tiny.
Oh, he's gonna walk up into a bit of a surprise there. Zephyr and Whitemon.
Try to be more.
I mean, yeah, this whole positioning around the mid has been very good from GEEK fam. Yeah, really sort of catching FNATIC off guard twice in a row there.
Scanning.
And when you do these type of moves, you peel people away from Raven. That's really the name of the game, is just give Raven the freest game possible. He's level 7. They're pretty much giving him all the levels, and now they're rotating top for Ice.
And Ice is
available, Daryl.
And he's not quite level 6 yet either. So no borrowed time to keep this man alive. They're in. They're gonna find another Zephyr and Whitemon. This gank squad now 3 kills in a row from mid to top lane.
Ooh, looks like Moon's actually trying to set up for Raven here. Pretty sneaky play. Might actually work.
Raven. He's gonna go straight for the TP out, and he's away. Raven there. It was almost as if he knew. He just instantly TP'd out. I mean, these are sort of the quick reactions that, Raven is, one of the reasons why Raven is just one of these carry players that doesn't die. He doesn't get caught out by things like that.
Did the Snapfire see them coming for a second? That reaction was absurd by Raven. That was crazy. It's like literally as the Siphon casted, he just
started
TPing.
what angle did they do have that ward in the river, but nothing closer to the lane than that. So other than that, it just had to be sort of just a tell on. Maybe he knew that the Death Prophet was coming his way, but didn't just quite know when she was going to show. But even so, yeah, just incredibly quick reactions, keeping Raven alive and keeping himself on the map, keeping him farming away.
Yeah, Exorcism was used, but at least FNATIC can still get the tower off of that one. Carl capitalizes a bit off that in the mid lane, gets about a little bit less than half damage on the tower. So it's not like it was an Exorcism wasted. They just didn't get the max. No. So they still get that tower.
Okay, it's going to get Dream Coil, tries to snap it in an attempt to escape. They've got the burst though. DJ jumps in to claim the kill and the bounty.
Sort of dragon. You must
DJ,
be in juvenile form.
It's super far aggressive when he saw them there for a long time too. I guess he didn't expect DJ to hit the 6 there. But yeah, he stepped up very far forward.
Yeah, it was quite low on HP too. So yeah. risky positioning, costing him his life. As now Raven moved down to the bottom half, starting to take over FNATIC's jungle. As he knows that FNATIC's lineup, you know, they do want to be keeping the pressure on. So anytime they're having to pull back and play on their half, it's going to be time that will favor GEEK fam.
Yep, GEEK fam is struggling a little bit on the level aspect right now because they have moved around so much. The Snapfire and the Tiny, we see both of them level 5 and level 4. They're going to eat the Tome, of course, and get 6. But you see DJ, he's comfortably almost level 7. Same thing for Jabs down bottom, about to hit 6. So a bit better experience distribution for FNATIC because of the movements from GEEK fam. But they're trying to make sure they do give those levels. Cuckoo jungling, Raven jungling, give the lanes to the supports. Ice, he recognizes that. He's trying to pressure top, so White Man does not get the 6 at a decent time. But now he steps far forward.
Oh, nice under the tower. Jump forward with the cookie. He has got the ult, now puts a point into it. Cuckoo trying to block him off, wait for that perfect duel opportunity. And there it is. They've got the damage to secure the damage for Cuckoo.
Just nice things. Hitting, hitting the 5 position support under the tier 2, chasing him away from the lane so he can't get XP.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to watch us. We've had 3 games. Well, obviously, yeah, 3rd game so far. He has played a Baden in every single one, and in each game, he's gone for a very different build. Game 1, we saw him go for the Midas Radiance, which of course was the game that they did end up winning. Game 2, he ended up going for the Vlad's first up, and this time round, he's going to be going the Helm build on the Baden. So definitely testing out a lot of different things this series, Ice.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to be in some aura buyer, I guess, but I didn't get to see the entirety of the other games, so I didn't really get to see what he built, to be honest. I mean, it's nice. He still has the toss back onto him. Second, it'll come back up.
Yeah, up in time, and with that a little too hard for them to stay committed onto him, he's going to be fine. DJ's also in with the Dream Coil, so ready to turn if GEEK fam do try and force a 5k. Dragon Form will come to an end. Moon's going to try and capitalize on that. Goes in with the Dream Coil from DJ, but it's coming in for the backside of FNATIC. They've got to think twice. They've got to get out of here. DJ and Ice getting taken down perfectly by Whitemon. An incredible set of Mortimer's kisses push them back. They do lose DJ and K, but Whitemon able to make sure that does not end up being a total complete mess for GEEK fam as he gets 2 kills for himself.
Every time I see Snapfire ult, I forget why the hero stops being picked. I know the cooldown's pretty long, but geez, like, it felt like they were the ones coiled and he was just blasting them inside of a coil. Then that ult just does an insane amount of damage early game. And they defended. That's the biggest thing too. Exorcism was committed and barely any damage actually done onto the tower there. A big hold by GEEK fam.
Yeah, they've got to really watch out for these positions that Whitemon's in. And in terms of heroes that can sort of try and get round to the back line, so I guess you're going to be looking at DJ and Jabs maybe if he's able to make his way around the trees. Obviously not as easy on the Treant. But yeah, until DJ has the blink, it's going to be a lot of team fights like this where Whitemon's going to find a great position to sit back and lay down the ult from.
Absolutely. Yeah, DJ is definitely going to have to focus on him in the later aspects of the team fights. Zephyr top being chased.
Jupiter's in the trees, but yeah, DJ.
See you in the spring.
Excellent little burst of money towards his blink. Still a very close opening. Once again, we've had that in all 3 games so far. Both teams very evenly matched here in the lanes. There's 1K in it right now. Down bottom, Jabs. He's into the trees. Nothing that GEEK fam could do to catch him there, but they'll to bring the wave round, push this tower. Okay, pop in the ult. Jabs going to try and hold onto it for a little bit with the living armor, but won't do too much alone to stop K and Raven from taking this. Also having Whitemon and Zephyr in the area means that there'll be no fight from FNATIC. FNATIC just going for the trades. Pressure's on the mid. Moon's going to have the ghost up as well in 15 seconds if a fight does kick off. And also they've all managed to get themselves
Radiant's bottom
the DD room.
has fallen.
DJ still playing on his top half. We saw this from him in game 2 as well, doing a great job of just finding all the space. Mid lane, another toss back onto Ice. Cuckoo has got the duel. He'll be able to bring him back after the borrowed time ends. A secondary victory for Cuckoo this game, now plus 20 on the Legion.
He's going to have a blink real early in this game too to be able to set up. He's pretty close to it already if he wants to go for that route instead of auras. And yeah, we mentioned GEEK fam. They have a ton of stuns, tons of ways of disable to get kills and pick offs on the side. FNATIC does not. They only have the coil really as their stun and their way to actually set up for ganks and kills. Jabs looks like he's farming a lot actually this game on the Treant Protector. So when he has Meteor Hammer, it's gonna actually give them another disable because they're really lacking it on their team to be able to set up moves around the map.
We'll see mid Moon. Isn't going to go for anything more than a Yules there onto K2, far onto the high ground. Top lane, DJ spotted out Zephyr. Is going to drop the Dream Coil for this, buying time for the tree to come over. DJ might actually just have enough damage on his own. He's going to have another Waning Rift in a few seconds. Shield as well onto him. But Zephyr a little too speedy unless DJ can hit this final orb, but not going to try for it under the tower. Moon was looking for him, but Zephyr going in nice and deep to the trees.
Radiant are
DJ will throw out one more orb, but not committing. Zephyr's fine. Mid lane, smoke up from GEEK fam. K has now got the Shadow Blade complete, so we'll see what sort of an opening he can find with this one.
This could be big. There's no coil. The big team fight that FNATIC actually has for them. And they've shown their positioning. Like, they showed how far they wanted to dive there. The Jabs.
Don't get Jabs.
One caught out.
Extra dual damage. As Cuckoo's in. And doing a very good job of racking this up. 15 minutes in, plus 30. This is a very respectable timing of the build-up from the damage on this Legion.
And he's got that, I mean, his important role is really going to be that BKB piercing disable for the life stealer if they see opportunity for it. Sure, he might give his life away, but that, as well as press the attack on Raven, I'm feeling a bit concerned for FNATIC. Like, how are they actually... I'm just looking and I'm thinking the grand aspect of the fights. How are they going to kill Raven? With no stuns really on their team, he's always going to get Sunder off, and he's going to have the backup of a Legion press the attacking him. This Tower Blade is getting a crazy amount of space. Level 13, and he has such a good backup of Force.
Top lane DJ and Jabs are out here. Whitemon's going to find them. Silence. DJ and Jabs are just going to turn a little bit onto Whitemon, but they're a little bit suspect. They know that there's going to be more behind the snap fire, so they'll back away.
Tanky snap fire too. They actually see him place the ward with their own ward up top left. And they're probably actually going to get the... Are they going to go for Whitemon here? They might be able to. DJ wants to. Can't quite get in range.
And we'll see now what GEEK fam can do in terms of playmaking, as both Cuckoo obviously and Zephyr now have the blink, so they got 2 blink daggers, a Shadow Blade as well. Lots of ways to go for these pickoffs. FNATIC have got to be so careful with how they come out. FNATIC's team fight is still good now. They do have DJ's own blink, so wait for DJ to be able to find that initiation, or of course just find Whitemon on the backlines, make sure he cannot get the kisses off. And there we go. DJ actually whipping the coil. Yes. Cuckoo was very quick with the blink. Instantaneous reaction from the Legion. Jabs just to finally grab it, but Zephyr blinks in, tosses Whitemon out of the Overgrowth hammer combo. And GEEK fam, they don't even take a scratch there. They dodged that hot move from FNATIC. And now Cuckoo, he's going to go back in with the ult and the kisses. They're going to have the damage to get the kill. And sadly, actually was able to get into Jabs in time. Cuckoo goes straight for the TP out, and he'll make it away. So they don't quite bring Savage down with that commitment, but they are also able to back off from it and make sure they don't lose anyone from that attempt.
Raven was standing near the side there, waiting for an opportunity in case Savage did commit forward. Yeah, both ultis from FNATIC used, and they don't get anything there.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Still have exorcism available. Moon, level 13 with the Yules and Invis. They want to try pushing down this tower now that they know Murder More Kisses as well as Duel is on cooldown.
Dire structures
trying to take advantage of that moment here. But Cuckoo's still in the area, and Raven's making the move over. Ice's ult is already procced.
Just keeping to the side of it all, Moon. With those ghosts going, I mean, can they fight them here? They are backing off. Jumping from Zephyr. Gonna find the combo onto Jabs. Not enough to kill him off. DJ jumps back. He gets the coil onto Whitemon and Cuckoo. They'll burst down the Tiny on the side, and now they're gonna charge in for more FNATIC. Whitemon snap fire cookies down to the low ground. K turns with the Dragon Tail. Moon taking a lot of damage. It's Raven. He's here with the Metamorphosis, but it isn't enough to kill Moon. Straight up the heal from the Ghost takes Moon back up to full HP. He turns over Raven, chases down with the Siphon. The silence comes down from Raven. He already got the Sun Drop. He's back up to full HP, but the Overgrowth holds in a position. The hammer is not quite in range. Raven's trying to run away, but DJ has the burst with the ult to take Raven down. GEEK fam, they lose 3K, comes back in with the Dragon Tail stun onto the pod. DJ will fall. Savage thinking about diving this tier 3. It's a little too risky, especially with the respawn coming in from Zephyr. Zephyr and K, can they catch anyone of FNATIC here? Zephyr is going to have Blink up. A little hard though, FNATIC still with the 4 of them here, and they're too strong for GEEK fam to jump back into, as FNATIC able to get a fight going their way, keeping this top lane pushed in as well. And GEEK fam just not able to burst down the targets they tried to jump on.
Take that.
Radiant's
Moon almost gets brought down, but he does have that Yules, ends up protecting him. Raven can't focus fire, and there's a lot of magic damage actually with that Veil build as well. It ends up adding up and taking out Raven as soon as that meta was used too. So 80 seconds no meta. Big moment for FNATIC.
I was trying to see if he could get the grab on Ice there, bit, but would have been a very difficult target to go for, and time's been bought. They're holding the mid lane. K will be able to take down that Mud Golem though of Ice, so an easy 200 gold for the Dragon.
And he's instantly porting bottom. So with Shadowblade, that's another reason why maybe he did go for it. He can catch the puck easier than if it was a blink. No reaction for DJ probably if this is the case, and DJ showing. Raven's in the area too.
I mean, even if he does, he's going to need Raven. Won't have enough damage on his own, but yeah, Raven's here. No! And with the Terror Blade, no question about it. Enough damage to take down the puck before the stun comes to an end.
Nice gank. In a very, very nice position too there. It's not like you're going to gain anything out of a tower or anything, but yeah, DJ is not expecting that. That type of gank, you never again expect that to come there when the map is like this. Like that move quite a bit. FNATIC, I mean, they're at the ready to fight again. Like Moon, he's probably wants to finish up the Lincolns before the next fight just to block that long stun or that long duel. That should give him a decent amount of protection, but they're setting up for him. Moon,
can they go for this?
Far.
They have got the kisses if Zephyr's able to set up. They're going to try. They're not going to use the kisses. They don't need it. Cuckoo's here with the duel. They'll catch out Moon, just pushing out very far on his lonesome there up top. I'm seeing this warding here. I mean, it's been a couple of times now where GEEK fam have kept this Ob Sentry combo up top, and it's done a lot for them with the way that FNATIC's trying to push this lane now. Zephyr steps across. He's going to go for the TP out. Is he away in time? He's not. They have the damage.
Died in base.
Oh, he did, yeah, again. I mean, I guess the dot from Jabs.
Yeah, you can see the little stone formation in the fountain there as he did take out. Nice little gank. I was wondering when they were going to start utilizing the infest bombs. I guess, I mean, it's not something that you do too often anymore. You usually try to save the infest for the midst of the fights because how it works now. But they're able to set up that kill. And, I mean, Savage is online. He's actually very, very close to the same farm and net worth as Raven. And he has pretty much the perfect items that you want versus Terror Blade. The next item is the AC to block that physical, Halberd to defend, and also Maelstrom for damage. So, Savage.
They're going to fight this. They get the opening onto K. Have they got further detection? It doesn't. Yeah, now they do. They've got him. The Shadow Blade comes to an end. He pops his BK, but he's been rooted in place by the Overgrowth. Do they have the damage to bring him down? They're trying. Zephyr comes in with the Avalanche Toss, holds them back. Zephyr sacrificing himself there to buy K some time, but Moon's got further control. Yules up the Dragon. K turns with the Dragon Tail. Shadow Blade again. They don't have any further detection. K will be able to get away. Raven's turned up now. Geek fans, they want to try and fight back into this. The ghosts are still out from Moon. K leading in. They're going to jump for this. Cuckoo, he gets the duel. Do they have the damage to take down Savage? Savage, he's still alive. He's going to be able to live. They didn't have enough to bring him down. Savage will live. And now, FNATIC, they'll just run straight back at Geek Fam once again. Whitemon tries to jump to the side to draw their attention away from Raven, and it will work. They turn over the walls and burst him out with the orb before he TPs away. Raven will live. But FNATIC winning this fight around the tower and will be able to finish it there. They tried to commit onto Savage, but with the items, with the Halberd and the Miona, he was able to just outlive it all. He was hitting hard enough, fast enough to keep that life still going. And even with Raven stepping over, it wasn't enough to just take Savage down low enough.
I mean, honestly, these Vampire Fangs are super good on him too this game, since he has the Maelstrom versus this TB, but also Moon. Incredible silences 3 times in a row. I think that he blocked Cuckoo from getting pressed the attack off like 2 times to buff up Raven, and he also blocked Carl from getting the stun off too with that silence that could have maybe turned the fight. Some crazy ways of team fighting and just tons of sustain that comes in from FNATIC when they do start getting that ball rolling and chasing Geek Fam out. It's definitely scary. That's what, twice now that Raven showed up with meta and he can't actually focus fire too well, because the rest of his teammates just die.
And feeling just a little bit vulnerable as well, it looks, as Raven's queuing up that BKB next. Yep. Just making sure that he isn't having to pop meta and then sort of bail as soon as he loses sort of one of his backup.
Dire are
He's got to make sure he can stand his ground and actually hit back hard against this Life Stealer and Death Prophet.
Yeah, I guess they don't have, like I was mentioning, they don't have so many stuns on the lineup with FNATIC, but I mean, those silences are a big problem for Raven for sure. I think that's probably why he's getting the BKB. Massive magic damage, and then what? They have the Puck silence, which gets crazy strong when you hit level 20, which is going to approach, and Death Prophet silence, which is already super obnoxious to deal with.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, what I'd say, that's about 10 seconds of silence between those two. I know, of course, both spells relatively low cooldown, so it's happening multiple times in the fights and many times before that Manta comes off cooldown.
Yep. Too much they go. They have the sustain, they even have the Alpha Wolf too to make it that much faster. And they even pop ghosts. Level 17, so Moon not quite level 18 for these ghosts, not the level 3, but yeah, they pop it. They want to force the issue.
They're heading over, but they're not going to make it in time. Yeah, FNATIC's got this one. The Aegis for Savage. Okay, he's thinking about poking at this, but he knows this is such a risk to take. Such a risk with the Aegis now and the Life Stealer. Yeah, the instant rage from Savage. Yeah, it was never going to be a grab there. K gonna start hitting the tower though. Kisses are coming out as well. They are trying to get something going here, Geek Fam, but there's no real control at the moment, so the Kiss is just all over the place. Brings Ice down a bit. Does allow them to finish up the tower. But now Draco, it's out of the 3 of them in, but they're losing heroes as this time Raven can pop the meta and hold his ground. They've lost Cuckoo. Snapfire to the side, but Raven needs silence. He can't get the sun drop for now. Ice staying on top of him, trying to put the silence yet again, but Raven turns. He's able to keep himself alive, and Ice will fall. Savage, now the new comes out of Cuckoo. He's got the duel. They're onto the Life Stealer and they're taking out the Aegis. Savage goes down at once. DJ jumps up to the high ground, looking for K. K turns Dragon Tail stun onto DJ. Savage charging forward with the rage. In range of the open wounds, but it's removed by Cuckoo straight away with the press the attack. K is fine.
Crazy fight. Everyone having everything popped. You could see the Geek Fam wanted to force the issue because Moon didn't have Exorcism. That's why they were so adamant in actually pushing forward, because that was on cooldown, and they forced the Abba ulti early. And now they're looking to go again. They're actually looking to re-engage.
And they're going to get a wraparound. Zephyr and K look to blow up the easy supports from the back. They'll get it. Jabs down. Now charging forward onto Moon. Zephyr TPing away. Yules will cancel it. Cuckoo has Jewel up in a couple of seconds. Lincoln's is popped on Moon. Jump forward, DJ in with a burst. Finds Zephyr, burst down the Tiny. DJ again. A 3-man Dream Coil down onto them, but there's no follow-up. They're just going to use that Dream Coil to buy space for the rest of them to back away from GEEK Fam. $3K lead still here for Fnatic. I mean, the fights are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, they're getting, I mean, the crazy thing is they're getting so much farm during these fights. Like, Ice is just, he's honestly just dying and feeding his life away a lot of the times in the fights, but look at DJ. I mean, it's standard DJ. I know, I heard you guys like casting earlier. DJ with an Aghanims on Tiny, stuff like that, you don't see anymore, but look at DJ's farm on this puck. He's like 2,000 net worth over Ice. He's level 17. Also, Ice only level 15, so yeah, he's having an excellent game, and he's doing a great job of controlling. Those coils have been phenomenal for his team.
Yeah, it's been a huge nightmare. And yeah, it's only going to get worse to deal with after that Ags.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge problem for GEEK Fam in these fights. You know, these cores who are going to be relying on those BKBs. They do both have them, Raven and K. The answers are going to be there from Fnatic. It ways to...
Raven's just fresh 10 second, 3,000 HP. Should make the fight a lot easier for him to work around, because I'm literally seeing him just get chain silenced. Even the I actually forgot the ABBA one too, right? Like, he's actually getting chased by Ice and getting silenced as well. So it's a lot of things that Raven was dealing with inside of them, and this is going to make his game quite a bit easier. But they are starting to get big items to address, you know, those illusions, that obnoxious Terrorblade meta as well. We see Moon almost has a full Shivas now finished up. Ice again in no man's land.
Yeah, he's certainly going to fall. Times brought, setups there. Cuckoo's in with the duel. Plus 90 damage now on the Legion, and a lot of that courtesy of the Ice about in top. They're going to pop the Ghost here. Moon wants to fight. Dream Coil down on a Zephyr. They'll take the Tiny out in the river. Can they get anything more with these Ghosts, though? It's just the Tiny kill. And it looks like they were sort of expecting a bit more of a fully fledged fight there from GEEK Fam, but it was just the Tiny. So this is going to be Ghost going down. So another timing that GEEK Fam can look to punish with the Ghost being wasted.
It looked like a bit of like a panic move by Moon. Only the Tiny jumped him. He just instantly popped his Exorcism. Bit weird there, but yeah, like you said, they might have a window now on GEEK Fam to take advantage of that. 20 seconds until they're Tiny to spawn. Yeah, I do think they can absolutely look for a smoke setup here. Ice, he's scouting them. The Kobold Foreman with his wine glass. He spots 2 heroes bottom.
I mean, it is another 200 gold, though. I feel like Ice this game, he's given a lot of 200 gold, the Helm Dom creeps away, and he's given a fair few plus damages to Cuckoo. So
he's having a rough one.
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. You know, he just wants to make DJ feel that even better right now. You know, he just wants to make sure that DJ feels that he's sort of the new position 3 this game. And his farm definitely feels like, I mean, at this rate, he's going to be the new position 2.
Yeah.
He's going up the ranks, DJ.
He's almost level 20. That's the big one. He's going to have, it's like the permanent silence that comes out almost from Waning Rift.
Oh, mid. Oh, look at that call. It may not surprise you, but it is Ice. This time Ice has got his friends in town. He's got the backup. They won't be able to kill Ice this time around, as Savage and Moon are here. They'll turn over towards Raven. Dream Coil for DJ's tower. Whitemon sits in the back, starts to throw the Mortimer's Kiss at the BKB's out from Raven. The jewel's down to DJ. They've taken out the puck. See what more they can find here, GEEK Fam. This touch on the jab, slowing him down. This Scardy from Raven, setting up for potentially another. He gets the illusions out, and jabs will fall in the river. Ice. His borrowed time still on cooldown, as they'll find themselves a third. Raven with this BKB holding his ground. And this was always what you gotta be scared of if you're Fnatic. This Terrorblade is going to become a nightmare to fight into.
Oh god, and he finds a DD top.
They don't have any buybacks, so this is
Radiant's
they do
middle
have
tower
fortification.
Attack.
I'm going to pop it straight away here, but this at least will be a free tier 2 tower in the mid lane for GEEK Fam to take.
And the whole situation might be different if, you know, if Moon didn't panic pop his Exorcism up in the top jungle there. Now he's back up, but for that last fight he didn't have it, and that was a really nice Dream Coil from DJ on the 3 heroes, but they knew. They just held their ground since it was that Ags Coil, and there's no Exorcism because Moon had used it, so yeah, they get punished pretty hard because of that one.
No, you can really DJ is trying his best. I mean, as you said, when he went in like that, he probably was a little disappointed that there wasn't any Ghost follow-up.
Yeah.
Because as you say, you know, with that sort of initiation, if they do have the ghost, then that fight definitely has a big chance of turning the other way.
Yeah, because then they actually have to run away. Instead of because ghosts aren't up, they just BKB and stand inside of the coil, and then, you know, that Ags kind of doesn't do anything. Full MKB finish now, as well as an AC, so big timings coming out for GEEK fam.
Whoa, FNATIC's going to try and go. Smoke up, DJ's in. It's going to just look for the quick kill on Zephyr. Setups there with the Dream Call. They do manage to force him away to the safety and the cookie. They try their best to save him, but won't work. Now Savage is very deep. The range is one off. Savage is getting hit by the bottom of his kisses. He's dead. Oh, Savage is down. Moon as well in the front. He's also falling incredibly low.
See you later, man.
That time around, you know, we do like to talk about the great plays of DJ, but he kind of baited his team into a bit of a nasty situation that time round. DJ trying to commit onto Zephyr, and it ends up with 3 of his heroes dead.
I think they may have just lost. They just lost Rax because of that. There's no ghosts. There's no buybacks. Raven has meta in 10 seconds or so.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're lucky that they actually have tier 2 towers in their other lanes. Otherwise, this would probably be 2 sets.
Yeah, I mean, they're lucky they have a repair kit. They're slowed down a little bit.
Nice.
Not enough overall, and again, they've caught him out. DJ.
Radiant's middle tower.
I guess a bit of the caster's curse, really, you know. We were taught he was having a great game, great bomb. We're like, DJ's trying his best. Oh, wait, they just lost the game. GG.
Radiant's
It's
middle
all over.
tower
It's all over this game 3, GEEK fam. They're going to take it.
Victory.
They're going to take it. Raven Terrorblade at the end of the day. You can't mess up against it. You can't mess up against it. Otherwise, you'll just lose your action, lose the tier 4s, you'll lose the game.
Well, that escalated quickly. 34 minutes. This felt like it could be a game that...
Yo, give it a stage in a minute, I'ma eat you. El Profesor's in the house, let me teach you. I could defeat you with 2 hands tied and have you waking in the hospital like, who am I? And who are you? Who are they? What is this? You wouldn't believe how someone react to this shit. The mind slips, slipping, speaking in tongues. Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done. 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 Sly ink, GVA, that's how we get it done.
seconds remaining.
A bit too many times, and game 3 they just didn't have enough damage at one point. They kept
team
forcing the
back.
fights, but GEEK Fam with their perfect execution were able to outlast FNATIC. So we'll see what FNATIC have in game 4. But what I do have right now is Omen for you guys. Actually, they came out with a new product. It's actually the brand new Omen 15, powerful in all the right ways. And of course, it's your thin and light gaming experience all packed into an all-metal chassis design. So do remember to check that out.
And this might be the last time we give them a shout out to me. Please guys, remember this. If you want to be the perfect fashion gamer out there, please check out 2Me because they are giving out these 2 free backpacks for you. There's only 2 left for free, so make sure you sign yourself up at 2me.com/esports to win this beautiful baby home.
Yep, only 2 of these left, folks, so make sure you enter today. It's the last day where you can enter this giveaway. And also, not just the 2Me backpack, we're giving away Logitech G gaming mice as well. All you need to do is head on over to the link listed below, fill in the survey, and you'll be in the running to win a lovely brand new mouse.
And of course, I know I've been saying this a lot, but One Esports merchandise, they are one of the best out there. And you definitely want to get some for yourself to bring this back home as part of the experience, the One Esports starter pack. Drop by shop.oneesports.gg. They have a new line of apparel in the form of t-shirt. You can see in the banner down there. No further explanation needed. Just remember to use the discount code CDOTA10 whenever you make a purchase.
Draft is ready, so let's jump right in and see what we're going to be looking at for Game 4. We're really early this time. Now, I would love to make a statement before this draft begins. I would actually like to see Ice play Dota today. I'm not quite serious. I'm sorry. I don't think Abaddon's a hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not an ISS hero. We all love seeing ISS pulling out all those crazy plays, those AG plays as well, but today we haven't gotten a chance yet. Hopefully this game, we will see something new.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to see a game where ISS doesn't play the Abaddon, but I don't think Abaddon is that much of a problem though. It's just how...
Stop trying to justify the Abaddon. Can we just encourage him to actually pick a different hero today? Because that would be very nice.
As if they are hearing us.
As if they're listening. I mean, they won one of the games with the Abaddon, so it's not all too bad. But I think it's about time FNATIC switch up their playstyle, right? They've been playing this, protect the core, let me shield you and protect you for the rest of the game. But maybe this time they want to change it up.
It's going to be tough though, because the only hero that FNATIC have won with so far is that PL, and it's banned out right off the bat. So I think GEEK Fam already showing a lot of respect to 23 Savage, just knowing that they could try to play against his PL, maybe try and counter it, but if FNATIC are playing under the right conditions, the PL is just too good.
Yeah, and GEEK Fam also snatching away the Treant from FNATIC this time. This is the time GEEK Fam wants to play really aggressively. We have seen how much damage Zephyr on the post 4 Treant can bring. Most importantly, this hero is really good if you put him on the tri-lane.
Oh yeah.
And you definitely want Raven to start off with a really good early game.
Yeah, I think FNATIC, they also have one of Jab's hero, which is the Grimstroke. I think DJ also plays a bit of the Batrider. Batrider was that true though, so maybe FNATIC might want to consider that. It's decent against the Treant if they ever end up in the same lane. But they go for the Shaker.
Morphling Shaker right off the bat, guys.
Could be, unless...
Take Morphling away now.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Does GEEK Fam want to take the Morphling, or do they let it go through and have to deal with that combo? If they let the combo through, how do you play up against that Morphling Shaker? It's a deadly combo. It's a unique combo. There's actually nothing out there like it.
Yeah, there's
Disruptor again.
There's a lot of heroes that... There's a lot of requirement to fulfill if you are playing against the Morph Shaker. Most importantly, the BKB timing. You need to have cores that get the BKB. And this is one way to shutting down the potential Morphling pick already with the Lion.
Oh yeah.
Insane amount of disable and also most importantly Finger as the burst.
And maybe early game as well, the mana drain could actually be a thing as well, right? Morphling very, very reliant on his mana. And of course Shaker is as well. Removing that mana removes their movement.
Yep.
Yeah, whenever you play Morphling, you really hate the damage over time, and you definitely hate burst, and Lion brings both of that. It even brings disable, right? Hex is instantly cast, you don't have time to react with that strength morph, and I think this opens up the Grimstroke for GEEK Fam once more. You have that Lion with you. If this is going to be a cool trend, that is. But FNATIC, they're going to stick with it. The Morphling Shaker, we saw this coming, and FNATIC, they went with it.
Yeah, they're going to take the challenge, and most importantly, right now, they can ban out 3 heroes that are perfect against the Morphling. The Anti-Mage, PL is already out. Anti-Mage, TB, even the Naga Siren once again.
Oh yeah.
So FNATIC definitely feeling pretty comfortable here with all the bans that can protect Savage with. Yeah. And this is where GEEK Fam needs to start considering other options.
Yeah, and I think
GEEK Fam are actually quite ballsy for letting this combo through.
I think sometimes you just, instead of stealing it away when you're not comfortable, you are better off.
Raven plays Morphling.
Yeah, I know he does, but you gotta think far, just further than that. Sometimes you have to come up with a solution, and it's not entirely just stealing away. I'm pretty sure GEEK Fam has a plan with that Lion pick, definitely for the Morphling and Shaker. There you go, the Naga Siren ban, great call.
I think right now GEEK Fam really want to pick something that can get a really quick Orchid timing, so you kind of force the Morphling to get into this Orchid, this Manta style plus Lincoln build, so that he would have to give up the very early Academies build.
Yeah.
Because without the Lincoln Sphere, every time Savage tries to do anything offensive, he has to be worried about this potential instant hacks from Lion. So there's still a lot of way GEEK Fam can play against this Morphling.
Yeah.
Even without the right hero, you can always force Morphling to itemize himself differently.
Yeah, I think GEEK Fam right now, they could consider the AA. The AA was still left in. So far, Necrophos is the second ban in the in the second phase by FNATIC. There's also the Death Prophet, which I think GEEK Fam might consider picking up as well. They have a couple of options to deal with this Morphling, right? Any Vessel Carrier, any Burst Damage Dealers would be great. They ban out the Venomancer. This is quite interesting. So the Venomancer ban.
Yeah, they probably want to pick anything that has Blink Initiation ability. So they ban out the Venomancer. It's pretty good against the trend as well. Damage over time, it's very hard for you to heal over that.
Oh yeah. I wonder if they want to, if GEEK Fam are considering the Ursa.
5 seconds remaining.
We just have to see though. You have to look at their third pick right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, FNATIC. One more hero that deals into the Morphling.
They definitely want something that can go to the late game, because we have already seen Ursa, like early oriented hero like that, is just not favorable when it comes to a very close series.
Oh yeah.
If you're going to run the Ursa, I think you'd have to run it in a multi-core lineup. It can't just be the Ursa. We saw last game what happened with the Lifestealer. Lifestealer DP, yeah, it's all right, but she doesn't scale that hard into the late game.
Oh, I was about to suggest no DK for GEEK Fam, but FNATIC, they take DK away. Definitely the Moon Dragon Knight for sure. They ban out the AA, great against both DK and Morphling. So they killed two birds with one stone.
I mean, the Queen of Pain is still up for GEEK Fam to snatch this away. It's still pretty good against Shaker, against Morphling with the early Orchid timing. Another hero is definitely the Anti-Mage. It's a Morphling killer.
Yeah,
so far FNATIC don't have anything to kill Anti-Mage just yet. They have amazing Disable, yes, but if Raven is able to get through and get a very good Fury timing, he should be fine with carrying this game.
I actually like the Queen of Pain for GEEK Fam right now. They can actually just go for Raven's hero because the Morphling is already on the table, so it doesn't really matter too much. I think GEEK Fam right now, they definitely want that mid laner to be able to stand up to the DK and also make that early level 6 rotation. So the Queen of Pain is definitely on the table for GEEK Fam.
We'll see.
I wonder if they want the Void or Ember. I think those two are also not too bad.
Yeah, you definitely want some elusive heroes too, because you don't want heroes that are immobility against the Shaker Morphling combo, because you just get nuked down. But GEEK Fam will go for Puck themselves this time.
It is a mobile hero.
It is mobile, but
like this is the hero that made Carl such a popular figure in Philippines back in Dota 1.
I mean, there's this rule in the Philippines.
They call it Santino.
Why?
They call it Santino because Santino is kind of the word that is like saying you are the savior.
5
and
seconds
then give
remaining.
Carl this nickname.
Oh,
He's the Santino of Philippines with this Puck pick.
About to save GEEK Fam from a game 5.
They are about to save him.
Yeah?
He's about to become the savior of GEEK Fam.
But this is also a trend because there's this thing in the Philippines. You can only be a professional player in the Philippines if you can play Puck. You have to play Puck. From position 1 to 5, all players must know how to play Puck. Yeah.
Puck and Queen of Pain.
Gabby actually exploded onto the scene because of offlane Puck.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I still remember the clip of Gabby on the Puck.
You have to go back. It's a really, really good clip.
I guess I failed.
10 seconds remaining.
Not looking to be a pro in Philippines at least.
It's alright.
Can't play those two.
I can't play it either.
It still looks like a good anti-mage game to me.
There you go, anti-mage.
Yeah, they have a lot of disable to kind of provide to this anti-mage when it comes down to locking down the Morphling. Also, Puck is really good as a turtle hero himself.
Oh yeah.
So we'll be able to buy a lot of time, especially when it gets to the Lincoln Sphere. We all know how good of a speed pusher the Puck can be.
Now I wonder if GEEK Fam wants to put this Treant in the position 3.
I feel like they definitely want to be tri-laning this anti-mage. Just like yesterday against T1, the tri-lane with this anti-mage, making sure the anti-mage has the most perfect early game he can get and eventually overtake Morphling in the net worth chart. Maybe, I think they will be picking a hero that can live, like any kind of offlane hero that can be left alone in the island.
The LC again?
Most likely.
They banned out the Chen. So just want to eliminate any any hero that has the ability to keep this Morphling alive in the game. I think FNATIC, they have been running 23 Savage as one of the king, right, the emperor that carries the game on his back for, I mean, the final 2 weeks of the group stage leading up to the grand finals. But they played the least games as well, so I think GEEK Fam has more time to adapt. This is GEEK Fam's sixth game of the day consecutively.
They've been playing great up until this point.
Oh yeah.
Even the game that they lost, I still think GEEK Fam, they're showing a lot of resilience in these matches. It just goes to show a good team can play well in all of their matches, not just at the very beginning, right? Because normal people like us, unfortunately,
you burn out at game 3, right?
Yeah, so for us, like, we don't last that many games, but these guys have been training all day for their entire lives, and they're used to all these matches. They have to reset every time. They need to work together as a team, so you kind of have to appreciate GEEK Fam for being able to last this long.
Yeah, the ability to last long is very important throughout the entire life of us.
Yeah, and there you go, LC banned out by FNATIC. They don't want that cool Legion Commander anymore. It's going to be too much to deal with. Legion Commander, I feel like Legion Commander has been a strong hero, even without the buffs and nerfs. I think I didn't even bother touching LC, but
probably forgot about LC.
Yeah, this is a good thing, as long as they don't nerf her. I like her as a hero. She's just so good.
To cheese your matches.
Oh, GEEK Fam, I'm still thinking they are lacking of post 5 here.
Grimshaw again.
You know what? Maybe GEEK Fam are trying to ensure their lanes. They don't want to give too many lane dominating heroes over to FNATIC.
Yeah.
Right. Make sure that Raven gets that early game start because their entire game revolves around Raven right now.
Yeah, also they want to make sure that Cuckoo has a hero that can really survive in the lane. That's why they banned out the Bane as well. This is one of the anti-offlane hero. But I think Augur can do the same thing as well if FNATIC wants to put Augur on the 5.
Oh yeah, I think them banning out the supports, they want to secure the Cuckoo lane, and I don't know if FNATIC are crazy enough to run Shaker as a core, but it is way too greedy, so I highly doubt so. Beastmaster ban.
I still feel like Sand King is still pretty good for GEEK Fam.
Oh yeah, Sand King is actually not that bad. You can actually demolish both the Morphling and the DK.
Yeah, most importantly, give your team some kind of sustain, some kind of initiation, and most importantly, tower defense.
10 seconds remaining.
They are lacking an initiation hero right now. You don't really want Puck to be initiating
5
the first every time.
Remaining.
You kind of want Puck to be laying back a bit and come in with the counter initiate.
Is there something?
Do they want the Mars?
I was thinking, do they want something that's able to capitalize on the fact that look at FNATIC's lineup. All of them are short range outside the DK and Dragon form.
I still feel like the Trent tree, you pick a Grimshaw again, it will be decent. You can leave Trent on an island by himself.
It's just that if they are picking Grimshaw, they are super slow.
Yeah.
Like they don't have any playmaking ability, but they actually go back to the Ember Spirit. We have seen Cuckoo on the park before. We have also seen Carl explode with the Ember Spirit pick.
Could it be Cuckoo Tree?
It could be as well.
Could be a Cuckoo Tree.
There's a lot of flexibility coming out from GEEK Fam's side right now.
Yeah, the most important part right now is that the Treant can hold the lane on his own, right? Regardless of if it's a position 5 or position 3, as long as he can hold one single lane, then that's enough for anti-mage.
The Ice Ice fire, guys.
Finally gets to play something, I'm glad.
Then you go in game and suddenly it's an Ice Ice Ogre.
I mean, at least it's better than the bloody Abaddon. I'm sick of seeing Abaddon.
The Korger.
The Korger,
Bill Spiders.
Approved by Winter.
Gets an axe at like what, 20 minutes,
I'm not sure, you might get an email from Winter with a cease and desist letter. Stop using my word. Alright, gentlemen, I want to hear your predictions. Is it going to be FNATIC or GEEK Fam?
I mean, I was really excited if this is ending up a Carl's Puck, but seems like he will be playing the Ember if we guess correctly. Game 4. I'm going Team Polo here.
Oh, Team Polo. Yeah, GEEK Fam, yes.
GEEK Fam? 3-1.
That's GEEK Fam, right? Yeah, GEEK Fam, Polo.
Essentially 3-1.
Yes.
Oh.
I do believe in Raven's anti-mage.
Let me quickly justify this in case people think that we're just hopping on the GEEK Fam bandwagon, right? I feel like GEEK Fam right now with this anti-mage, sure, you want to go late, but Then again, you have all this, you have this Ember Puck to speed up the tempo like 20 minutes in. I don't know, despite Savage having a good game on the Morph, GEEK Fam I think they have the recipe to lock them down. FNATIC is just slightly slower than GEEK Fam.
All right, Husky, Arthur, thank you so much. This might be our last match of the day, folks. It's all up to FNATIC. Are they going to drag it out to a Game 5? OD Pixel and Fogged, take it away for Game 4.
Holy moly!
Yeah, thank you very much, Stan Ali. Looking forward to this one. We're going to get to see the Ice Snapfire. So a bit of action from Daryl on the offlane on finally a different hero. As I said, played a Baton 3 times in a row so far. It is going to be up against the Raven Anti-Mage, though. We've seen Anti-Mage have a lot of good here in this league, Fogged.
Yeah, we have. I mean, I'm curious to see what he's going to do with the Snapfire. I've seen 1 or 2 players do this actually in pubs where they play at core and they rush Dominator and they use the cookie on the Dominator all the time. You use it as like this ganker. It's actually pretty cool. I feel like that's something Ice would do. It sounds like something Ice would do. Yeah. I'm not too sure why they want to prefer that one as a core hero this game instead.
See you later, nerds. What the just happened?
Yeah, let's see if it works out. It's going to have to for FNATIC. This is their last chance to keep this grand finals going as GEEK Fam up 2-1 at the moment as we get ourselves into Game 4, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Let's have a look. Let's see indeed how this one's going to play out and if FNATIC can push this series to the Game 5 or if GEEK Fam are going to be able to walk away with this one. Now, I mean, as we said, we talk about this Anti-Mage. How's sort of the Anti-Mage free game rating looking in this game? We've seen Anti-Mage have a lot of drafts where it's been very good. Is this another one of them, or would you consider FNATIC having some means to deal with him this time around?
Well, FNATIC has 5 stuns.
Okay.
Every hero has a stun. Morphin can turn into heroes to have stuns too, so I would think this one is a lot more difficult. He doesn't have a fantastic like an int hero either that he can just focus fire and get, you know, like a Queen of Pain or a Puck or something that he just can mana void when they use their spells. Morphling's not a bad target, but yeah, it's not a spectacular anti-mage game, but it's not a bad one by any means. I like this setup here from FNATIC. I think this is really clever. We saw this very similar kind of style. They move the Morphling mid versus the Ember, and then they just have the X hero just tank the pressure lane. You know, they just throw Moon or whoever and make sure that the, you know, their win condition hero gets the best lane possible. So Savage in that mid lane. Getting pressured a bit by Carl at the start, but we have seen, we saw in particular, what was it? Who was playing the Morphling when they just dominated and they were level 7 compared to level 4 Ember?
Oh, I think it was Gabby, In Your Dream, Ember, and... Oh, God, I can't remember, but you're right. We saw a Morph Ember matchup where the Morph destroyed the Ember Spirit. So, and I would still think overall, that Morph should be a hero that does do very well against the Ember Spirit. So we'll see how this mid does play up if Savage is able to keep to that idea, or if Kay is able to outplay him. But yeah, on paper, like the Morph should definitely beat the Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool how they, I mean, no hesitation for them just picking the Morph and the Earthshaker right off the bat. They just put it out there, so they're forcing GEEK Fam to just react to them as soon as they start their draft like that. And look at this actual, Ice is actually putting a ton of pressure up top as the Snapfire with the Bracer, with the Earthshaker behind him. 6-3 last hits. Every time Raven steps up, he actually just takes a ton of damage. Cool. So I guess that's why he wanted it as a core. He wants to just have levels to put pressure on the AM.
Yeah, so it's working. Yeah, Raven staying back and very low on the regen, just down to that last shared tango. So now going to have to get some more sustain out here.
Bottom.
Do have the sound coming out. Yeah, they're looking for Moon, and Moon is trying to cut his way through it all, but Zephyr finds it. First blood for GEEK Fam down bottom, taking out that Moon DK, that side lane Moon DK.
Good old Treant Protector. Especially now with the new Leech Seed. Pretty easy to set up for kills if you go for this build. It costs a ton of mana when you go for those kills, so as we see, Zephyr has to use pretty much his entire mana pool for them to set up for that kill.
I admit nothing but myself.
And Moon should be able to fix his last hits a bit down bottom now that he's come back. But yeah, wow, this Snapfire is really bringing it to Raven. They've used every bit of regen up top from that pressure, and Ice is 12 and 4. Yeah, it's working out.
Yeah, not looking bad at all on that top lane so far. And on the mid lane, first few way, I mean, K, I think he's doing very good considering the matchup. It's good CS. He's basically even a little head on denies. I think you've got to be very happy if you're K right now. We've seen Morph on the early levels can bully back an Ember much harder than it's been happening. Back down bottom, it's another kill on Moon. As soon as he's back to the lane, Zephyr, he has just enough mana to drop the combo once more. That's a second time. This is a big worry for this DK down here.
I'm surprised they can actually do it the second time the Moon's so far up, but yeah, Orb of Venom, he commits the whole mana pool again on the Treant Protector, and they have enough damage. With Blightstone, Orb of Venom, his DK's not as tanky as he probably thinks he was going to be. Moon, that's a painful walk back. No boots, level 2. Alright, well, he's just going to be really weak in this game, is probably what this is going to dictate. He's probably just going to be like a walking stun for the most part. We see mid though, DJ. He's securing Savage while top. This ice gets alone.
Yeah, Raven and Whitemon, they punish Ice as soon as they see DJ show on mid. GEEK fam off to a pretty nice start here. 3 kills. I mean, farm for the FNATIC's cause still fine, but losing these heroes early on, and as you say, this bottom lane is going to be a very slow recovery for Moon as he is being set back so far. As you know, Zephyr and Cuckoo, they're going to be hitting level 4 off this creep wave, whilst Moon's still sat back at 2. Let's go try and go forward onto Zephyr, but Cuckoo, does he want to turn for this? And she doesn't want to try and chase for jabs, wants to stick to the wave.
Look at the Cuckoo's last hit, 21-12 though. He is owning top.
Whitemon, who gets gone on here, DJ, and Ice will be able to find the kill. Raven's going to try and bring down Ice in return. See if he's able to stand his ground. DJ's going to have a few more stuns to throw out. Raven really wanting to commit for Ice. As, yeah, Raven realizes that man going to blast would have set things the other way around. So finally, FNATIC getting a kill themselves. And in the mid lane, K getting very low, but the bottle's out, so he can stay on the map. 5-minute bounty runes are up as well, so he can go and get himself a free refill.
I'm just looking at these stacks from DJ. How many is this right now? Triple Ancients. Is that a triple or quadruple? Hard camp too, so he's setting up for some nice farm for Savage to get. Or SSIs maybe if he wants to just go steal it with some Scatter Blast. But
yeah, you're right. This is, you know, no sort of stacks on the side of GEEK fam. So yeah, that's an incredible amount of farm for any of the cores of FNATIC to pick up. Over towards mid again, DJ. Maybe see if we get the setup, as you say, the setup here on Zephyr. Again, it's Moon just having to run, turns with the Breathe Fire. Have they got enough damage for him? This time they won't. Moon will live. Only just though.
Yeah, he's getting like nothing though on the side of this lane. He's level 3 at almost 6 minutes. He is really getting bullied down here. Does at least have his boots now, so he can play better. Because the thing is that he was so slow that every time he stepped up, it was just way too much chase down from the Treant protecting the puck. Savage, Carl going at it in the river. Carl will get that haste.
On top, Whitemon's trying to get the wrap around onto Ice.
DJ's here now, though.
And we'll find him, DJ. Fish round 2 of them. Ice out of mana though, and is relatively trapped in. Raven and Whitemon should be able to stay on this, but Ice actually popping the south will get cancelled very early. Ice turns, pops the Soul Ring. Raven, if he wants to blink and aggressive, that's an easy kill. It's an easier courier as well. Raven, he's able to get the 2 of them. DJ's desperately trying to hunt for Whitemon. And Whitemon is running. Fisher out will cancel the clarity, but it won't kill the Lion. Whitemon able to continue to run back to the safety of his own tower.
Thanks.
What was that? That's Soul Ring by Ice. I think he was actually okay if he walked away, but he turned and tried to get aggressive. All right. Setting up Raven for a really good start now up top. He was being pressured at the start, but now 2-0 and 36 last hits. He's completely
Dire's
recovered.
middle tower is under attack.
Ice. Whiffs the Scatter Blast. Raven is 6. He's probably considering mana voiding this if he gets a couple more hits. But there is a raindrop on Ice, so doesn't decide to go for it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been quite enough. 4-1, 1k lead for GEEK fam. Definitely having the more solid of a time here. We are seeing the Morph take a lead against K, but I think, you know, if you are Carl, you're pretty happy with how things have gone, Midge. You know, you didn't get beaten out of the lane by this Morph, you're still able to farm very nicely on the Ember. No, not quite the same level, but it's not been a terrible start for K.
No, not at all. Now he's even getting aggressive onto DJ. Might even just be able to go for this kill. Yeah, DJ's pinging. He's like, help me, please.
And Savage is coming over, but DJ is going to still go down. Savage, going to be a little careful, but he will start shifting into the strength. Jabs is coming in with the wraparound. Maybe they can turn and kill off. Slow on to him. Chains hold Savage back for now. Stun as well from Whitemon as Whitemon continues to run as Zephyr's turned up. Look at the slow out, K. He's going to be able to commit onto Jabs. They'll be able to run down the Ogre. Chains back up in a second. Jabs will fall here. As GEEK fam, they can turn. Just getting kill after kill right now. GEEK fam making a lot of moves early on.
Yep. And I guess Savage, he wants to play just this straight farming style, because I've seen most of the times the Morphling, they take their Morph at 6 when they're versus Embers, because you can make a lot of plays with it. But since he does have all these Ancients and stacks, you know, he's gone for the Morbid Mask, and he's just gonna jungle instead. So not gonna be able to make as many moves because of that, but he'll be able to farm his bottom. Moon coiled up, able to survive actually.
Get the kill on him. I mean, yeah, Jabs is hit. Gonna be able to keep Moon safe, but Cuckoo is around. Stun onto Zephyr. Creepway pushing into this tower as well, but they won't dive. Moon just regenning up in the trees. Actually reveals himself to go for the Dragon Tail onto Zephyr, but K's here as well. Moon and Jabs, they're in trouble. Silence into the two-man chains. Moon goes down. Also Jabs. K just coming in at the right moment to give GEEK fam the power needed to crush this bottom lane yet once again.
And okay, now it's getting to a point where it's like, who's gonna actually make plays now on FNATIC? Their DK is shut down, Morphling is going for full farming. So now what? You have to look at the Earthshaker and the Snapbar to be the big playmakers. Like this Dragon Knight's game is super slowed down. Sure, he still has his stun and he has his ult, of course, to be able to set up for towers and objectives, but he's going to be so fragile, especially versus all this magic damage. Like Cuckoo, rushed Veil, he has an Ember on his team too. They're going to melt right through that DK. And Carl's even building a Vessel, so big concern for FNATIC in these next few moments. They have to stop hemorrhaging so many kills.
Trying to get some damage done to this tier 1 top, but Whitemon's going to wrap around here. Head up to attempt to hold on to things. They've also got the puck coming in. FNATIC probably got to think about backing off. Ice, he's not going to get the chance to do so. Cuckoo from the trees lays down the core. Oh, Ice tries to jump in onto Whitemon, but now he's under the tower. As GEEK fam, they can make these moves so easily right now with the lead that they have. FNATIC's got to be playing so carefully to stop themselves from just hemorrhaging so many kills.
Yeah. And their support duo, like Ogre and Earthshaker, they're pretty underleveled at the moment. DJ now does have the tome, so he is 6. But GEEK fam, they can match the aggression with 4 heroes, and Raven is just gonna soak all the space. Like this is just a standard Raven game so far now. It's turned into that already at the 10-minute mark. Free farm. Oh, nice fissure, but the Snapfire ult actually a bit off the mark.
Yeah, they're going to go for the split. It's going to kind of work. Zephyr.
See you later,
he's going to head over towards the trees. Ice. He's in range with the Scatter Blast, but Zephyr is into the trees and he's out. They get themselves away. FNATIC, they did try and turn up and punish, but they couldn't finish off either of the kills. As you know, Cuckoo and Zephyr go for that nice split, and suddenly there isn't a clear target for them to focus on. FNATIC.
That's that's one of their long cooldowns too, 110 seconds. It's pretty rough. Savage is still farming really well. I'm just worried about the rest of their cores. They don't, like their DK, like we said, he's kind of out of the game, and Snapfire isn't your usual core. Top Moon again, evaporated.
Yeah, this DK is just going to die anytime he comes out on the map. Yep. Followed quickly by the death of Jabs Ogre as well. It's 11-1. It's a 4K lead. This is looking to be one of those games where GEEK fam, they're just riding it from the top here, having such an advantage in all, of course, while they have this anti-mage. Raven's going to be getting a great battlefield timing. GEEK fam, no, they're trying to crush Moon as hard as they can. The tips coming out on the DK. 0-4-0 at the moment, Moon. They know his game is so hard to recover. If they can just sort of just knock him out of it, sort of with the tipping, the mental warfare, he's just going to feel useless the whole of this game.
Yeah. And well, with Raven getting all the space,
yeah,
it's looking like a really good anti-mage game now. They're so under-leveled on FNATIC, they can't actually set up for kills. Mid, Carl will be just fine. But yeah, they can't really set up for kills on him. He's gonna be able to farm this battlefield at a good timing, and then he has excellent core matchup versus that Morphling. AM versus Morph is excellent for AM, and he has a Lion behind him, and an Ember with a Vessel. So they've definitely already have the prepared tools to deal with this Morphling if he is a problem.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mid. Cuckoo's in, but not going to drop the coil onto Savage. In fact, Savage maybe thinking about turning it. The Fisher out onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo jumps to the side. Ice not quite able to find the cookie setup. Cuckoo is out and away.
Moon pops his ult. Whitemon whips the stun completely.
Oh, should be dead here for sure.
Oh,
really I mean, well, okay, it's actually going to put them off for chasing. Okay, 3 heroes running at Whitemon. And they can't kill him. Can't get in range for a Fire Blast or a Dragon Tail stun. Whitemon's out of there.
Oh, and Moon doesn't have his ult now because he popped it. I think he needs to be playing more on the top side of the map on this DK. They need to be getting more towers and more objectives and just more pressure on the map overall so they can actually look for Raven. Like when they're doing this type of plays and they're just clearing out their jungle, it's Raven's just like, okay, I have all the information just to sit in the jungle and farm then. So I do think they should probably start moving themselves up toward that top side of the map. It's gonna give Zephyr space bottom as a street. We'll probably get a blink or a meteor hammer, but you can't give Raven a free game. We've seen what he does with these type of games, and he's well on his way.
Top. Cuckoo's going to show Ice. Tries to catch him. Won't be able to do so. Maybe they can still go the Dream Core. Holds the back and instantly cancels the Mortimer's kisses as Cuckoo just outplays the two of them. He's out and away.
Here I am.
All right. Yeah, GEEK fam is looking so well prepared for everything. Cuckoo survives there. They're already setting up for ganks down bottom with Zephyr pushing in the wave. They're waiting for Moon, really. They're waiting for this DK again to show because they'll just pop him again with Finger. Carl, he has that Vessel finished up too, so crazy kill threat. See if they actually try to react to top. They smoked under a ward, and that tower is just a bit low.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They may still get the catch.
Dire are scanning.
They're going to find jabs. And not necessarily a big one, but still it will be a finger stack for Whitemon. Okay, so he's saving the finger. Level 1, very long cooldown, so wants to use it when it's absolutely required. Ice.
They saw Savage.
Oh, they're going to chase this. Savage. He's got to be careful. Make sure he starts shifting before the burst comes in. He will manage to run, but the Vessel is causing him issues. He's going to turn over into the air, but try and turn this around. The change is now on Savage. Does manage to knock K in range of it, but K's still got a remnant out. He's away. Savage will live, though. Able to keep himself alive. Ice does lose his courier, though, for whatever reason, was flowing around the area and was trying to pick up the rest of his arcane boots, but ends up being dead. Yeah, Savage very lucky there to get away as he's able to keep his cool and jump away from what looked to be almost certain death.
Yeah, Whitemon tried to do the cheeky finger play to catch him when he was off guard, shifted lower. Maybe if he actually just used the stuns and the Hex, they might have had a better chance, but he went for it, and they at least forced a lot of reaction out of FNATIC. So good aggressive move by GEEK fam as they continue to dictate the pace of this game as Raven free farms.
Oh,
the Raven free farm.
And the Raven free farm. Well, might as well hand them the trophy right now.
It's pretty much.
Raven free farm. I don't know sort of how many times it's just been a GG when Raven's been top net worth at 16 minutes, but it feels like a lot of the games. Top lane, Ice. He's struggling. It is all on Savage this game. Ice, 1-5-0. Moon, 0-4-0. It's all on Savage. The off lane. Well, Moon, the position to both of these heroes are just, they're gone. They're out of the game. It's 14-1 against them. It's all on Savage. It's all on Savage.
And they have good ways to deal with him. Like we said, there's a Lion in the game. That insta-hex is always going to be super problematic for Savage and that early Vessel. They just have such good tools to set up Raven. Like I was saying, like it's just all perfect for him to have an excellent AM game. DJ does have a blink now, though.
Oh, Ice. He's just dead again. Get away.
Radiant 6-0.
That ward is ripping them apart. It's the full duration ward that's gotten them, I think, like 3, 4, 5 maybe kills or so. Just always scouting out that side.
Radiant's
Geek
top
Fam just
tower is under attack.
playing so well this game.
They are there. They're looking as tight as ever at Geek Fam.
Yep. And we see, you know, DJ, he's got the blink, but look at the skill build he's going for now. He actually doesn't want to max fissure because he wants to have good enchant totem levels for when Savage gets the Aghanims.
Yeah, that's what they've got to go for. That's going to be the thing that allows them to stay in the game. It is very, very strong. We have seen it once already here in the SEA League. It does still work in terms of just being able to basically one shot, one punch heroes out of the game. But it's not easy to execute. And with this build as well from Savage, where he's going Yasha into the straight Ags, you know, no sort of Manta or BKB, there's a lot of silence. There's a lot of roots, things that can trip him up. So Savage will have to be very careful how he utilizes that initiation from the Aghanim's Enchant Totem.
He's gonna have to have like a perfect game to try to win this game for his team.
Yeah.
If he like makes like any slip ups at all, it's probably just gonna be Geek Fam slamming them down. Because yeah, Raven, what is that? Is that a full? Okay, he pretty much has the Manta done when he has the ulti. Okay, so pushing that away. It's okay. Oh, but he's super fun.
Moon again! It's another death on the DK. Jabs, what can he do? He's been caught in place for now. They won't commit onto the Ogre. They'll let him live. But this is such a painful game for Moon and for Ice. Geek Fam just crushing these two.
I mean, they really just have to play super defensive now. They have to just sit back and let Savage do his thing. Hope to God that you can get a good initiation or counter initiation with DJ or Moon, because they do have blink daggers and they do have like the Mortimer kisses that can follow up if they can, you know, not just die before the fight starts, if they can just sit themselves back. But it's just so hard because Geek Fam's just playing at this fast pace. No hesitation from them. 7k gold lead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Raven
attack.
soon gonna be turning up to the fights too. So they've been winning all these just running around as 4, getting kill after kill after kill everywhere.
Middle tower
Raven's gonna have Manta, and then he actually joins the fights too.
Radiant's
so they have another element
they
have to worry about on FNATIC.
FNATIC on the hunt with these smokes, but not gonna find anything. Find anything whatsoever.
Radiant structures.
They'll get the double bounties at least from this smoke and get maybe some aggressive wards put down. Yeah, Geek Fam, they're actually hitting the tier 2. While
Radiant's bottom tower
FNATIC is not. They're just hitting the jungle creeps at the moment, and they're spotted. They're watched by these wards on the side there. DJ still has not revealed from the smoke though, but Savage is being stalked by Zephyr.
Jabs going down, but Geek Fam, they kill everyone. They kill everyone that comes in. There's just Savage the 0-0-0 right now. He's gonna have the axe. So let's see, is this gonna be the magic that allows FNATIC to have a chance here in this game? They're down 1-17 right now.
It's their only hope. Like what you were mentioning, DJ can't go for the multiple points in fissure because he has to max enchant totem because they're going all in on this. They're giving him the levels. They gave him the tome too. He's gonna have 11, so he will have the max totem at least ready for Savage when he does have that Aghanims brought out. But remember, this Aghanims, you know, you can turn it to Earthshaker and you can be strong, but he doesn't have the levels for it yet on the Morphling either. At 15, it becomes better.
Sure, yeah, it's not the max. It's not level 18.
Yeah, 18 is the big ticker where you get that permanent uptime pretty much. So he's quite a ways away from that. But yeah, here it goes. Let's see if they're able actually to turn this game, this blunder of a game, back somehow.
Let's see. I'd say it could be a bit anticlimactic. We could see him go for a fissure, jump in, and then die.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's under attack.
There's
Savage. Oh, he's away. They turn for Jabs. They'll take Jabs. He's going to try and go for it. Okay, he's got it. He has got it. He's trying for one, but he's been stunned. Silent Savage. He's in the top of him, and he's dead. He's dead. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was their attempt there to do something. Okay, DJ. Okay, DJ. DJ's in. DJ's going to turn it, maybe. They've just killed the puck. They've just killed the Ember. DJ, he's the magic, maybe, that may give them a shot here. Zephyr and Raven, they're both low. But Raven more up there. Zephyr and Raven. Raven is turning. DJ's trying to step back forward. They do manage to take another down, but Raven is cleaning up. Raven is cleaning up big time. It's a triple kill for the anti-mage. Make that an ultra. As it's, I mean, Raven versus DJ really is it? That's sort of the story of this series, is they're the last two left alive at the end of that. DJ tried his best. He's trying his best. He sees a great echo. He goes for it. But the problem is, his DK 0, 6, and 4, his Snapfire's 3, 7, and 2. Everybody else has just been dying too much.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, DJ can't carry on his Shaker to the same level as Raven is on the anti-mage. You know, it's a bit of an unfair playing ground.
Yeah. Oh man, it was. I mean, it's such a good echo slam too. But like you said, like Savage, he jumps in. There's a million things he has to worry about. Doesn't have BKB or Manta, so he gets leashed, he gets stunned, he gets vesseled, and then he's out of mana, and Raven just mana voids him and kills him. And the key hero stays till the end, and now Moon.
Oh, it should be fine. There's no finger. There's no finger, but there is a Raven. Never mind. There's an angry anti-mage on his way over. Moon's actually going to commit with the dragon form. That's he's running. He's running. He's running. He's still dead though. He's holding him in place. He goes down. Savage trying to commit for Whitemon. The stuns are out. Snapfire jumps over the cookie though. They're going to be able to keep Savage fine. He turns the strike, gets the kill. But now the root in place. Raven. He jumps in straight away able to commit on Savage. Savage then is a triple kill for Carl. Over towards Ice they go. As Ice he's desperately running, but keep Bam. They'll keep on chasing. 27-6, 10k lead. I mean, FNATIC just they're throwing everything into these fights, and it's just continuing to fall away from them this game.
Yeah, I think they definitely recognize that this one is pretty impossible to let them come back. And they do have, I mean, they have the fun though. At least Savage is having fun with Imp Claw with the Enchant Totem. 1200 crit when he jumps out and hits that lion, but
I mean, it's maybe DJ and Savage can do it. We got to see another big echo from DJ. That's the FNATIC fans right now at home. They're all going to be watching and praying that DJ can find the 5-man echo, because he's the man that can do it. He's the man that can do it, and they need it. They need it so badly right now with how far behind they are. GEEK fam in this game for.
He needs to get the echo when his teammate, when the Morphling is alive still. Yeah. He needs to, like, the Morphling has to get all the levels in the cleanup and somehow be able to take out Raven. Raven now though, full Scotty as well. Probably don't have the damage to bring him down even if they get the Dream Echo, because he's just so damn tanky with this Pupil's Gift on top too. Oh man, I feel like Anti-Mage has won every game I casted in this tournament.
It's looked very, very good on these. Yeah, in this tournament on these SCA carries, they just seem so good with this hero. I think it's that, and then obviously the correlation with the fact that the drafts the players are very good at knowing when it's going to be a good time to pick the hero, and it's just coming in. And it's just having an incredible time. Again, Raven, you know, it's 7-0-5. I really feel, you know, this man's carry performances are really insane. You know, I can't wait to sort of see this team get the chance to play on the international floor again, just against teams around the world. Because I think, you know, Raven, he can definitely stand toe-to-toe. I mean, he has done many times in the past, right, with carries from all over the world.
He's always been listed as one of my top 3 carries. He's especially at TI. This guy is you know, there's some players that are not TI players, and people always say that, like, they're just not clutch. Raven is like always clutch. This guy's always on point. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and I just
for him, and just
a lot of carries as well. You can watch, and you can sort of feel like sometimes when they tilt, they get frustrated. I never really feel that watching Raven, right? You don't ever see him. You don't ever see him make plays that he wouldn't if the game was in a better place. Like the games he loses, he's dying in fashions that are very calm. He's not making any brash decisions. He always keeps it cool.
Yeah.
It's mid. Raven. He's in onto side. They'll pick up another. The rest of FNATIC just having to get out of here. They're just trying to push out these side lanes, get what they can. Moon scrambling for a BKB.
Oh no, Moon. Don't show yourself.
Oh. They're going to start making the plays onto him. TP coming in as well. It's both Raven and Kea heading over. It's going to go for the TP, but they have the Yules to cancel it. Another death on the Dragon Knight. Raven 8-0-6. And gold pushing him up towards that Basher over the Skadi and Manta. Already done at 26 minutes. 18k net worth on the Anti-Mage.
He's just flawlessly moving around the map, farming. His team set him up for just like the perfect game. I mean, what, 6-29? Like, FNATIC getting no saving graces for themselves. And now they got to play into an Aegis too on this unkillable anti-mage. They use this opportunity to leave smoke and get themselves some nice deep wards down. Trying to finish.
He's nearly got the BKB.
Yeah.
So then at least with that, they get a good slam from DJ. Savage can commit with the BKB, use the enchant totem to beat down some of the heroes. You know, and if they can buy time to get this, but if you get his BKB Mansion and you see the Satanic and the Raven queued up, Savage can carry this. Like late game, this morph one-shot potential is pretty ridiculous, but they've got to get there. And GEEK Fam now with this Aegis, they're going to start playing very aggressive.
Yeah, he just doesn't. The scary thing is he doesn't have a good core matchup. Like AM is so damn good versus Morphling as the game progresses. It just gets better and better.
Savage, he tries to TP, but they're going to find him so easily. Oh, he tries to wait for the high ground and TP, but Raven reads him like a book. He knows exactly where he's going.
See you later, nerds.
I admit nothing but my sadness.
50 seconds, no Morphling. They couldn't do anything without him. Now GEEK Fam's just gonna look to run around and kill absolutely everybody. DJ just sniping some couriers in the back. They're gonna draw the circle. They know he might get another courier in a second. But yeah, they're relentlessly looking for any type of fight. I don't think GEEK Fam has to hold back at all. Just look at FNATIC and just run at them anytime they show on the map. They're that far ahead. They don't need to really play super smart anymore. They can kind of caveman it up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Over the mid they go. Again, Moon trying to push top. Finally going to be able to finish off his BKB as the Dragon.
Look at them pinging. I think the DJ's literally just sitting in the back going for courier snipes. Like they're just pinging couriers when they're right back. Look at
he might get some. I mean, it's good money when you're behind.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get at least one.
Middle tower has fallen.
Easy courier.
Dire's courier
Thank you very
has
much.
been killed.
700 gold for the team. Sure. What, he got 2, I think, out of that? Yeah. So he got his team 1,200 gold just for sitting there.
Radiant's
top tower There's the BKBs. They've got the 2 BKBs now. Savage and on Moon.
Okay.
So now at least FNATIC will be able to have a fight where you're not necessarily going to see one of these cores get blown up straight away. As long as they're equipped with the BKBs, of course. You say you've got to watch out for the Lion, watch out for Whitemon and his Hex. They're heading out FNATIC.
Still pretty scary because this AM, he does have tools already because of how massive he is. He already has the tools to deal with the BKBs. He has a Basher and a Scotty, so both of those going to just rip right through those BKBs anyway. It should still be really hard for them to kill Raven anyway. But if they can clean up everybody around him and isolate the AM, then potentially they have a chance.
Zephyr's down bottom. But instantly look at these TPs from GEEK Fam. They know that FNATIC was hunting over here after taking, reclaiming their outpost. Jabs, he's out. There's no vision on him. But they've caught Savage. They've caught Savage. The Dream Core's down. They've cancelled the TP. Savage has been left behind. He has got the BKB. Oh, he's got a wave for him. He does actually still have the TP. He wants to try, but there's no way he gets away with it. And he knows it. Savage goes down. GEEK Fam continuing to barrage him with the tips.
They get the best catch that they could have on the retreat.
Yeah.
Couldn't be going worse for FNATIC, really.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Raven level 25 now. So it's got that boosted magic resistance. So even if he does get caught out in a big slam, they're going to struggle to have the damage to take him down. They've got to do it twice. Still has the Aegis on this push.
Nice.
At least a minute and a half.
Reflected the Ignite and actually gets it onto 3 heroes. Pretty frustrating to deal with. Raven looks like he's going to go back up and finish up his Abyssal Blade really quickly, but his courier is still dead. Line is drawn to push out that top too.
Raven doesn't mind too much. He's more than happy. It's giving him an excuse to say, team, I'm not pushing you. I'm going to keep farming for another minute and a half. Raven's happy to do that.
Why not? He has all the free, the world is his oyster. He has all the freedom. They can pretty much do anything they want because just FNATIC can't set up. They should try to though. Now that they've got the Morphling level 18. Now they can actually look to do this, and I think they should try to get these pickoffs on the side lanes. They do have, the Slam brothers. They can set up kills pretty much on anybody if they are isolated, but GEEK Fam's just not giving them opportunities. Look at the warding too by GEEK Fam. It's been pretty insane throughout this entire series. They just have coverage pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, you're right. It's impossible for FNATIC to get anything down on the map.
And they all group back up.
Visibility.
Not giving any of those opportunities to FNATIC to pick anybody off. Raven, though, he has his Abyssal. He's getting real confident.
Dude, he's just running at them. He's just running at them on his own. I mean, he knows
He knows.
So what are they going to do? What are they going to do about this?
He's tempted to go in, but okay, Aegis is going to get reclaimed. We'll be a little more hesitant to dive past tier 2s. Whole team in the area though, playing around this ward vision, looking to take out this tier 2 top. Looks like Carl's going to push the lane in so that they can do that. So still not wanting to go break that high ground, still wanting to cement their lead.
FNATIC still feeling confident enough to come out of the base. Doing their best to try and stop GEEK Fam from getting the opportunity to go high ground. Quite yet, you know, just trying to push it on so Savage can at least try and work towards this dream of the late game build that he hopes to play with. Still many items, many gold away from it though.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And it's still so scary and risky because he's still a Morphling. He's very fragile. Like Raven, he has like 3,000 HP. If he gets caught in the front lines, it's whatever. If Savage gets caught by any type of disable, he's just dead instantly. And there's a lot he has to worry about. The Abyssal Blade, that Lion insta-hacks the puck. Just so many different things that he has to try to play around. And they spot him.
Now with the TPs though. Ooh. Savage. Still TP for a couple of seconds, but he'll get out. He'll get jabs. But at least they're able to keep the cause alive.
For now.
Savage, yeah, they get back to the base. I mean, GEEK Fam are being hesitant on trying to push for the high ground. I mean, but at the same time, as you said, they're probably just going to be much of a rush until Moon. He's headed out of the base, but he'll be kept safe by Size with the cookie. And the Greaves, allowing Moon to step back to the base.
Yeah, I think they're staying like just cool and composed, right? They don't need to do anything in this game.
Radiant's top tower.
They could chill for the next rush.
Yeah, exactly. They just need to chill back. Raven's got this game. Raven still has a slot. He's like, I can still fit another item in here. Why not? So yeah, picks up that Reaver. Jesus, like there's no way they kill this anti-mage. 3,200 HP on Raven.
Dire are scanning.
All of his teammates pretty close as well. Cuckoo, he's actually spotted under a ward here. Maybe this is the one that they can get.
From down.
Fisher. That should do it. That'll do it. So this is the power of the two of them. Obviously, it does sort of require these situations where a hero's out on their own for them to cleanly do it. There is definitely potential, you know. This is a lineup that's 19k down, but they do still have this tool of deleting heroes.
Yeah. Especially with the Imp Claw, 1,600 crits every time he does get a hit. Well, when it procs, of course, every 7 seconds. So still there, a lot of damage, but you know, GEEK Fam, if they don't split up, they still have way stronger team fights. Just don't start falling into the trap of getting one by one by the Slam Brothers, because we've seen that so many times when this was the most popular combo in SEA. Couriers.
Yeah, these SEA teams definitely the best with this Shaker Morph combo. No doubt about it. And I mean, GEEK Fam know, because right, it's GEEK Fam the other day that did it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They were pulling out the Morph Shaker.
Yeah, Raven's literally just finishing up that item. He's going for finishing that Satanic. Already pretty unkillable. Throw Satanic on top.
Money changes.
All right, Moon has gotten himself an Orchid. Now during all that, so a little bit more ways of control. There's a lot of items though that they've already picked up to deal with an Orchid. Kind of curious to see why he built that one this late when he's playing versus Mantas, Yules, BKBs. Like this Orchid just bit of a weird pickup for me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, maybe this Manta's gone. Maybe.
Well, yeah, that's what maybe they really feel. You know, it's sort of like they're addressing the fact, you know, Raven is this raid boss. So to kill him, they really do have to have every bit of damage possible. And it will, as you say, rely on catching him after he's popped his Manta. But if they do that with the Bloodthorn, they will have enough damage to take him out, which may not be the case without it. Sure, it's a very niche situation to build for, but when that's going to be the only situation that would actually even give you a chance of killing him, maybe you have to just go in for that build.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Maybe it's also just like Moon's probably sitting there like, what the hell else do I buy? Like, am I actually going to buy a Hex on DK? You know, like it doesn't give you damage. At least Orchid gives you damage too on top, so. It's probably something along those lines. But yeah, definitely the potential to catch after that AM Manta. Savage, what's the item choice going to be? We'll go for a Daedalus. I was hoping it would be a Rapier, but it's not.
Oh, yeah, a little disappointed there. But I guess the thing is, at the end of the day, if you have a Daedalus and with the enchant tome hits, like that should be enough, right? The Rapier may be a little overkill when it comes to with the one shot.
All right, they're setting up for bottom tower, being healed up.
Oh, they're TPing in. Raven, he's in straight away. Savage needs help, and he needs it now. The BKB comes out. Savage trying to turn with the Fisher, but he's rooted in by the Dream Core. Savage, he's panicking. Could he get out? DJ tries to jump in with the echo, but it's just not enough damage at all. Savage will be able to escape, but DJ loses his life for it. Jabs as well will be chased out. Tries for the TP, but they have the vision. The Hex comes out. Jabs goes down. Savage still being chased by Cuckoo. Raven, but they end up getting him anyway. Cuckoo in with the silence, Raven in with the Mana Void. 3 dead on FNATIC. They tried to push that tier 1, finally getting the confidence to come out and look for objectives, but GEEK fam just giving them a painful reminder of how strong GEEK fam are in comparison at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We see that Echo Slam, it hits like 3 but it looked like it did 0 damage. Like that actual 0 damage.
Yeah, they're just so tanky.
Yeah.
They've got so many items on GEEK fam. Buybacks come out, but there's no buyback available on the Morph. With the Dragon Tail stun in the Mortimer's, but Raven, he's just fighting through it. He's got the lifesteal. He goes straight in onto Moon. Moon pops the BKB, turns with another stun onto Raven. The Raven protected by the Glimmer Cape. The Dream Core coming down onto 2 of them. The snap hits onto Moon. Raven's just diving into the tier 4. The finger comes out, they'll blow up Moon. Moon has got buyback.
See you later, nerd.
Jabs, he doesn't. Dead for 70. 30 seconds until Savage is back in the game. GEEK fam, they go back towards the mid-racks.
Middle barracks are under
Be able to
attack.
clean this one up.
Radiant's
And with all
middle
the tier 2s gone, they can go for more damage straight down to the bottom.
Radiant's
Raven taking another.
under attack.
They'll have Morph up in 14 seconds. They'll have one more chance to fire. Even will they? Because Ice under the towers. Jumped on straight away by Raven.
See you later, nerd.
He's down. They do have buybacks on Ice and Moon with this respawn of the Morphling. The all chat coming out from FNATIC. I think they may realize that there's nothing, or at least seemingly nothing they could do to turn this right now. Down 31k and 2 sets of racks.
Has fallen.
Maybe hoping for sort of the fountain diving to come in from GEEK fam. As FNATIC are hovering around that area.
It might be at that point when you get a kill, you kill one of the supports and GG out, and that's going to be the end of your game. As they're setting up on the sides there, Raven just looking to end it.
Is under attack.
No buybacks on the DK or on the Granny.
Radiant's middle
they're just
tower
watching their
is
base
under attack.
fall apart.
Radiant won't need to buy back at least. Okay. And a little bit of respect for GEEK fam. They're backing away. They'll say, well, you don't want to call GG? All right, we'll make this even slower and more painful for you. Why not? They're already up 34k. Roshan's up. They'll be able to head back and take that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need to back up at all, but, you know, they do. They're just like, okay, sure, why not? Raven finishes an AC, and like you said, Roche is up. They have no rush in the game anyway. And they're having some fun with it. They're actually going to smoke and look for the fight. Carl has a Dagon 3 on this Ember. And here we go.
Dire are scanning.
Going for the big wraparound here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Moon's courier gets taken out. That would have been the full Bloodthorn for him.
Oh.
So he's not even going to have that. See FNATIC. I mean, Raven doing Roche here. If they can find them one by one, I mean, Cuckoo, very tanky though, and he's got the Eon disc.
Yeah. And a Witless Shaco. It's a 4,000 health park. Probably can't even take him out. Carl.
They're seeing these. I mean, they know exactly where FNATIC is.
God, I don't think they can kill any of the cores. GEEK fam's cores are all unbelievably tanky.
Has fallen to the
immortality.
And now, since they know where FNATIC is, it's time to go to
FNATIC's got to get out. Get back to base. Savage does not have a TP scroll. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o.
He's got the ninja gear. He can smoke himself and try to avoid everybody.
Avoid his teammates, avoid the world right now. It's been a rough game. He just wants to hide. He's okay. He's going to be able to walk back to base. It's all right. Didn't need a TP.
Please don't run by an enemy hero.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Nice solo crest, he says, as he kills off Zephyr's courier. He's got to sneak back. There you go. He's got himself delivered out a TP scroll now, so we'll be able to get back on. Is close to the Rapier money if he does want to go that route, which I think he probably would want to now. I don't think Daedalus is going to do anything. Why not go down and sort of an impressive blaze of flames, get yourself the Rapier. Oh, Savage is spooked.
TPs.
Oh, the dream going to get him with. Oh no, Cuckoo's in. Raven's on his way over. Savage will fall.
What did you learn?
Ruthless.
Yeah, that's the Rapier
See you
dream
later,
out the
nerd.
window.
See you later,
Does
nerd.
at least have money for buyback. That's a very thin silver lining.
Yeah. Geek Fam is actually just ruthless. I can't believe they find him there again. They're just always looking for the kills. Even the base was open for them to push. They're like, no, we're getting one more
tower
point.
is under attack.
And now Raven, with this leveler, with this AC finished up, taking out this last set.
There's the buyback from Savage. What can they do? Dagon blast onto Ice. Raven commits onto the Snapfire. The Snapfire's down. Instant buyback from Ice. Moon trying to control Kuko on the back lines. But K and Raven turn over onto him. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming out. Fisher out. 1-2 of them. K getting a little bit low, but deep by the fountain. They're getting played around with K charging forward. Savage will turn. Strike out onto K. Brings him low. Jabs. Finds the Fire Blast. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of K. They killed the Ember the once. Jump forward for Savage. He's looking for the punt, but it's not enough damage, even with the enchant turner to take down this 4k HP punt. This Raven tries to go in and gets stunned up with the Dragon Tail and Moon. They're trying to keep Savage alive, but he's silenced. The Revenant's in. The Abyssal Blade from Raven. They blow up Savage. Savage is down and out. GG is called as Geek Fam are your World Esports NCAA League champions with this game for victory as they take the best of 5, 3-1. This fourth game, it was nothing less than just a pure highlight reel for Geek Fam, really. They just showed us all the best bits of the...
Take